Well, how's everybody doing this evening? Don't all talk at once.
What's up?
Howdy,
Sure,
everybody.
Start.
That's true. That's very true. I should be the one to start the show. Sorry, I was just distracted while getting in another ominous morning. How's everybody doing tonight?
Doing
Fantastic.
good. Doing good.
Excellent.
Any better, I'd be twins.
Hey,
That's my saying.
there we go. There we go. All right. So, guys, it's been an exciting week. I seriously under the weather, like Thursday going into Friday. Most of you guys saw me on Frenzy. I was doing fine. Woke up the next morning feeling like absolute garbage. And I was running a small low-grade fever and everything like that. Took off of work early, got some rest, hopped up on meds, somehow still managed to get the Let's Go Off-World. Left a little bit early, though, because I wanted to get back to bed. Had Connor today, so just meds pushing me through everything possible right now. But I'm doing okay. Doing all right. The voice is still here, so we're good to go.
Did you take steroids?
No. You know what? I was looking for that inhaler because I did think about it for a little while. I did. It crossed
So this
my
would be an uninteresting stream.
There
I
is
don't know
never
what-
an uninteresting stream.
I don't know what's
I'm on
in Dayquil,
painkillers. That helps.
but Dayquil is like a miracle drug. But as soon as 4 hours end, it's over. It's 4 hours. You gotta take another one.
Like there's no weaning off of it. It just stops, and then it's like you got to take your next dose because if you don't take your next dose, you're going to be in pain. So, yeah, I'm totally with you. I hear that, and I've felt it many a time before. And it's one of the reasons why I actually don't like taking medicine like that. Like it's great while it's working, but that second that it's not working, you're just like, oh, it all comes rushing back.
And then you got to wait a couple hours to take more.
Yeah.
Nah, just do it again. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, just take another shot.
Don't do drugs, kids.
Killers,
Don't do
and
drugs.
Right.
my skin started to turn yellow.
Oh, there you go. Gotta love the jaundice.
Yeah,
Get a little
Going
jaundice
through
with that. So, Kenny, I got a question for you.
Sure.
How'd the hours go?
How'd the hours go? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I know we were
So
waiting to see how things rolled in.
yeah,
How'd the
so
hours
you know what it was? I went back and I had the message. I don't know why I didn't send it. So what I was looking at and what I got the message for was congratulations, was 4,000 lifetime, and it
Nice.
goes last 365.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm at 2577, which is still a huge jump from where I was, because I was at 21. So
is someone
Yeah.
sleeping?
Somebody snoring?
I'm home by myself, so I got no back noise. Ain't me.
Was that you, Stanley? Are you falling asleep? Like, we just started. You cannot fall asleep
Oh my
at the
God.
beginning of the show.
It's hilarious.
I know you said it was going to
It's-
be a
it's-
little less interesting, but geez. I didn't think we were that damn boring.
It's my wife.
Oh my
She's
God.
she's sleeping right next to me. We're on the same couch.
That's hilarious.
Well,
But the
just so
957
everybody
on the
knows.
subs, which was the cool part. I got 957 now, so it's getting close.
great. I am glad to
Awesome.
hear it, brother. That is really, really awesome. Congratulations on that. I know you've been working
Well,
hard.
thank you guys for the last couple of weeks helping me. Shit.
You know,
That's
we
been
just try to
good.
do what we can.
For sure.
Go ahead, Stanley.
Oh, you said, Kenzo, you said you're at what, 44 likes away from 1,000 to get that monetization?
Subs. Yeah. Well, I got, I'm getting closer.
Awesome.
Well, I like to hear it, man. I know it's a big milestone.
Yeah.
Definitely watch hours. Those tend to be one of the harder things to get in there. But stay consistent. Keep doing your lives on Wednesdays. We'll do the simulcasts here. But I'm glad to see you're getting that stuff. And you keep pumping out them other videos too, like those figure reviews and all like that. I know they don't get like watch hours, but they definitely will still get more eyes on the channel for that casual viewer. Which I really like. All right, guys. I want to jump in and start going through the chat. saying hey to everybody. We got a lot of people jumping in tonight. Man, I hope we don't miss anybody.
I got everybody that's new starred, so you should be good.
All right, I'm running down the starred list. All right, we've got Stanley Eberhard here jumping in from the start as well as being on screen. We have Ray Black making us partially official Toy Tube. Once Nolan gets here, we will be fully official. We have Onryu83, Endless Fables, Brian joining us out there. We've got Frankie Rivera saying, sup, everybody. Shane, same time toys. What's good, fellas? Or guys, sorry. I was making a little difference there. I'm editing what people are saying, because that's what
ad-libbing is part of life. Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Thor KC saying, evening, I bought a new toy today. Found Studio Series 86 Galvatron at Target. Stoked.
I wonder if that's any different than the one that was released just last year, because I have that one. And the pictures, they looked exactly the same, but I don't know if, like, build-wise, if it's different.
Maybe I have to, maybe Ken knows. Ken, resident Transformers expert when he comes. Not Kenzo, Ken.
Might I add, Bud, you sound really good tonight.
Thank you. Yes,
like,
I am
so good. I was so impressed. I was like, oh my God, I can't
I'm
even
borrowing someone's headset. I won't be able to turn on cam.
Steal those. Do not borrow them. Steal them.
I didn't want to say anything. I wanted.
Just don't give them back.
Yeah, steal them. Take them. Don't give them back. Yeah.
Bud asked me to help test that audio and see how things sounded with the headset on before we went live a little earlier tonight. So I purposely was not going to bring it up. I wanted to see if other people noticed. So
I noticed right away.
Thank you. I was going to say, just the fact that we can't hear the party that we all... Bud lives in a frat house, guys.
I do.
Yeah.
There is always that party going on.
I posted a video in the Clubhouse chat of my dog actually whipping around her little squeaky chicken, so you guys can actually see it in like action. And
nice.
Definitely. Yep. All right, we've got Todd C here saying, hey, all. And the man Nolan is here again, now with him and Ray in the chat, making us fully officially Toy Tube. We've got Just Jeff in the house. What's going on, brother? We got K Roll joining us. Kenzo pulling the double duty. We've got Legend Series Tony here with us hanging out. What's going on, Legend Series? And Joe Fan 84 saying, hey, everyone. D Griff here saying, evening, gents. We've got Von Ratliff saying, hello, everyone. And Delta 17, the toy brand themselves, hoping that is our man Steve, but it could be Ken. I don't know. Joining us here. We've got Shark Eyes in the house, not to be confused with that other Sharky some bitch. Then we have the Shannon Hops joining us, and that means
she's checking up on her old man.
There we go.
That's my wife. I can't talk about prices. I can't.
You're right.
Can't
she wants to hear how much she paid for that.
Alan gets a deal on everything. Alan gets a deal on absolutely everything.
Ixnay on the Ost K.
They were all on clearance, I swear.
I think you got it all at Ross. Yeah.
All at Ollie's, Ollie's Shops, Ross, DD's, whichever discount store is in the local area he's at. Shannon, there are going to be several times throughout the night. I'm going to please ask you to put on the earmuffs. Okay. Motu Guru saying, what's up, guys? What's going on, brother? Tony's Figs, one of the best customizers out there, saying, what's up, dudes? Brother Tony, good to have you here. Yeah, aside from having Bud here with us and Kenny, we got some great customizers all around the community. Love it. Here's another one. Brendan Higgins joining us saying, what's up, guys? Happy Saturday, Brendan. Good to have you here. Sean Chipman saying, hi from Australia. Sean, I don't recognize the name. Maybe you've been here before. If you have been, sorry. But glad to have you aboard, brother. Thank you for joining us tonight. The Gaz is with us here. What is up, brother? Good to see you. We've got Woody 222, the figure addict, joining us in, probably coming in on a crop dusting fart cloud. What's going on, Woody? And the man himself says, hit that like button, guys. You better do it. because Punk told you to. Just saying.
Here comes the money.
All right. We've got Delta 17 in the house saying, just realized I wasn't subbed, so I fixed that. Sorry for dragging my feet. Just forgot. It happens, man. That's why, honestly, I'm terrible at it. But through these streams, I do have to remember to mention to people that, hey, make sure that you're subscribed to the channel. Hit the like button, guys, because it really does help to keep pushing the show through the algorithm, and we appreciate that.
It's okay. It took me like 5 months to sub to Ed because I totally didn't know he even had a channel.
Have you not been watching Toy Elite Takeover?
I have now.
God.
Ed
I
wasn't
hope
subbed
so.
to mine for a long time.
What's that?
You know what's funny?
You weren't subbed to mine for a long time.
No, but I thought I was because it kept showing up in my algorithm.
But I would not like I would have known. Like,
I was gonna say, you ever watch somebody's content enough that they just popping up throughout your algorithm,
Well, that
and
happened
every
all the
time they like it's just showing up,
Yep, it was
and
in
you're
my
not subbed.
It was in my thing all the time, and then one day we were talking about it. I'm like, "Holy shit, I'm not even subbed to you!" But
It actually happens so much that I almost like pause between like liking someone's video because it's like, do I really want this in my feed a lot?
and I think what's great about that is there's so many people that don't like me that I know my videos constantly show up. There's 3 people in general. I don't know who they are because they always give me a dislike. So,
It's me. No, I'm joking.
I totally appreciate that engagement, whoever it is disliking my content, because you're still helping it push in the algorithm. So thank you anyway. You know, I just like to throw that point out there. Like, hate watch me or love watch me, you're still pushing my shit.
And when you're monetized, it means you're paying me.
That's right. That's right.
So
We've got Paul Morales here. That's right. That's the big thing. Thank you. You should make any money. We got Paul Morales here saying, hello, everybody. 3-star draw, the man himself. Endless Fables is asking, what's the YouTube channel name that is close to 1,000? That is Kenzo's Creations. We're going to drop that link in the chat right now for everybody so you guys can see. And if you do want to help him with some watch hours, you can always go watch from his channel. He is simulcasting as we speak tonight. Because, you know, it's one of the things we like to do here. All ships rise on high tide. So we're just, whatever. I know I screwed that up. But either way, we're trying to promote
I like
as
the way
many
you said
people
that,
as we
though.
can.
It still means the same thing.
Right? We're trying to promote, you know, just anybody. Like, if we follow them, we enjoy them, we want to promote them, we want to put it out there and let you guys know. Check them out. Watch their channel. It's good stuff.
Is that a minty box?
That is a nice minty box. He ain't got no holes punched in it, no window box, nothing.
That is one hell of a freaking litter box.
Yep, definitely.
Definitely. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Once you're done, I want to ask you about that, Kenzo.
Done with what? Like next week?
No. Once Oz is done with,
I was like,
I want to ask you about that.
Let me finish running through these last couple here. We got a few more to hit. We've got True Star Screamer or Trust a Screamer, however you want to try and read it, because you know your brain's fucking it up somehow. A bunch of happy gents here. We've got The Man Collects in the house, brother. Good to see you. Epic Badger here with us saying howdy, folks. Long time no see, Epic Badger. Thank you for joining us. Aaron, the Toy Enhancer, saying what up, guys? What's going on, Aaron? And we got Allison Troy saying heading out to dinner, but have you up Kenzo to keep the cats company? There we go. Perfect. Getting them watch hours, making sure Kenzo keeping them cats entertained. Well,
that's what I like to do, is keep them kitties entertained, buddy. That's what I do.
Do we have that scroll bar also, Oz?
I can definitely pop that up there. Give me just a moment. Guys, just a little help pushing it over to Kenzo's channel again. We're trying to help him out best we can here. And you guys are all awesome for joining in and making sure that we get that out. All right, now I'm back to the live chat. Oh, We got Todd C here with the 99-cent super sticker. And this was actually fun. Look at that. Oh, you guys can't see it, but he's just being a little salty tonight. A little salty. I like how he posts it and then immediately will comment now underneath of it so that we can see what it is. Because I got to keep the YouTube over here. But see, it's in Kenzo's chat, so I can't see what it is because I'm watching from Kenzo's, helping him out. I can't see my own chat. I got to have like 2 windows up, 2 streams.
Okay, I can figure out like what are you fucking talking about?
Yeah. Like if I got it up in a YouTube window over here, I can actually see what the hell the super stickers are. Because StreamYard says, "Nah, screw you. People are paying you money. We're not showing you shit."
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
All right, and actually, real quick here, we got another super sticker from Aaron the Toy Enhancer, and he sent over a little pair wearing a sweatband doing a little jiggle dance that I can see in the chat. Thank you guys.
Here we go.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm allowing you to use that for
2 more
tonight.
people just jumped in the chat too, so let's shout them out.
Thank
real
you.
Quick.
I was gonna say, yeah, we got a shout out. We got the Collecting Brothers. That would be John and his AI brother Josh joining us, and we have Dave's Dimensions here with us as well, checking in, watching from Kenzo's channel. Totally appreciate it. Thank you very much. Oh, and I guess we got to play it one more time. We're getting the $2 super chat from Nolan saying, "Gonna head over to Kenzo's." Thank you all. Can't tell you how much I appreciate that. Thank you guys so very much.
Don't you got to spin now, Bunch?
I do not have enough room to spin. I wish I could. I can give you the Wii sound effect, but I can't spin right now. I got too much stuff all around me. So tonight, for everybody's pleasure, and I've been sitting on this stuff for a while here. It's not going to tie into the topic really at all. Well, maybe it could. I don't know. So our good friend Ken, Toy Connections, he sent me down a very sweet, and I know Dave's going to absolutely love this. We're going to get a big pop here. We're going to be opening up some Ghostbusters tonight from the Ghostbusters Afterlife. I've got the whole original lineup. We've got Ray Stantz. We've got Peter Venkman. Little Egon Spengler action. And of course, cannot forget Winston. Got them all here. And although I've opened this before, I'm going to be opening up a little something extra tonight that was not part of that care package because it's collector-friendly packaging. And I'm sorry, I just love to promote Phantasm Toys doing real Ghostbusters here. And they did Gozer the Destroyer. Technically just the Destructor. We don't use names for unofficially licensed. With a little gargoyle companion ghost here. Done in the real Ghostbusters style. Totally going to be opening that up tonight. But, you know, Ken also sent down this because I was hunting for it for a while. Couldn't find it by the time I was picking up all of the Kenner Classics. But a Kenner Classics Ecto 1.
Damn.
So I did get the Afterlife one a while ago, did the stickers, opened that bad boy up. I'm going to be opening this boy up here, and I'm going to feel like I'm 7 years old again. Because not only am I doing that, for the first time ever in my life,
Drum roll. Oh, no.
I have, and these I've been sitting on for a long time. Back in the day, Dawn helped me go around to several stores and get all the Kenner Classics original real Ghostbusters. I never had the regular original Kenner's Ghostbusters. I had the Fright Features ones, which I got all those last year and I opened them all up. But this is a complete set of the Kenner's Classics real Ghostbusters. Since I'm going to be opening up the Ecto one tonight, I'm going to be finally opening up those guys too, as well as these two guys right here, which good friend Payne's Toy Sample sent me over. The Stay Puffed and Slimer so long ago. I am finally going to be able to open up all these guys tonight.
I want that little Slimer. What line is that? Yeah, the one you just showed.
This guy?
Yeah.
This is Kenner's Classics. Now, these were discounted at Ollie's. They're now out.
Did any toy
But
company
I got you,
ever
Alan.
release a larger Stay Puft, like something that would scale
Oh,
in
yeah.
size with the playset?
There's been a couple over the year. Well, not the size of the firehouse, no.
Yeah, that's one.
So,
Ah,
well, if you guys ever wanted to know how Punk, ooh, we're getting bad echo, Punk.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Whoa.
I just
He
muted
is
that
the,
mic.
he is
Hopefully
the
that'll
great
help.
and powerful Oz.
He's trying to be.
Punk's Peanut Cam.
All right. Forgive me, guys. There's a lot of that drainage from being under the weather is clogging me up there. Are we still live? Going a little
Can't hear you
frozen
at all
here?
now, Punk.
He's mute. He's on mute.
Which
Yeah,
mic?
I
Well, I
can no
didn't
longer
mute that.
simulcast because I'm on this side now.
Seriously?
Yeah. So I would have to log out, I think, of here.
And then do... Well, no,
And
because
then-
Ed's
Oh, you
been
can
able
open
to
up another Chrome
simulcast.
browser.
No. When I try and do it on here, it knows that I'm on here. And so I just tried doing it on my phone, but it knows that I'm logged in as the admin here. So I have to send it over. I have to log out of here, log on separately. What a fucking pain.
We'll have to rethink this in the future.
No,
We'll have to
I
figure out a way around.
But I didn't expect me to be brought up. Did someone bring me up there? The fucking camera?
I didn't add you to the stream.
Okay. I added myself, but I didn't add the. It automatically dumps me on.
Yeah, it'll automatically add that other account if it's
Yeah.
on a mobile device. Like, it's not like we add you to, because, well, would that? And I'm not sure.
So Oz sent me the StreamYard link, and I'm on camera, but I'm not even logged in the StreamYard. So
It's
mean,
a little
maybe-
bit different because you are a guest.
okay.
Yeah.
Recently, I've upgraded the amount of seats that I can have on StreamYard, just so that I can get some help controlling things on Saturday night. Now, when you do that, you are giving somebody access and full control of your stream. So I have, I gotta say, Punk is one of those people that I trust enough that I will, I'm gonna say he can have those controls. I got a lot of great guys that help me out.
I might just go live one day on your channel for no reason.
Well, I mean, shit, if you want to give me some more watch hours, let's go.
I was just thinking, can't hurt.
You know what
Throw
the
a
funny
beard,
part is
put on
when
a
he's going to
beanie.
schedule a Monday night toy ramblings on my StreamYard on my channel. Everyone's going to be like, wow, how's Punk going live on Ostradamus Toys?
Shit, dude.
All right. Okay.
Anyway, that's what I was trying to do. That's why that all went like that. So
Totally
I
cool.
think I would have to get off here and then switch the accounts.
And then try to jump back on from there.
I think so.
I think
I think
that's
no matter
definitely done.
Anyway, no big deal.
I don't know. We'll have to figure it out because
So we can get more people on here.
right. All right. So we got a couple more people jumping in. It's what I love about Saturday nights, man. Everybody's jumping through. We've got all about the villain saying yo. Dave's Dimension. Excited about that gozer. Dave, if you are not following Phantasm Toys on IG, you definitely need to go follow the account. It's Beducci Studios and Tony Taylor Toys combined together. That's like their little group. Amazing stuff. A lot of Ghostbusters adjacent stuff that goes with it. So did a great job with these. We've got another $4.20 super chat saying, here's my favorite late night Saturday stream. Tony, I appreciate that, brother. Thank you for that. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And the man, the myth, the legend, my boss himself, Josh Knox, saying, "What's good, brother Oz? What is going on, Josh? Thank you for being here tonight, man. Sorry about having to dip out yesterday earlier work, but I had to get some rest, and it's helped a bit, but I'm still under the weather. So thank you. We've got Dave's mentioned now saying, very awesome. I have Freight Features Kenner yet to open. You're going to have an awesome. Absolutely. Absolutely.
You're getting kind of garbled.
Am I? Is it my voice or is it my mic?
No,
Let's
it's
try.
the mic.
You sound like Bud now.
It was the mic for a second.
All right.
Bud's got good sound. Oz doesn't anymore.
Oz loses the plot. That was
Always
last
got to
week.
be one.
All right. Brendan Higgins saying, I bought all that stuff on sale from BBTS a year or two ago. I'm still saving them for a rainy day, and I have no idea why. Hey, man, just, open them when you feel like it, when you can. Let's see here. I did want to bring this up to Joe Fan 84 said, I'm a lot of mad at GameStop. I pre-ordered Dial Tone like in November. They said it was supposed to be there the 16th. It still hasn't come in yet. I checked today, and the guy doesn't show anything. Hey, man, I pre-ordered Ratlore and CobraCon from GameStop, and they were on pre-order for 2 years before I remembered I pre-ordered them at GameStop.
You can't be mad. You can't be mad if they don't have them. Like,
right? Like, they're not
yeah. They're not like, oh,
yeah.
This guy really
you got to
wants
shift that lot of mad to Hasbro because they're the ones that not getting their shipping done right.
Right? They got to get it out to these guys so that we can get our product. Like, I'm mad at Hasbro, not Hasbro. Yeah, Hasbro, for the fact that Hello Toy still doesn't have my damn Scarlet Spider. It's coming up on a year now. And I'm not blaming Ted. I'm not blaming Aaron. They can't control whether they get the stuff. They had the rest of the wave last year, and still no Scarlet Spider. I think I'm eventually going to get an email from them one day just letting me know, hey, we're never going to get this product in. So then I'm just roll that money over to whatever they got Mythic Legions in stock. Eric Perryman jumping in saying, dropping it in, guys. Hey, everybody. Eric, good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us.
Here comes the money.
No, Steve. No.
Here comes the money.
Go. Woody. To figure out a question.
Who's got the TV show going?
Party. Thank you.
Yeah,
who's got TV running?
watching Voltron, dude?
Yeah. Kids are playing with toys.
I accidentally bumped it with the box and it started talking. It's the one I put together. I was looking at it and was like, oh my God, I hope that doesn't go through the microphone.
Now it makes sense. We're having all
sorry.
kinds of Bobcat moments tonight. What the fuck was that noise?
I just
Hey,
hit it with the
Brian,
box.
send me that link on IG and I'll post it in the chat for everybody. Because you can't post links in the
I'm
chat.
just glad for
Alexis,
once
yeah.
it's not me making all the sounds.
Right. And Sunny Sundries joining us tonight as well, saying, I got a lot to open, but rarely at home. And when I am at home, I got no time either. Sometimes life sucks. It's it, man. It's it. Adulting freaking stuck. It just sucks.
It's either you have the money to get it and not have time to mess with it, or you have time to mess with it and don't have the money to get it.
Exactly. That is absolutely it, 100%, man. It is a huge, huge bummer. So we're here tonight to talk about the main topic. What did you pay for that? And the reason that we're going to talk about this is you see a lot of comments about people talking about how they paid like $3-4 for figures back in the day, and now that they're a lot more expensive, and just kind of what's going on with that. Like, are they more expensive now than they were back then? Like, how much is it really costing you? And there are a couple key factors within that. Of course, inflation, rising cost of supplies, what you're paying for exactly is another big one. I don't know. Who wants to kick off this conversation? Because we know this is like a hot button topic a lot of times.
I think like the easiest way to start would be, do you have a limit? you know, and
Right?
to
Do you
me,
budget?
a $50 is about my top end. I'm not saying I'll never go above that, but $50 is about my top end for figures.
Mhm.
Back when it was real hard to get Andre the Giant, I bought like 4 or 5 of them off of eBay if I could get them for under $50.
Well, wait a minute, Alan.
Ed
We
and I
forgot
are
to
out.
tell you. We forgot to tell Shannon to put her earmuffs on.
Hopefully, well, you know what? She knows that because
Okay, she knows that part. Okay, I just
I
want
was
to make sure.
complaining about it the whole time.
I'm just trying to cover you, man. I'm just trying to take care of you.
No, this might be perfect because then she can hear how much us idiots actually pay. Well over
Yeah.
$50.
Yeah, right.
Now, and here's the problem with that though is if a figure is $20, I feel better about buying 4 or 5 of them. You know,
Right. When it adds up to the total max amount you're willing to pay. Oh, it's totally cool if I buy multiple of this.
and like right here, this is a cartoon collection antenna from that Walmart just sent me. It got here either today or yesterday, and he was that $20, but I really can't. I have no use for his parts, so I only got one. I'm not really a completist. I feel bad for people who are completists who feel like they have to get everything. Like I get one of all the bad guys. I don't need a bunch of leeches. I don't need a bunch of like this is a cartoon collection Montana, and he's a neat figure, but I like the regular figure version better. And now I've got to find a way to make him fit in with what I do. So he might get a repaint or a dye or something.
Maybe he's a Mantenna that you tore off like all the armored like skin on him.
But I only have one Mantenna, so he can't be Mantenna. He's got to be somebody else.
He could be Super Taint Man because if you look underneath there, he has one Super Taint.
Now I'm gonna look.
Well, you got to look. It's oddly long.
It is.
He's
You know what?
Perineum Man. There you go.
This is the channel where we're going to find out about your action figures taint. My channel will never get rid of that reputation.
You might never get fully monetized.
But
do you guys have a limit?
All.
No.
Depends on the week.
No.
I do not have a limit, but I have to be able to justify it.
Yeah.
Like I won't just spend
Yes.
$100 on something if it's not something that I want or something that I see the value in. Like when I see the Mezco GI Joes, I see a value in those for how they look, at least how they've shown them off. And obviously, like the 3 HasLabs, well, the 4 classified HasLabs that the 3 classified HasLabs that I've backed, I fully see a value in them. And again, they're not just figures, so they're multiple things. But yeah, if I see something that's $100 that I deem worth, let's say 50, yeah, I won't buy it.
Yeah, I guess I'm in agreement with Punk. If there's a Mezco that I want, or like the Clark Kent that I just bought, it was $100 shipped, and it's basically a Mezco, but just made by a third-party company. Well worth the $100. But if that figure had a plastic suit instead of a cloth suit that's wired, and they were trying to charge $100, I'd have been like, "Oh hell no, it's not even worth that, right?" So, $25 for in the top, maybe 30.
I have 14 Mondos.
So, and again, that's kind of like part.
That's
of,
a no for you. That's a no for you.
I have a problem,
I have 2, but they're both Beastman.
and I'm opening this cat's lair right now. So yeah.
Well, and again, that's kind of the other thing about this, right? Because no matter what, at the end of the day, you're going to buy what you like, regardless of what the price is.
Right. Yep.
Two-way. Now, if you can find it for cheaper, we all know how that goes. We're definitely going to try to find it for cheaper. But typically, if you're buying a brand new item, you're not going to find it cheaper than you know, whoever's really selling it for the most part. It's very, very rare that you're going to find, like, I don't know, a CT Toys Wolverine popping up for $20 at the same time Mezco's dropping their Wolverine figure. You know, that kind of thing.
When
No,
kids
no,
are you
I-
and me are horrible. We overpay a lot of the time too.
Right, yeah. Get that
I
extra.
was gonna
Get that
say,
extra
you guys-
$10 to get it a little early.
Yeah.
no, now,
Little bit.
as for me, I mean, I look at it differently because I'm reviewing almost everything that I buy, and when it comes to classified, a lot of those figures are paid for by what I make. So in the end, I make up for it. So even if we're looking, let's say, Nemesis Immortal, I think that was $45. A lot of people might not think that's worth it. In the end, I didn't pay $45 for him. I mean, I did, but I made my money back on that one.
right.
So any
And-
classified, I make at least, I would say, at least $15 off of. So if it's $25 figure, I'm paying $10 for them. Now you get into the Dragonfly, you know that whole thing was $275. I didn't make $275 back off that, but I can still. I mean, I have no problem because
You can justify it because
Well,
you love it.
yes.
GI Joe is also different for you because you're a completist. So I mean, it's a different. If you have a different stake in that game, right? I mean,
But even so, even some of the other stuff, you know, when I look at, you know, with when it comes to Mythic Legions or for Horsemen, I do look at like how much am I going to make off of this? You know, does it offset it a little? It doesn't really do very well. Most of the other stuff doesn't do very well. But if you're looking about, you know, knocking $10 off a $35 figure, well, then you're back down to what is considered a standard price now, right? So
Yeah.
you're looking at $25, and it's like, all right, well, I make that back on some of the Joes that I review.
I think one of the biggest problems with this whole toys are so expensive talk nowadays, though, is that, I mean, outside of GI Joe, maybe Motu, a few other lines that some of us do collect. Most of us are buying shit from independent companies, which that pricing structure didn't exist back in 1980 and 1978, 1985, 1990, right? There was no such thing as an independent toy company that wasn't making like wooden puzzles or, you know, things like that. It just didn't exist. So their MOQs are different. The way they're doing it with all the paint apps and the design and everything else is different. It's a completely different game from what we were seeing back in the 70s.
All right, so I want to say, when Oz was talking about it earlier, something popped in my head that I never thought about. I have two 12-inch GI Joe or 12-inch John Wayne figures that were my dad's. He doesn't
Yeah.
display them. I'm like, I want those just so I can display them. I think they were $100 each. Now
Are they the Sideshow toy ones?
No. They were, I think.
Or were they like
He
the
got them at Franklin Mint.
Franklin
Because
Mint? Yeah.
He had all the Franklin Mint like plates and everything, but that would be considered an action figure. There's very little detail in it. There's two of them. You know, one has a rifle. The other one just has a pistol. But I think those were $100 back then because they're considered it's a collectible. So, I mean, I never heard my dad complain that they were too expensive.
Yeah, the Franklin Mint stuff has always been expensive, right? I mean,
Franklin
and
Mint
people-
is a designer brand, right? It's
Exactly.
like a collectible brand. And that kind of brings into that whole idea of Franklin Mint making that kind of thing. Maybe that was like that first kind of boutique toy company. But again, Franklin Mint has made like collectible dolls and other things that were kind of in that pricier range. But as the market we know it today, back in the 80s, nobody was designing like the collector's edition action figures that we see today.
Yeah.
Right? Like that wasn't a thing. There was no like, I mean,
and almost
that would
almost
almost
everything
be
that
like
Franklin
saying
Mint put
Hot
out
Toy.
was licensed too. Back, I mean, it still
Right.
is, right? So
Fully
they're paying for a
licensed.
license on top of everything else. I mean,
But as I say, I mean, a lot of what we're collecting, Motu is. I mean, I would say Motu is really the one that it's not considered a collectible. You know, and again, I don't mean to offend anyone if someone gets offended by it, but like I wouldn't call any of the Origins,
Not Origins, but Masterverse.
maybe a little. They're still $20, $22 now.
Okay,
Yeah,
but I mean, are
Classified's
you
only
judging a collectible
$24.99.
off of price or that? Because what about like McFarlane stuff, right?
There ain't nothing
When they put-
collectible about that shit.
Well, we certainly know it's not rare. Issue
But it's
number
got that
one.
platinum thing on it. Yeah, right.
But I think a lot of the stuff that's real expensive. I mean, when you look at the people that are pricing it, you know, for Horsemen and all these guys, like it's a collectible. You're not giving it to your kids to play with.
No.
I know you can, but I mean, technically, you can give your kids a card and say, "Hey, let's learn how to work on it." But you're not, you know, it's not for kids, right?
Right. And that's one of the biggest things that you kind of hear is the argument against it is that it's the toys that most of us are buying aren't exactly made for kids, right? Like Origins, it's made kid friendly enough, but truthfully, the demographic that's buying it now, mind you, that probably was not Mattel's intent when they first launched it at that $15 price point that it was at initially. They wanted kids to get these toys. But kids weren't buying it because they have no idea who the hell He-Man is. Right? And they kind of like tried to reintroduce it with the CGI series. The CGI series was doing that. Here's the $10 action figure, all the goofy gimmicks and everything like that. Here it is, like go for the kids and all like that. And kids still weren't picking it up because they don't recognize who it was. Most kids didn't even know there was a He-Man show that was live on, that was coming out on Netflix. Like people don't know about that kind of stuff. And when you look at, I know one of the things we had kind of brought up offline when we were talking about this topic is that when you look at the toys that are made for kids, they're kind of priced at that around that price point, right? Like go down the toy aisle today, look at like Ninja Turtles. Ninja Turtles, huge with kids, right?
Mm.
And look at what they're priced, $10. Even on their re-release figures, like the retro carded ones, $10.
Mhm.
I can go get I get a $10 Ninja Turtle action figure with a ton of accessories, great articulation. I can buy 2 of those for the same price that I can buy one reaction figure, 5 POA action, for. Because that reaction figure, again, it's kind of like considered more that collectible, right? Like it's a collector's item, not so much a toy for a kid. Even though there's nothing different than like the Star Wars toys that we were, that I would see at yard sales that you guys might see on the shelves in the store and everything like that. Barely any accessories. And again, there's the whole licensing cost that goes into that. They're paying out to somebody else for licensing so that they can make figures of, whatever it is they're putting out. They've got a license for just about everybody for reaction. But I mean, truly, we're going to pay what we deem is the worth amount, right? Because I don't buy reaction figures. I'm not going to pay that much for that kind of a figure.
Yeah.
Like I just won't. And honestly, I still look at that reaction plus and I kind of go, eh. Now, mind you, I got no problem dropping $25 on a Delta 17 O-ring figure.
I think one of the things that we're missing, though, in this whole not us, but a lot of people missing this conversation is the fact that when the 70s, 80s were going on, and even into the 90s, there was no such thing as a action figure collector that was mass, mass market known, right? People didn't collect toys. We played with toys, and we either kept them or we put them in the attic, and our mother sold them at the garage sales, right? I mean, that's what happened. Then come the 90s, and like people like Todd McFarlane started making collectible action figures, which inherently just increased the price. So you can't go into the market when your competitors are selling their figures for $7.99 and you're making a comparable figure and price it so low that people will assume it's junk. So you have to stay somewhat competitive in that price. So if Todd's selling his Spawn figures for $9.99 or whatever they were, you can't go out there with a Hasbro, Total Justice figure at $4 because people are just going to assume it's junk. That's just the way it works. It's like that with everything.
And you have to wonder with today's kids, like, how much toys do they actually buy? They're all so screen oriented right now, right?
Well, and that kind of that brings up a fair topic, but before I forget about it, and I want to bring it up too, is that everybody talks about wanting toys to cost what they did back in the 80s. Like, this kind of thing only cost this much back then, like He-Man, right? It was like $3-4 a figure. And that's the one thing that probably drives me up the wall the most is everybody's talking about how they want to pay that price for the figure.
Yeah, just won't happen.
Well, what was the minimum wage back then?
Right.
Well, I mean, come on. A 12-inch G.I. Joe in full military soft goods with full military accessories back in the 60s was like $2.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
so back in the 60s, what was that hourly wage?
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? You can't say, well, I paid $2.50 for a 12-inch figure back in the 60s.
Minimum wage here is $1.25.
Right. it's. I was also paying, a nickel for gas or whatever it was back in then.
Right. Like what people fail to realize when they make those statements is, yes, you want the prices of yesterday, but you're hoping you have your wage of today.
Right, exactly.
Because if you're going to get the price of yesterday, you're probably going to be looking at the wage.
If we had time machines, it'd be great, right? We'd go take our paycheck on a Friday, hop in the time machine, go back to 1960, go to, whatever department store was around then, buy up a bunch of toys, bring them back into the future, and then we'd just be millionaires. I mean,
right? Menhoza says it here. So 1 hour of work for one toy.
Yeah.
And D. Griff says, my first job, 1986, minimum wage, $3.37 an hour.
Yep.
Okay, so
$3, $3.35.
Yep.
Just trying to get a little grasp on the Castle Grayskull at that time.
In the year
$40.
Yeah,
I was making $7.50 an hour.
Which is funny because the federal minimum wage is still like $7.75 an hour now. It's just everybody pays higher than that, so they can say they pay you more than minimum wage. But yeah, $40 for Castle Grayskull back in 1985. This is one of those things that I bring up all the time. While you have your phone there, Cobb, and you put that in, why don't you put in $40 in when it came out in 1982? $40 in 1982. What would that price be today?
I was looking at minimum wages because 1981 minimum wage was, what did I say, $3.35?
It was $3.30 in 1986, right?
Hell, I saw a sign outside the gas station today. They're hiring for clerks $17 an hour.
Wow.
Yeah, cashiers getting that much.
And that's why prices are going up, because everybody had to make a living wage so they could go and spend their money on stuff.
Well, that's the problem, though. Nobody is paying a living wage. Because that's the other thing we got to get into with this topic is the cost of living right now.
$130.82.
Okay, so Castle Grayskull that just came out for Origins, Cobb. How much was that running us?
It was
$79.99.
$79.
So
I think
that was one of those. That was one of the
$84.99. Yeah.
prime examples when I heard earlier this week that toys are now more expensive than they ever were. Well, if $40 Castle in 1982 was the equivalent of $130 today, but yet I only had to spend like $75, $80 on Castle Grayskull, that technically means I got it cheaper than what my parents paid for it for me in the 80s.
Right. But going by that logic, if you're looking at dollars, gas is more expensive than it's ever been. Milk's more
Yeah.
expensive than it's ever been.
Yeah.
Eggs,
Eggs
are
are crazy.
I can't believe what eggs were.
Yeah.
Potato
Gas-
chips are more expensive than they ever been. A candy bar's more expensive than ever been. Yeah,
Gas
look-
being more expensive. Gas being more expensive is one of the reasons the cost of toys is going up. Plastic is a byproduct of the refining process of oil. This is how we get plastic. I don't have a PhD in plastic, so I probably shouldn't talk about this.
You should
Yeah, I was
not.
gonna say, show us your
I
diploma.
really
sir.
shouldn't, but I'm going to anyway because I don't give a fuck.
Do it.
But that's how it goes. So when the cost of a barrel of oil goes up, anything that's made from plastic goes up. Like, it is what it is. Also, when things try to go green, and then, by the way, I'm all for saving the environment. Don't anybody think that I'm trying to step on toes and not be cool with the environment.
Burn it down. Oh, wait.
But
They're working on it.
hey, look, man. You know, what good is any of this stuff if we ain't got an Earth here to enjoy it? We got to save the planet when we can. But so going green and getting rid of plastic, right? Well, if people aren't buying as much plastic to use, they've got to raise the cost of plastic to maximize every sale dollar on what they produce.
Yep.
That's just straight up business. That's how that works. You know, it really is one of the driving factors for a cost going up. So if everybody's switching from not doing this and not doing that, if they're not selling as much plastic out there to these things, then that cost goes up. They will maximize every dollar for every unit. So I mean, it's a really, really slippery slope to say that. Now, I'm not saying that I don't think when you look at another big portion of this being the fact that everybody says, man, I wish toys cost the same amount they did back in the 80s, is that were you buying your toys when you were in the 80s?
That's what I was thinking about earlier.
Yeah.
And now, mind you, yes, some of those may have been, you know, because as it was said back here, and we'll get back to saying hello to people in the chat there in a minute.
Doing all that damn homework.
D. Griff mentioned in 1986 he got his first job, minimum wage $3.37. So D. Griff was probably buying his own toys if he was buying toys at that time.
I wish everything cost the same now as it did in the 80s.
But I also hope that I could keep my
with your
wage
paycheck,
now.
right? With your current
Yeah,
Right? Like,
yeah, with my current pay, I don't want.
paycheck.
Yeah.
And
I
also,
remember-
I'd like to keep YouTube so we can make money that way too, right?
I remember being a young kid, and we went to Greenfield Village, and it's owned by Henry Ford, and they bring in all kinds of historical monuments and historical homes. And I remember going there with my dad, and he pointed out and he said, "You see this weekly wage? That's how much I make an hour." And all I could think of was like, "Oh my God, you make so much money!" Not realizing, you know, like that, like this is from 150 years ago.
Yeah.
So the fact that people don't realize they make a lot more money now because things cost more. That toys, yeah, I'm sorry, G.I. Joes don't cost $2.69 anymore, and they're never going to.
Nope.
No.
That ain't coming back.
No, but they'll get
It's-
to $4.99 at Ross. Baby.
Yep.
Gotta love me some Ross.
I was watching.
And
the
Kenzo
Three
just
Stooges.
defeated every argument we had.
Those are.
I was
facts
watching
there.
the Three Stooges today, and there was one of the skits that were getting hired to be caretakers for a mansion, and their pay was going to be $100 a month for all three of them, not each. $100 a month for all three of them for a month.
Wow.
Yeah. So what was that? One was the Stooges, probably 1930s, 1940s, right? Whatever.
Well,
that was.
they were stooges, so
Yeah.
take that into account.
Right. But still, $100 a month for three people. Come on.
Yeah.
right?
They tried to think, but
you
nothing
can
happened.
barely live
I
out
mean-
a week with that after you're putting gas in your tank. You can't afford to buy food all week for what you have
Guys
left,
fighting in Vietnam are making like $100 a month from the government. I mean,
right?
Now has that changed? That still might be the same.
Actually, I think
changed,
it
but it's
went
still not a
down.
lot. It's still not
I think
a
it
lot.
went down. They pay you less now, and they claim benefits, but
Yeah.
um, all right. So here's a good point too, because like one of the things we were talking about is these boutique companies, these indie brands that are charging like premium dollars, right? Because like again, you know, I've seen that Hasbro is making a maximum Marvel Legends Spider-Man charging $60 a figure. Seems insane, but yet there are people that are willing to go out and buy a Mafex Spider-Man for like
That's
$100.
the thing with this figure, though, right?
That
People are getting
maximum
all
figure is
upset
$60.
that this Hasbro Maximum Spider-Man is going to be $60. They are purposely making that to compete with Mafex, which is $80, right? They put in all the extra articulation. We don't know how this figure is going to feel because none of us have it yet. So it could come out and be just like a Mafex that people have paid $80 to $100 for.
Have they
That's
given a
right.
price?
What's that?
I
they
never
give a-
saw a price. I didn't know where that
I
$60.
heard- Yeah, it's been put out that it's $60 from somewhere. I don't know if it's official yet, but
Okay.
Well, what
it's
you
getting
just
bounced
did,
around the internet anyway. But still,
Well, if
$60.
it's on the
thinking-
internet, it's true.
If the Spider-Man is equivalent to a Mafex from Hasbro, then that's a great price. But we're still looking at Hasbro Marvel Legends as they are now, and not seeing that maybe this figure is going to be a completely new thing.
Right? I mean, when I was looking at it, I was thinking it was going to be like what their deluxe, which is like $35, $40.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking it was going to be like.
well, I don't know
$60?
about you guys,
Seem a
but
little
with
steep.
this new microphone, I actually heard Bud's heart break when he said $60.
It definitely
I
just happened.
literally heard
Thank
his
you.
heart break.
I was actually
Yeah.
looking at that figure
He
too.
was like,
'cause I
"It's
really
$60."
I like.
Well, it's got like that
design.
McFarlane styled head.
That's from
Like,
Yeah.
you know,
Spider-Man. I first started.
I'm probably
reading.
going to pick one up just to see what it's like. Compared to
even if it's
Sorry,
$60,
bud.
I'm paying
Kenzo,
for it.
Kenzo, anytime I hear something like that, all I can think of is that episode of The Simpsons where Bart shows Lisa the moment she broke Milhouse's heart. You can actually see when his heart breaks.
Yeah.
Nice.
Terrence mentioned that he was buying his own toys in the 80s, but it was because it was with money, but it wasn't money that he necessarily earned through good means. He'd steal that money from his mom's purse. True story, no regrets.
Oh
And
my God.
anybody who's seen the way that Terrence buys toys, he may still be he's still stealing money out of his mom's purse to buy toys. I'm just joking, Terrence. I absolutely love you. I know. Work hard for your money, brother.
now that he made that comment, what's his girlfriend's name there?
Gina's
Gina.
gonna start watching her.
Gina starts counting her wallet every day.
Nah. Terrence is an up and up guy. Love Terrence.
Terrence is a good guy.
And Dre the Geek Dad joined us saying, "Hey panel, what is going on, Dre? Hope all is going well for you this evening. I know you've been working hard, packing everything, man. Congratulations, brother."
Congratulations for what?
Oh,
You moving?
he's get a house. He's moving. He's been packing up, man. Yeah,
Wow.
he's packing up the collection, taking that inventory. Also considering buying collection insurance. You are considering, right? There's folks becoming millionaires doing OnlyFans. Hey, man, you know what? If you got talent, the people are willing to pay for it.
I'll
Look,
tell you
people.
what, with all the free porn out there, I don't know how these girls are making millions of dollars on.
Because
Thirsty ass people.
Look, man,
It's catered content
People are gonna-
for them.
You're getting a
Right?
reaction, and they're saying it's like a stripper. They're talking
Yeah.
to you personally.
I really understand it. I do. I'm just making the comment that
Sorry.
I don't think a lot
I
of them
mean,
understand.
That's like I
normal
have
guy
like
takes-
17.
A normal guy takes 5
OnlyFans.
seconds to get himself taken care of. I mean, how much OnlyFans content do you need to watch?
They like to edge themselves. Or is this the edging channel?
hey,
How
I
about
toy
those
edge
toy
all week.
prices?
I toy edge all week, right? Yeah.
I don't.
Just Jeff-
5 seconds after having the toy, I explode.
But don't fuck around.
Just Jeff is mentioning, I agree to disagree. However, in 15 years, minimum wage has stayed at $7.25 an hour. that won't cover rent in most places. And that's what I was saying. Like, nobody does pay a livable wage at this point. And mind you, again, businesses are raising, how much they're willing to pay. But you're right. The federal minimum wage has not gone up at all. I remember when I was working at GameStop part-time, it was a big deal that they were raising minimum wage above what I was making hourly at the time when I first started. And I had just gotten a raise, and yet minimum wage was going up above that. And I was like, wait, so I just finally got a raise above minimum wage. I've been here for like 6 months. And now they're going to raise minimum wage again. So now I get a raise, but it's only back to minimum wage. I was so pissed.
But again, with Jeff's statement, toys are not necessities. So if they cost too much for what you're making, you don't have to buy them.
Yeah,
exactly. Another one.
I think they raised our state minimum wage to like 15 or something.
Yeah,
like
a lot
that.
of states have different than the federal.
I think ours is up to like $16.50 now.
Yeah.
So 1/6 shooter here saying no chance of $60. I also heard Jeff say, that figure has 3 more accessories than the Black Widow. Correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe I am. I distinctly remember when they were talking about it in the live stream, they didn't say how much it was, but they insinuated that it's going to be like the price of a deluxe figure.
That's what I was hearing. Because again, I was thinking price $35-$40, totally worth it, right? Terrence is saying here, he says it's 60 official. I heard 80. And that's the thing, like these rumor mills start going around of like
I don't think there's been an actual price
prices.
divulged by Hasbro yet.
It just takes one person that doesn't like, Hasbro and Marvel Legends to say, well, this is how much it is. This is what I've heard. And all they need to have is a YouTube channel or an Instagram channel that has a substantial amount of subscribers, and then people run with it.
Well, we saw that with the Engine of Vengeance, right? This is way overpriced. Now, granted, it was overpriced, but some people took a hold of that.
Everything, movies and TV shows too. All the movies and shows for like critics, where people got YouTube channels.
I heard that new Spider-Man was like $250. Just so you guys know, I heard that somewhere.
Well, we had somebody, Kenny, and
$2.50, right?
Yeah,
Kenny and Bud. We had somebody who had contacts within Mattel who knew the price of things, and he was telling me for a long time when they were announcing Eternia, oh, it's going to be like $800. It's going to be $900. Like every couple of days, the price would go up. Yeah, and I literally just went and looked up the price of what it was, what Eternia was announced as in the 1980s. You Google it. What I ended up finding, everybody was posting pictures of a sales flyer, where Eternia was $80. It was originally announced as like $100.
Remember, Masters was out the door, right? I mean, they were out the door. That was the last ditch effort of trying to get us to buy it, right?
It was $140 was the initial announcement back then of what they were going to sell that for at retailers. $140 for Eternia back then. I put it into an inflation calculator. Guess what?
$600.
It was $550.
Yeah.
And that's what I based my idea of what the price was going to be. I just
that's what he was saying.
You didn't have the inside scoop though.
The whole time it was going to be $550.
I didn't have any inside scoop. I just claimed. I was like, it's going to be like $550. I can't see them charging more than that. And that was just based off of doing one small search, but I had no official source. And somebody was telling me official sources, it's going to be this. And like every day he was jacking the price up another $100 or more. And I was just like, get the fuck out of here. I'm tired of hearing your shit. And then he came back and he was like, oh, House was right on the price. He was like right on the money. I was like, yeah, because you can Google shit. And it sometimes it can actually give you something pretty accurate. Not saying Google is the end all to be all, but for something like that, if you're looking for like a general idea of something, yeah. And of course they can always charge more, they could charge less. And by the way, I just wanted to point this out as we were talking about Terrence's crime spree. Actually, I think Terrence is running into nursing homes and jacking all of the old ladies' purses because him and Gina are working them like Bonnie and Clyde for toy collecting. Ugh.
Yeah, and you see Motu Guru's comment there.
Hold on, I'm trying to scroll down to it here, trying to keep up with everything.
Yeah, the chat's hopping right now.
I've completely lost where we're at here.
Yeah, I lost it too.
Was that you showed, Kenzo? Is that the one you were talking about?
No,
Motu
he
Guru?
said no.
This
It's
one
the
here.
one right below it. Yeah.
All right, if Ed got it. We're over here talking about the cost of toys, and I think Kenzo is over there casually unboxing the Cat Slayer. Yeah, that's kind of one of the things, right?
Nice.
Like, and Terrence really nails it right here. I'll decide what my necessities are. Ed. Truth is, again, yeah, like there is needs and then there are wants. All of this stuff is truly wants.
Dear God.
Truly just wants. Yeah. Okay. Let's not fool ourselves. Toys are necessities at this point. Kind of for sanity in some ways. Like one of the things that drives me to buy these toys is I get happy as I open these up. I've been opening up these Ghostbusters, the Afterlife ones. I haven't even got to the real Ghostbusters, and I say that real Ghostbusters, but the Kenner Classics ones yet. And I've just been having fun pulling these guys out, posing them up. I'm digging the fact that if I want to I've got both all the ones from Frozen Empire and Afterlife now, so I can have the original team and the new team all lined up, wearing the same jumpsuits, same packs. That's great.
I think kids will find a dead body.
Dude, it's huge. I just
took
that top piece off, and it's just got the shoulders and then like the whole big piece here. Oh my God, it's freaking enormous.
Dump it out. Dump it out.
Wow.
This is probably one of the biggest loaded questions right here. What's your cost of living versus the Power 80s? Or I'm guessing that was meant to be like the cost of living in the 80s. That is completely blown up. Like the cost of living now versus what the cost of living in the 80s is like over 3,000% more or whatever it is. I can't remember what the exact number is, and I'm not going to bother looking it up right now.
Well,
but it's a whole hell of a lot more.
Are we talking about blue collar or white collar wages from the 80s compared to now? I think that's a big.
Regardless of wage in the 80s, the actual cost of living in the 80s. Yeah. How much money did it cost to rent? How much money did it cost for your groceries? What did a gas and electric bill look like?
Cost me nothing. All through the 80s, I paid nothing.
You're darn right. Neither did I, too. I have no idea how much my dad was paying. But
I got $5 a week to pick
that
up dog
motherfucker
crap.
didn't pay any bills, and he still had a flag.
Yeah. Well, that's because he had an entire Navy to go work it off in the shipping yards.
That's right.
I'm sorry that my parents loved me more than they loved you guys.
Your parents didn't love me at all, them bastards.
Damn right they didn't.
Dave, I do not have the 3.75s, the O-rings yet. I totally want them. And Terrence is talking about me again, but that's okay, buddy.
Freaking enormous.
I think it was oh wait. Hey, watch that jacking in nursing homes thing.
Oh boy.
It's okay to jack in the nursing homes. They don't remember anyway.
There you go.
Alan's thinking to himself, what the hell show is this week?
What are you talking about? Toys or dirty jokes? This is what the people tune in for. The shenanigans.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
It's huge.
I swear it's so big.
That's what Terrence was just saying.
What every guy wants to hear.
Parents did.
All right. So Kenzo, this is what I want to ask you. Okay. Before I forget. You showed the box. We've seen all the pictures. Was it boxed nicely? Because like the HasLabs have a nice thick box, that go around it, and then there's another box inside of it. Was it boxed nicely? Because I see all these pictures, but I'm thinking if a high-low hits it, I don't care how much fucking cardboard you put on it.
No, it was boxed. I think the cardboard around it was better than Eternia. So, okay. I mean, judging from what I've purchased before, it had corners, pieces on each side. I think it was boxed fine. I think it's just mine was delivered nicely. My FedEx guy brought it. There was no dings, no damage to it. So
So would you say? And again, this is me actually defending Super 7. So clip this if you guys want. What you saw with how it was boxed and all the people that are showing damage, does it seem like it's more on the delivery or on what Super 7 did? Because you can only do so much. You can't put it in a wood crate.
well, I mean, it's the only thing that they're going. A lot of people are going by is because anybody that got Snake Mountain or Grayskull from the Super 7 when they did it for classics, apparently it was boxed like insanely delicate, like double boxed, and it was like that. And so apparently from this, it's a step down from what they did before. But I know, but it's not a good comparison because Mattel got a lot of backlash for the way they packed Eternia. But I will say this is packed better than Eternia was packed. So I wouldn't say it's that bad.
That's all that I was wondering, because I've
Yeah.
seen a lot of people post it, and I was just like, I mean, I would have to see more, but I mean, I've
just seen a lot of complaints about the window box.
My box, I mean, look at it. I mean, my box is pristine. Like, it's.
I like when a girl
His
says
box
that.
is all right, but he has some broken stuff inside, right?
When you have a girl say my box is pristine, you're like, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm,
right.
I'm saying all the wrong words today.
And then you smell it, and you're like, what the fuck is pristine to you?
Alan, you okay over there?
I'm good.
Alan is like, oh, I hope
Punk,
she-
that reminds me of a joke.
All of one of my employees' favorite words to call me is wholesome. So yeah.
Wholesome, huh? Wholesome. Who was it that you were being mean to when I was in your chat the other day? Who was it was saying that? You were mean to them?
Oh, that's also an employee who she's getting enough bullying in her life, so I help with that. Yeah.
And builds character, right? So I jumped in onto Stilt Beats Live, which is Alan's channel for doing lives. He was live. Was that Wednesday? It was before you went live.
It's always on Wednesday nights.
Yeah. And I joined in, jumping in for a little bit, saying hey to everybody. And Alan had some of his employees in there, and one was saying that they were picking on him. Now, I've met Alan in person. A wonderful man, nice as could be. Shannon as well, just absolutely amazing people. So for me to hear that this person said that Alan was mean or picking on them, I just could not believe it or fathom it. And then I just find out that it's truly through Alan's generosity that yes, he's picking on her because he's building character. So now it completely makes sense. I totally get it now.
And so mistreated that when they're not at work, they join the live chat to hang out.
You're right. So terrible. 3-star draw says
horrible boss.
Yeah.
Paycheck on Friday, but it's already spent. That's truly like the American dream these days, isn't it? I get paid on Friday, but I don't see any money.
With Punk's head down like that, I want eyes drawn on his head. For Friday.
But he had to draw a little line.
What's the name of the
I was going to say, can we get a mustache on that too then?
Yeah, who's that Muppet character?
Where's the doctor's coat? The scientist?
It's Beaker's assistant, isn't it? Beaker's assistant.
Beaker is the assistant.
Beaker is the
Put
assistant.
your head down a little more, Punk.
Bunsen.
Yeah,
Bunsen, yes. All right, Bunsen.
Totally look like Bunsen.
I'm trying to message you back, Alan, and you're fucking making fun of me.
Shut up, Bunsen.
You're such a bully, Alan.
It builds character, Lawrence. It's okay.
Yeah, there we go.
You know, if only I would have ordered a giant man, I'd have eyes that I could put on there.
Yeah, I totally missed it.
Sonny, welcome to the show.
Was a sale,
Thanks,
but I'm
Sonny.
seeing all kinds of videos of people getting their new eyes.
Yeah,
Well,
so
as we
Dan
get older,
got his.
Oh,
3-star draw says, "Ha, is Olivia there? She can use those paint markers to draw them on there."
kitty.
She's not here, nor would she even be allowed to.
She's She
We'll
is
get you
not
some
watching.
of those stick-on
Not tonight.
googly eyes. That's what you need, Punk.
I was trying to think if I have any. I don't think I have any in here.
Damn. Always
I'll be
gotta
honest.
have googly eyes on hand.
Steve, what
All right,
kind of Silverhawk figure is that? Is that like
This is a lady. Shit, I always forget. her.
yeah. Sorry, I mean more of a brand.
Oh, Super 7. I
That'd
decided.
be Steelheart.
Steelheart.
Yeah, yeah. I always forget their names. I loved them though as a kid, right?
And a
Yeah.
fine band.
I used to have a pair of PJs that it just had the like Silverhawk logo on it, but it had the wings under the arms and
Oh, cool. That'd be sweet. Good old PJs, man. We got to make some Delta PJs. That'd be awesome. How you doing, Sonny?
Well, not too bad. What depends on yeah. Well, mostly not at home.
Oh, are you at work or what?
Yeah. I actually have to leave again for work in about 1 hour. So
Oh, wow.
the split shifts and stuff. Yeah. And when I'm at home, usually I'm like trying to, like upskilling, like online stuff to get some more skills.
Right.
Yeah, but on the other hand, yeah, it's okay. But
Right.
I must say, regarding the conversation you had now, I think what should have been mentioned. I mean, you came to things like wages and, for example, the costs for like energy. But one of the most important things, in my opinion, is like, for example, the housing prices, like mortgages.
Oh,
People
yeah.
have to spend way more on mortgage now, and some young people even can't afford buying property because they are basically priced out of the market entirely. I mean, I see this here in Australia. Even, I mean, WA, Western Australia, is considered to be the cheapest market in Australia, but here the housing prices over the last 3 years have increased 50% in 3 years only. Like my wife and myself, we bought a house like 3.5 years ago. That house now is, although it's a starter home, it's most young people wouldn't even get the mortgage for that from the bank.
Yeah.
And it's kind of ridiculous. So this is a huge factor which should be also put in this equation. The other thing is regarding toys. I think what also the industry may struggle with is, like, when you think back, we were like into toys in the 80s. When you look at the demographics, I mean, we are at a decline in a demographical way. You know, most families on average have one and a half children.
Right.
So basically, their customer base is declining, like for at least for the last, since 68, since the invention of the pill, if you will. In the Western world, most of the birth rates declined. That's also the younger population. And I guess that tears the whole as well. Plus, I guess, since we are in the digital era, like young even kids, they want to play video games, Fortnite. They spend their pocket money on cosmetics and apparel in Fortnite, for example, or video games in general. So this is also competition.
Yeah. No, those are good points.
Yeah, because back in the 80s we had TV or we had outside.
Yep.
I mean, those are the
Yeah,
two
I mean,
options.
there were gaming consoles, but it was way not as popular as it is now, and not as accessible, I would say.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, very, very true.
But when I think of, like, when you look at, for example, Final Faction from Dollar Tree, those toys actually have kind of like, they're pretty affordable. That makes it interesting for even like lower income families. I mean, if you spend $1.50 or whatever for an action figure, which might only have 5 points of articulation, but it's less prone to getting worn out technically. they offer lots of accessories with those figures. So you have some solutions there.
And Ross.
Yeah, Ross.
Yeah, you don't have Ross here or in Europe.
Ollie's.
This is, by the way, back in the 80s, even if you go back in time, you can be glad if you are a US citizen, but in Europe you had to spend way more on toys if they were imported than from the country of origin. Like Star Wars, if you were a Star Wars collector in the 80s in Europe, that was for the rich kids only, technically. I mean, imagine you would have, back in the 80s, you would have to have spent $25 on an X-Wing.
Wow. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So, or like $5, $6 for an action figure from Star Wars. That's
Sorry.
Sorry, but I was trying to see what Kenzo had on his wrist.
This is huge.
That's what she said.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm gonna put him on there. I just wanted to mess with him a little bit.
Right. You get one of those like plaques and mount that to your wall, just as that. Like, I killed the cat slayer.
Yeah.
Or I guess, I don't know, maybe FedEx or whoever's shipping it could put that on their wall.
Or you can mount it and pretend it's that transformer. What is it?
Ravage.
Ravage. There we go. I was gonna say Raptor.
I'm just trying to match Kenzo's energy here. The big cat head.
Hold on, I got you. There we go.
Yeah. You have to have it attack you though. See.
Panther mask I made a while ago. So
nice.
I dig it.
That looks like the microphone from Snake Mountain.
Oh yeah, a little bit. That would be a good mask, actually. The wolf head.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, toys are mostly, I think, a commodity rather than an actual toy in those days or in these days. But sometimes I think some companies have the idea that they sell Louis Vuitton or something.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, Cobb, how old is your kitty there? I saw you had a little kitty there.
I think it's about 7, 8 months, maybe. I'm not sure. My sister brought it home. And
Nice.
I know it wasn't that long ago. She was saying it was 6 months, so I'm guessing maybe 7, 8 now.
Yeah. Pretty cute.
Yeah, it's its best friend. Because I'm here more than she is, so.
Oh, nice.
There we
I
go.
get off work at 4:30 in the morning, and that's kind of the cat's hours. So when I get home, it's all over me, jumping back and forth.
So I'm trying to catch up with the chat here because, again, we've got the chat's really popping off tonight. 3-Star Draw did ask, have they done the Vac Metal Bluegrass? Did we get to that question?
I think it's up for pre-order right now, as well as the football dude. Again, I forget all their names, but I loved the show as a kid. So
Yeah, it's like here too.
And a warning for you, 3-Star says, that's the perfect age to attack action figures on a shelf.
Oh, yeah, I found out she's been pretty good. Just the other day, I left this right here with this chair right here, and it's got little slats in it. For some reason, she jumped up there and wanted to put her arm through and knocked that. Other than that, she hasn't really touched much.
nice. Wants to play dominoes.
Which is incredible because cats are known for knocking things off of flat surfaces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She might be a little scared of me by now.
Curtis in the chat has said the only Vac Metal, well, technically he says the only Vax Metal not on pre-order or out is Copper Kid.
Oh, okay. Yeah. He's kind of neat. You gotta get, I'm gonna get him eventually. I just don't want that stupid car that he comes with. That's junk.
I had Copper Kid as a kid, and I just thought he was so unique to the rest of them because he wasn't like steel or anything. Like, he looked so unique because of that.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
Heard this guy got a little nutlick action yesterday.
Lost all his hair.
Holy crap, it does.
It does look a lot like me, doesn't it? There we go. I found my custom head.
Nice.
Dude, I just got shocked like 8 times in my ear with the headphones on, and I was doing all the bags and the carp, and I keep getting freaking shocked in my ear. That's weird.
Oh,
Maybe you need to trim some of the hair that's sticking out.
No, I trim it. You know, I'm Italian, man. I gotta trim that ear hair.
I gotta have Curtis on Thursday with a friend because I can only imagine where it would go.
You know what? I think he's been waiting on that invite, Punk. So, yeah, we got to get that one in the books. We got to get that in the books. He is inevitable. He says they will probably shit down the line. Same thing as shut, totally. Before we get Vac Metal Copper Kid because Brian Flynn is a toolbox. And Anrio is saying, don't let Curtis near those Silverhawks. No, it'll be fine. He only breaks the non-Vac Metal. Rips them in half live.
Somebody brought up me throwing the MCU Falcon.
Oh, Falcon.
And with the wings, just for the record, I returned it and I got another one, and the wings work. So I know I talked about it on the stream. The wings do work. The Captain America's wings, because they're completely different, work way better. They just seem to pop on better. But whichever one I got was defective.
There you go. And that makes sense, right? I've been seeing a lot of those popping up in the toy aisle lately. Not many people seem to be picking those ones up. Like every other Marvel Legends figure will like fly off the shelf.
The real question is, have you fixed the feet on your Savage Crucible so you can apologize for throwing that one to Harbinger Studio?
Throw it; it fell.
No, that was
the guy at Harbinger Studio said Punk threw it. He saw it.
That was a toss. No, I did a whole video on that one. And the new feet are awesome. And if those feet would have been on it originally, it wouldn't be on my most disappointing list of 2024.
There we go.
Which we all watched, right?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Jeez.
Well, if we don't now,
Believe
everybody
me,
will go watch.
I do not watch every content creator stuff of people that I like. Like people I like, I just can't.
There's too much.
So you haven't watched any of my videos then? Okay, got it.
I was waiting to that. The picture was completely done. Then I was
okay.
Man.
I thought that was our handshake agreement.
Yeah. I don't even watch my own stuff. So.
Dude, half these people are popping up like live streams and content, and I didn't even know they were doing shit.
I know the other day, Punk got on. He's like, "Kenzo's live? What the fuck?"
I was shocked.
I missed your live with Mike, and I was mad.
Oh yeah, it was good. He opened a bunch of stuff, but look at this drawing that I got, guys.
Who did that?
Wait, hold
This
on.
is
Blow
a
you up here.
this is a My Buddies Customs.
Oh.
He even gave me
There
my
it is.
Bronco hat, and he gave me a Bronco under the Faker battle armor there. Yeah.
Nice.
I have to say, Kenzo, your thumbnail for is it King Randor where you have the crown on your head with the hair sticking out the side? God damn. I saw that. I died. I was laughing so freaking hard at that picture.
And he's going like this, my hair. Yeah.
I can go watch that now.
Aaron says he needs a green Hulk because all he keeps getting is gray Hulks. Like, Mr. Fix It. And he needs a green Hulk. Well, apparently you got to buy, who's the one that's making that? The Mithril? Is it Mithril Studios? I don't know. We don't have Thanos or Medi Toys. You got to get that and then put a Hulk head on it. That's apparently what you got to do to get your green Hulk. Curtis says, everyone run out and get the Reaction Silverhawk so that Brian can sell us ones with wings in a couple of years and we can throw these away.
Well, if Curtis was any kind of customizer, you'd think he'd just make his own damn wings.
Yeah,
know
do a
that,
video about it.
Hey, come on. Show us how to vac metal an action figure, Curtis.
There we go. There you go. New content for the channel, Curtis. Vac metal.
Oh, somebody's making money.
Right?
Yeah.
Who's
So-
got a Shopify store?
All right. Mafex or Mezco, which do you prefer work alongside Marvel Legends? For what I've seen, it's Mafex, but I don't own either, so I can't really chime in too much.
The Mofexes are definitely more in line with the size as far as Marvel Legends go. Mezcos tend to track a little smaller.
I know the Mezco roadblock is a little bit smaller than I think people want,
Yeah.
but it's such an awesome figure. I don't care. So
Yeah, the
All right.
Mezcos are almost like a true 1/12 scale, where they're closer to 6 inches than most regular.
Right.
Oh, my back hurts.
There you go. There it is. It's right there.
Stand up, Kenny.
I know. I don't have
Stand
my
up.
I don't have my good desk. I actually put Cat's Lair on it. I had to order another one. Damn it! So I had to pay an extra $100
Yeah.
just for another table.
Yeah,
I was
I
gonna
was
say,
about
so
to
how much
ask.
did the Cat's Lair really cost you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't have to, but that table is really
Just
nice
like you
for
had
my
to buy
rig.
that cat's the
Thunder
tank,
tank?
right?
Yeah, the Thunder Tank too. Yeah,
Yeah, had to buy that.
right.
What's the title
Well, it
of
was
this
on sale.
episode again? How much do we pay for that?
So,
Dude, it was
what,
on sale.
what was wrong with the old table?
Well, no, it's I put it's big enough to fit Cat's Lair on it, and I should actually raise it up. So if I want, and I can roll it around so I can look at the back and do all
Okay.
that. So I'm getting the same exact one to sit on, but and I had I had 2 gift cards from Christmas, so I technically only spent like $35 on the table.
You
Out of
went
pocket.
total toy collector trying to justify what you just
I
bought.
did, man. I dove right into that
Toy
one.
collector math.
I really don't have the money, but it's on sale. So you don't have the money for the sale? Well, yeah, but I know. Okay, so
And I
you're
had
saying you
gift
still
cards.
don't have the money, but it just cost you less of money you don't have.
Bingo.
So,
Bingo.
Just Jeff is asking if the tank fits in the Cat's Lair.
No.
Oh God!
So
No way.
that is 100% not at all.
As big
You
as
can-
this thing is, it still doesn't. No.
What we did find out early on is that if you buy the retro Thunder tank, it does fit in the cat's paw.
Will
Interesting.
they hiss fit in it?
Only as a septic tank, because it hisses in a real tank.
I didn't say a hiss tank. I said a hiss.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I'm making that claim. You know, it's not a tank.
Isn't there another Thundercat vehicle coming out, like a Psycho for like one of the bad guys or something?
No, that came out already. I thought that
Oh,
was
that did?
one of the lunatics had that.
I was gonna say, I wonder if that would fit.
And Roll Keeper saying, "Sup, Clubhouse crew? What's going on, Roll Keeper?"
This thing is huge.
Sonny's got it. That Thunder tank ain't going through the front entrance. Back door only. Put a little lube on it, a little spit, and that'll get right in that back door.
Yeah, Jenna Jameson always said, just use spit, right?
Spit on it.
I do have to say that. I saw Cat's Lair. I mean, the thing is, it's large, but you hear all these people talking about how big it is, and it's like, you know what it's like when you're probably 4'2", 1985, and you get a 7.5 foot GI Joe USS Flag aircraft carrier. That is a big toy. Just saying.
Yeah, that would do it.
I want
Well,
to see somebody
technically,
put the
Lawrence,
Cat's
since you
Lair.
haven't grown since you're 12, it's probably
Hey, hey.
Now, how many skateboards could you fit on that flag?
How many what?
Skateboards.
Oh, about 2.5.
Could you jump it?
He's totally grinded down one.
Vision
In the
streetwear,
past-
baby.
In the past, when I had younger legs, yes, it would have been hard, and I would have had to go fast. But it's not that tall, so I would.
Reminds me of that South Park episode.
I would have been able to ollie it both ways, long ways
Can Olivia do
and
ollie on
short
it?
ways over the superstructure.
Oh my god. Reminds me of that South Park episode when Cartman
would
was
not
jumping homeless people.
I would not have done it, but Could I? Yes.
Could Olivia
So-
do it now?
What?
Could Olivia do it now? Give Olivia a skateboard, have her jump on top of your flag, and see if she can do an ollie.
No. No.
Look, we need that flag to survive until we get the dragon. Okay.
That
Oh, okay.
that flag has survived 38 years. It's not going anywhere.
Darn right.
It's,
Harold,
That is a national treasure.
it,
Punk's flag is a national
Landmark.
treasure.
and it has
Belongs in a
become
museum.
it has become my number one table downstairs for the O-rings that I keep moving shit around. That room is never going to get put back together the way I'm doing videos and grabbing those figures. Oh,
All right. So Terrence says, I also want to get the Doc Nocturnal figures, but thought he sacked well with Legends, scaled well. I like how he went back to correct Nocturnal, but did not correct that they sacked well. So,
Sacked well? I don't know.
so Doc Nocturnal is Mezco. So it sounds like you might be joining the Mezco camp there, my friend. And muffs all look great. I mean, well,
And
not
it's
all,
pricey.
but
Yeah, that's
that
I just got that
Metro
in today.
Metropolis is amazing. Yeah.
That
let's
Clark
hold that bad boy up there, Curtis.
is amazing.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so tempted to go back and get the brown version now.
Oh man.
Oh, the brown version too now. Why?
His
Come on.
suit. His suit.
Oh, suit. Okay, all right, okay, all right. I thought we were like changing the whole
That's
lore and everything.
racist.
Yeah. I think everybody's in agreement that hands down that's probably the best Superman figure out now.
So, who does that figure? Who does that one?
Muff toys.
Muff toys.
Muff toys.
So, now, how much is it? 100, you said?
I paid
Like
100 for mine.
Yeah.
That looks really good. I mean, just from what I saw right there.
Yeah.
I've heard from everybody it's stellar. So keep your eyes on Muff Toys because I think they are going to probably be the next challenger to the throne with the
I mean,
If you
they're-
ever look at my
they're soft
Instagram,
goods.
Punk, you'd see pictures of it. So I mean,
Their soft goods are just fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm too busy looking at my own stuff on Instagram
I know.
and liking my own things. Hey, if you don't like your own product, how can you expect someone else to like it, right? No. First, let me just say this: if you're ever if you're on your Facebook and you like your own fucking picture, you're an idiot. Of course, you liked it. You posted it. You don't have to like it.
Yep.
And that goes for Instagram too.
I know. I'll accidentally like some of my own stuff and I unlike it. And I'm like, oh,
Yes.
I feel
Now,
stupid.
now on YouTube, yes, go watch your video, hit the like because no one can see it. But if you could see that I like my own shit,
Yeah, Punk got it
no, I
down.
wouldn't. All right.
I
You
do
know
that
what the
as soon as I
funny part
post.
is?
You know, I go to check, make sure it's playing. I'm like, okay, like, you get that first
So-
like in there.
When I do my Saturday posts, right, or whenever I'm posting for the show, and I invite collaborators on, then I'll go down and I'll see it in the feed and I'll like that somebody else has posted it and realize it's a collaborator, and then it
Yeah.
just looks like I'm liking my own posts.
Yeah, we do that.
Nice.
I've been known to do that from time to time, like for Frenzy or for Let's Go Off World. And I'm like, oh shit.
But I mean,
I know
exactly
I'm the
what
one that posted my
you know what
own.
I'm talking about on Facebook. When you see someone like their own picture and you're like, dude, you posted it. Of course you fucking like it. It's the same thing. The moment I see like, you know, Allison and Joe so-and-so, like which one of you cheated? All right. Which one of you cheated? Because I need to know. All right.
Almost as cliche as the typical douchebag gym selfie. Oh, wait. Sorry, Punk.
Well, yeah. And what's your point?
I'm just saying, those are the three cliche
there.
things.
Don't
People
be mad.
cheating are on the same
Don't be
thing.
mad.
Dude, I don't even. What do you shit?
He's throwing the challenge down for GI Bro
I
because
would.
they're going to have a contest at this year's Joe Fest.
Yes, we
It's
are.
the whole reason I'm going to Joe Fest is actually to see this contest of guns.
Nice.
Oh, you'll see it in February when he's on Thursday.
There we go. There we go. Well, I was going to say, did you start taking the steroids again for that, or are you going natty on this?
I'm always natty. He's not.
There. Hey. I'll wait until the episode of Thursday with a friend to see the whole throwdown of that.
Yeah, I didn't say more developed. I said bigger arms.
Bigger. And we got Hyperdelic here saying, "Sup, kiddos? What's going on, Hyperdelic? Long time no see, my brother. Glad to have you here." I don't know if you guys see him, but if you ever check out Efrock Customs on IG, one of my earliest supporters on IG actually followed me quite quickly. He would post some pictures of like toys and collectibles and stuff like that, and the next thing I know, it's like a gym selfie, and dude is so jacked. I'm like, geez. And it's like, I question, is that natty? And I don't even like look at those kind of gym terminology or anything because I'm not a gym rat. But I'm going to be there 3-star and I'll sign your shirt. Just saying.
Nice. All right, guys, I better fly. I'll talk to you later.
All right,
Steve, have a
thanks
good one,
for
brother.
hanging out,
Take care,
brother.
Steven.
Yeah, see you guys.
Yes, sir.
Thank God he's gone.
You ever just wait for something for that? No, I love having Steve on. Absolutely.
No, Steve's awesome, man. Steve is one of the realest people you'll ever fucking meet.
Without a doubt, just from the time we've spent together on Clubhouse. Honestly, like all of us, we got that era. Like, we're not bullshitting anybody here.
Yeah, but
That's some really good
when
words
you
of
talk to
wisdom
that
from
guy
him,
in
too.
real life, dude.
Oh,
he's
yeah.
Like, yeah, he's like as real as you're gonna get.
Curtis, you like to fare a good bit of cons. Any plans to come to Joe Fest?
No, I only make it to 2 cons a year typically. So I go to MesquiteCon up in Michigan in March, and then Legion's Con at the end of the year. So
I think that's a good way to do it too, especially when you got like a decent travel, for
yeah,
both
I'm like
of those
smack
cons.
dab in the middle of the country, and it seems like all the shows are on one coast or the other. So
Yeah.
it makes it a little difficult.
How far is Mesquite?
Yep.
And what is there?
For me, it's about 7 hours.
Okay.
It's a 1-day show, but they do a mythic meetup the day before.
Okay.
So it feels kind of like a 2-day show. The horsemen are up there. It's a good time, but it's a more kind of intimate event. So yeah.
And sometimes those are the best ones,
What do you
right?
mean by
Like that's
intimate event?
Like it's not as crowded as like say
Oh.
Legion's Con. Like you get time to hang out with people and go out to dinner and just kind of not feel like
See
the
where it goes.
crowds. I
It
mean,
sounded
you go,
like there was a bunch of kissing and stuff going on.
See where
I
it
mean,
goes
there's-
after
I mean,
dinner.
there's some of that too. I mean, there's
last year Curtis was talking about how he got to be the big spoon last year.
Ew.
I
Depends on how
I was
good
in a
dinner was,
room.
you know?
I was with a room with 2 other guys that were just sawing logs the whole fucking night. Man, I couldn't even sleep. It was some of the loudest snoring I've ever heard. So
That's funny.
yeah.
There we go. Terrence has got your back. He brings your
Yeah.
picture with him everywhere he goes.
Yeah, I mean, Terrence is on the coast, man. Terrence, yeah, he hits a lot of
Terrence
So
tears up the coast
oh yeah.
going to conventions, and I absolutely love it. I'm hoping one of these years he might travel and come to the Maryland Toy Expo, since it's getting some traction now since Wolf
I
King
heard it was
Customs
a
is
great
coming.
show yet last year. I mean, the horsemen really loved it. The folks at Wolf King that went there said that it
Yeah,
was great.
street
So,
team.
yeah.
It's again, we've got Eternia Dreams is a retailer here.
Mm-hmm.
So for us fans here in Maryland, there's not a lot of places to get it from outside of ordering online. So to me, last year, that was a big deal having them come with the street team to Maryland Toy Expo, because it's a 1-day show, right? They do
Mhm.
1 day in like, mid-year, and then 1 day at the end of the year, like in November.
And Alan always does it over the top anyway, right?
Oh man, well now that he's got that mobile store,
Yeah, the outdoor
you know,
one.
he wasn't even in the building last year. He was like, "No, I'm gonna just set up right here in the parking lot."
And play some cornhole.
Yeah, just Jeff saying Eternian Dreams is a fucking dope store. It is, and I am so glad to have them here because it's nice that I can just drive.
Lucky
Well, oh, you know what? There we go. He said, "I think I'm going to try to be there because I love Oz and I love my brother Len." Well, Jordan says he's coming, so I mean, maybe you drive up to North Carolina and then ride with for the rest of the ride. But I will see you guys because again, it's one day show. Ziggy and I buy tickets. We'll go walk around, have fun. Connor will come in. He'll buy a Captain America shield and not buy anything for the rest of the show.
I'm looking at this Mesquite Con. It's only 3 hours away from me.
Hey, there you go. I'd say go for it, bro.
I mean, I will say there's a lot of other stuff at that show. There's like, people selling crafts and drawings and all this kind of stuff. But there's there's one strip of it that's for Mythic Legions. And if you're a Legions fan, it's worth it. Even just for the Mythic meetup on Friday, they usually have some sort of reveal. It is fun if you're into Mythic Legions.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go with heads with black bags in them and just start opening them all up.
That'll work.
Make sure you add them all to the thumbnail.
Mm-hmm.
That's the big thing. You got to make sure it's on the thumbnail.
Yeah, and then if anybody has a problem with it afterwards, make sure you let them know that you can do whatever the fuck you want to do. So,
that's right.
Yeah.
So, that's one thing that Ziggy and I have started looking at is especially with Legions Con, because that was only 3-hour drive, and we were able to go to Legions Con. It's really not that far. Hold on a sec here. We're asking to zoom in on Cobb. What's Cobb got? What's Cobb doing?
Oh, and Motu Doc Nocturnal.
Nice.
Very cool. A little Ninjor, a little Skeletor head action going. Fucking works.
Over here.
That is great. I dig it. There you go, bud.
Terrence, don't you ever insult macaroni art. All right.
He worked really hard on that.
I did, and I completely ruined my Tomahawk's fucking.
So,
where did I tell that? Oh, that was on. Was that Thursday?
Yeah. So the I wasn't even planning on doing ZoloCon this year, but then Ziggy mentioned, he goes, "Well, how far is ZoloCon?" I was like, "It's only up in PA," and he goes, "Well, how far?" Because PA, it's a pretty big state. It could be 6 hours away in PA, or it could be like an hour and a half away in PA. So we looked it up. It's 2 hours away, and I was like, you know what? For $17 for the day, yeah, we're going. We're gonna do ZoloCon one day. So we'll be up there on Saturday for that, and added a whole nother convention to the slate just because it's a short, quick drive. So I recommend it. Yeah, check out your local listings, see which ones are close, and pretty much. I mean, it's either that or Connecticut. Actually, New York's a contender too. New York is a big fucking state.
Well, yeah, on the West Coast, everything's wide open. So
I was gonna say West Coast. It's all fucking big.
Yeah,
California.
Yeah, New York's a big state, and all the cons are on the East Coast of New York City side. So
driving sideways across Pennsylvania is like the worst thing ever to do. Like east to west or west to east, going across Pennsylvania, you'll want to just stab yourself in the face.
And that's
what do you have against trees, Curtis?
It's not only that, it's the no exits and driving through the mountains, and it's like you can't even pull over, you can't get gas, you can't do nothing. You're just like, I'm stuck on this for the next 10 hours. So
I take that over Ohio any day.
Dude, I don't know, man. I drive through Ohio every year getting to Legions Con, and then I drive through Pennsylvania, and then same thing on the way back. Dude, I would take Ohio 10 times over Pennsylvania. At least there's, you can pull over on the side of the road without somebody fucking hitting you. There's like zero room, like with that
Oh.
that turnpike. There's no gas stations. There's no curb. There's no nothing on the side of the road. Like you're just
You must not have
yeah.
Michigan plates. That's why you can drive through Ohio.
No, I got Missouri plates.
See, they see that Missouri and they just automatically know Curtis got street cred.
Where do you live in Missouri?
Right outside of St. Louis.
What toy stores do you go to there?
Let's see. We got there's one called Retro TV Toys. There's one called Saga Toys.
Do you ever go to Time Warp? I think it's Time Warp.
I don't think I've ever heard of that one.
I was there a couple years ago. Took the kids there, and found that I think it's Time Warp. I have to look it up. Real nice show. Real nice.
I know they've got a show that comes like every 2 or 3 months called Toy Man Show. That's not bad. But that's really like the only toy show in our area that we get. So
all right, so I'm going to derail this. You have kids, right?
oh yeah,
How old are they?
they're older. I'm trying to get them all kicked out of the house. So
He wants to expand the customizing studio.
I've already kicked out one. I got 2 more to try to do.
So when your kids were little, did you ever take them to what the hell is it? City Museum?
No, when my kids were little, we actually didn't live in the state, but
Oh.
I went there when I was a kid.
Oh my god, dude! If you guys don't know, it is called City Museum, right? Is that what it's
Yeah.
called?
Yeah.
Look it up. Like, we went there, and my son not so much because he doesn't like heights and he gets worried about things. My daughter and I had a blast. It is the cool. Like, I don't know why every fucking big city doesn't have that.
It's cool. It's cool.
Yeah.
Sweet. All right, guys, I'm gonna switch it up and head back inside because it's getting cold out.
They also got
Yeah,
like a magic house and the science center. There's a few things
Yeah.
around here, but
I liked it there. I gotta say, when we went there, I didn't really. I mean, I looked at it and it was Chicago was so fucking expensive, and then everything I looked at, people were like, "Yeah, St. Louis is right below Chicago and not nearly as expensive."
mm-mm.
You know, the
Yeah.
zoo is free, and it's I think like the third best zoo in the country.
Yeah.
And then when you hear about people flying, like you can take helicopter rides underneath the arches, and you're like, that's crazy. And then you see the arches, and you're like, I've never flown a helicopter. I could fly through those goddamn things. Those things are huge. I really enjoyed the week that we spent out there in St. Louis. I really did.
It's not bad. I mean, Missouri basically you got St. Louis on the one side of the state, you got Kansas City on the other, and everything else in between is just farmland, like nothing, you know? So it's like you got semi big city on one side, semi big city on the other, and everything else in between is just farmland crap. So
I think a lot like Michigan. I mean, you have, the Metro Detroit area, and then you would drive to Grand Rapids.
I'm sorry, if you're gonna give us directions in Michigan, you got to put up your hand. Otherwise, we're not even gonna listen. Yeah, you got to.
Detroit here, Grand Rapids here, Muskegon like right up here.
I've been to Michigan enough times to know that you got to throw up your hand if you're going to give directions. Otherwise, you're not really from Michigan. So,
Yeah, you've already said that when we were on together.
So I just want to say I like the fact that Curtis coming on the stream tonight. Lawrence mentioned he wanted to have Curtis for a Thursday with a friend. Curtis, I'm trying to make your dreams come true, brother.
Oh yeah, I mean Lawrence is big time. I hear it from him all the time.
Everybody across the board. Look.
There's really quick here.
Yeah, the guy that's complaining about people liking their own post on Facebook is the guy that talks about himself more than anything. Thursday with a friend. Oh, did I tell you about my flag story? You know, when I was a kid.
6,374 subscribers.
I do want to say this. I think Punk is the only person I know who has entrance music across 3 different streams. Well, I mean, you don't play it for yourself other than your own intro on your channel,
Well,
but on both.
I play it when I get super chats on mine.
Yes, you do.
Travis plays it on Ed's. And
Yep,
then I
every
started
time he
playing
comes
it
in.
when I show up on this one.
Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
Nothing shows you have an ego like bringing over your own music.
A little Shane O'Mac.
A little bit. Well, it's funny. Like Punk, you do that, and I'm surprised that not many people have realized that a lot of times when we go live, or especially when I show up on another channel and I come on, I'll do the whole this, and nobody ever picks up. It's Randy Orton.
Randy Orton's stupid.
Oh,
Hey,
Screw you. Screw
He's
you,
from
buddy.
St.
Viper
Louis,
is the
so be
man.
careful.
Randy Orton. Oh, the Viper will get
Randy
you, man.
Orton got better.
Wait a minute. Viper
Randy
already
Orton
went
got
after
better as a person, and he even says it. It's like,
the man has worked hard and he's come a long way. And I've been all for it because I was not a Randy Orton fan when he first showed up. I was like, get this fucking scrub out of here.
He's a
And
worker, man.
oh yeah, without a doubt. He is one of my top all-time favorite wrestlers now. Like, period. Jeff,
I
you
like
popped
when
in and commented, man. Hit me up. You want the link? Come join us. Come hang out.
I mean, he puts in the time. He does what they ask of him. He puts people over.
but he didn't, and he changed just like Shawn Michaels.
Oh yeah, he's much more mature now. I mean, my kids went to school with his kid, and he definitely is more of a family guy now, and understands the business more, and he's not as cocky and headstrong and all that kind of stuff. But
At least I don't go name dropping. Good fucking lord.
I mean, I don't fucking know him. I'm just saying my kid. I'm just saying he was a good dad, is what I hear. So
right.
Yeah.
My daughter went to school with Eminem's kid, so
I don't know that that's name dropping, but I mean, listen, the first time that I ever saw Punk, he was doing his interview with Joe Gonzalez, and I was like, I just saw that Joe was going to be on a show, and I'm like, oh, I'll tune in and see this. I was like, oh, this is actually a really good show. I didn't even know this show existed, and Punk was like appalled, like, do you realize how big of a deal I am? Like,
yeah, that's Larry.
Yeah,
that's fucking Larry.
Yeah, totally derailed his own interview just to let me know how important he was.
He had to give you the business.
So, yeah.
Well, if I don't let people know how important I am, who is going to let people know?
That's true. That's
The
true.
best part about that whole thing, Curtis, was how after you told him, well, my wife makes my soft goods for my action figures. His tune changed. He's like, oh, well, that's really cool to have a wife that did that. I wish I had a wife that did that.
I've never had a wife. Just lived in sin and had fucking heathen kids.
Punk's kind of like the Ron Burgundy of the YouTube for toy community, right? I'm kind of a big deal.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Have a lot of leather-bound books.
Wait till I do a cannonball at Joe Fest.
You're gonna get out and play jazz flute too?
People know me.
Yes. That's kind of a big deal.
Can you imagine if someone broke out the jazz flute in the lobby at Joe Fest?
Oh, dude, I'd love it. That'd be awesome.
I'd be jamming. I'm not gonna lie. I'd be all for it.
Somebody brings a boombox and Punk walks in and they start playing that "Here Comes the Money."
Yeah.
Just as soon as he walks in the door.
Oh my God! I need to go out and buy a boombox now so I can bring it to Joe
All
Fest
you gotta
and
do is
make
have
sure.
one of those little speakers for your phone,
Yeah.
Bluetooth.
It's got to happen.
It's not as impressive as holding a big old boombox.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's exactly what I'm looking for. I just got to see if I can find where they sell D-cell batteries to put it.
You got to get a red. You got to get a brown trench coat and do like the Say Anything, like John.
There you go.
Right? With
There we go. Hold it like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys will know where I'm at in Joe Fest because I'm having 3-star walk around in front of me throwing rose petals everywhere. So you'll know when I'm there.
I'll know where you're at Joe Fest because I'm gonna get one of those hair clip things and I'm gonna clip a fucking balloon to your short ass so I can find you at all times. And one of the helium balloons as you're walking
Find a
around.
Joe Fest is like trying to find your kid at Target, right?
I was just gonna ride your back.
You could just put one of those little rubber band things around his waist.
I'll go get the Luke Skywalker backpack that Yoda was in. I'll put you in it, and then later I'll take you out so we can put Ken in it to make sure he doesn't go in the women's restroom. Look, I pick on both my short people. Just saying. And joining us here, first time on Clubhouse, folks. You caught him shaving his head live for the Punkathon. It is just Jeff Areno, as it were. Good to have you, my friend.
Thank you. It's fun to be here.
Tony is so impressed with your clippers that clipped your hair, and I'm like, Tony, dude, all good clippers fucking do that. Like,
right.
Well,
put a little
see,
oil
here's
on
the
'em.
thing, though. I feel like Tony might be like me. He doesn't like to let it get too long. Now, mind you, I have a good set of clippers, but you know, when you do the initial clip and you get that size down, if you keep up on it, you don't need the clippers again for a while. So you don't really need to have a good set.
Hey, Kento, I think that guy, Conservative Dragon, is on your channel.
Mind you, right now, I do need to use the clippers again. It's cold out, so I've been letting a little bit of hair grow up there because the beanie, although good, does not keep the bald as warm as I'd like. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on this guy. But I mean, so far he's just spouting facts. We don't live on a flat earth.
Prove it.
This is true.
And figures no longer cost $3. Except at Ross.
Spitting facts, folks. Unless you go to Ross, Ollie's.
I like bacon. More facts.
There you go. More facts. This is your show for facts.
Is somebody
speaking of
juggling their microphone? What the hell's going on?
I don't think so.
I heard
I was hearing it a little bit too, but I think we're good. I don't know.
I was muted.
I don't know. We had somebody snoring earlier, so I mean, like, you know,
Nice.
who knows where this could go? Who knows where this could go? We started the live with somebody snoring. Like, it wasn't they fell asleep watching. No. We came in guns a blazing, people already snoring, and we're taking over their computers to get views.
Wow.
That's it. All right. So tonight being a big Ghostbusters night, I've opened up all these Afterlife figures. They're cool. I like having a cartoonish looking version of the Ghostbusters, but with their more movie stylized suits. But I got to tell you, what I'm really excited for here is this stack next. I'm finally going to open up my Kenner's Classics. I've been waiting quite a while to do this, and this just seemed like the right time. I got the Ecto one in. Now, when I was a kid, we know I was a big Motu fan. Huge Motu fan, loved Masters of the Universe. My other big toy line when I was that young. You're just mad because nobody leaves my stream when we start talking Motu.
If I start with it.
But I have to leave now. Sorry, gotta get ready for work.
Oh, there it is.
There we go.
Just because I don't have guns. See how it is, Sonny?
Spoke
It's
too
not,
soon.
it's not about Motu. I like Motu as well. It was my go-to toy line back in the 80s, but sorry, gotta go.
Sonny, what time is it?
Have fun. Huh?
What time is it?
It's currently 1:20 p.m.
On Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
In the future.
He's in the future. He's always ahead of us. He lets us know shit before it happens.
Always one step ahead.
I already your classic one with a extreme Ghostbusters.
Except for when it comes to toys, because Kenzo already got his Faker, while mine is not even in the mail yet. I even contacted Mondo, said, how long will it take this time? Because I got my Mondo Tila in November last year.
Yeah.
Sonny, can you quickly look up the cryptocurrency XRP and tell me what it's at and if I should buy a whole bunch right now or just hold off?
Oh, you want to buy Ripple?
Yes, but I want to know. I want to know where it's at 1:30 p.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it doesn't work like that. That's the same all over the world. But a friend of mine suggested to buy Ripple, so he should know because he's big into it. So yeah, Ripple I think is currently the thing to go when it comes to crypto. Okay, have fun, fellas.
Later. Take care, Sonny. We'll see you soon. And whoever's trying to join in, try to join in again because, well,
We have an opening.
We have an opening now. They were just trying to jump in.
To fill our opening.
Oh yeah, all the way from the back door, but you got to spit on it first.
Gotcha.
What you got there, Jeff?
So this is the Extreme Ghostbusters Ecto one, complete.
Yeah, nice. Holy,
A good friend of mine.
I
got
love.
this for my birthday.
Yeah, I love that one because it had more of the gadgets on top. Just gotta say, I always thought that was really cool.
It's got lights and sound. I just have to get the battery pack open, and I just haven't done that yet. So
Yeah. So, as a kid, I remember. I don't remember what year it was, but the year I was getting all the Ghostbuster toys and stuff like that. It's funny that it's around this time of the year that I'm getting this because I remember it was Valentine's Day, and this was like the first year I ever got like a toy for like a Valentine's Day gift from my mom, and she was the best Valentine's ever, mind you. Got me an Ecto 1 from Valentine's Day. Oh, seriously, can't get much of a better Valentine than that. I miss my mommy. So it's around that time of the year. I've got an Ecto 1 to open. Look, I didn't have this Slimer as a kid or anything like that. I didn't have this Stay Puffed as a kid. I didn't have the regular Ghostbusters from the cartoon. I always had like the Fright features or whatever the gimmicks were. So this is like a dream come true for me tonight to actually finally be opening all this. So I'm going to start with Slimer. Now, I will say there's one thing about this Slimer because he's more like from the cartoon. He ain't got them cheeks. There ain't no cheeks on this Slimer. Gotta always represent the Slimer's cheeks.
Gotta have the cheeks.
Gotta have the cheeks.
Do you have any of the Playmobil Ghostbuster stuff?
No, I did not get in on the Playmobil stuff, and I really wish I had. Because like it was right around the time Toys R Us was going out of business. They had a bunch of the sets, but I was out shopping with Connor and I was worried about him getting what he wanted. So I like passed on it. And then when I went back for it later, it was all gone. And I was like, no, because I was going to get the Firehouse. I was going to get all of it.
Well, I mean, the Amazon has the Firehouse for $75. So like,
right, like they're still not terribly priced, which is funny because Playmobil stuff does tend to get pricey, especially for older retired sets, and yet it's really not that bad.
Bless you, Curtis.
The PKE meter.
I've kept an eye on it here and there.
The PKE meter and the Ghost Trap from Playmobil scales really well with those Afterlife cartoony Ghostbusters. That's what I have mine rocking, so just more accessories.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, that doesn't sound bad at all. I'll definitely have to check those out. All right. So having this Slimer is really, really badass. I absolutely love this. This is great. I mean, the food effects, the pizza's cool, but I mean, this is 100% a cartoon steak because the scale of the steak to the ghost, that's a big ass steak. And just look at it compared to one of the Ghostbusters. This is almost as big as he is. It's not just the steak, that's like a whole half of beef.
It could just be a thin cut of shit. I forgot the word because I'm tired. Yep.
That's how it goes here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, got the Slimer finally. This is really freaking cool. I was excited when I got these, but now actually opening them up, that's just incredibly badass. I love it.
Do you have the purple monster with the one eye?
I sure do. That I had as a kid, and I used to love playing with it. I'm a little sad that it doesn't have the oomph when you try to pop the eye out that the original one did. But yeah, I've I've got him. Like when I first was getting these, this was one of the first ones I picked up. Him and Fearsome Flush. I picked up both of those guys like right away. Just like out of that first wave of stuff, like that and Fearsome Flush I had as kids. The other ones I didn't have but always wanted. My problem was I was not able to find all of them, and like I didn't want to go out and just buy like Winston, Ray, and Egon, and then not be able to find a Peter and have an incomplete set. That would have really pissed me off. So like I had to wait until I could get all of them at once. And basically my ex Dawn, she was checking Ollie's down by her, and she went in and managed to snag them all. The ones here in Baltimore, everybody snatched up, and then 3 or 4 weeks later, they were all selling them all at Maryland Toy Expo for like triple the price that they were just bought at Ollie's. And I could tell because they still had the Ollie's sticker on it. It pissed me off so much.
Oz, I hate too when I can't find my Peter.
Or your one-eyed monster.
Yeah, it's
Believe me, I'm 5'4". There's no monster in that.
I thought he was talking about
Scaled
the purple-headed
appropriately.
yogurt slinger.
Yeah, that's that's the one-eyed purple monster.
Now this
Somebody
feels more
Tommy
like Clubhouse.
marches on.
Jokes, not all
You like all your grit.
touchy-feely talk. Just talk about.
Reminded me of Varsity Blues. Varsity Blues when he talks about it.
Yeah, purple-headed yogurt.
Purple-headed yogurt slinger.
So did you get the Canadian Venkman that comes with Slimer, or did you get the normal Venkman that does not come with Slimer?
Oh, I got the normal Venkman from the Afterlife ones. Yeah, it was the normal one, and which is funny because I got it from Ken. But like I wanted to get like the Terror Dog Winston and all like that. And like there were a couple times I've seen them on like Amazon and I could have bought them. Like I said, I've had them in my cart, but then it was just a matter of like, do I buy these or do I buy my next Mythic Legions or like that? And
It's always Ghostbusters first, man. Come on now.
I'm sorry. I'm like so involved with my barbarians. But again, this is another big one for me. All right. So I'm going to finally start opening up the rest of the Ghostbusters here. We're going to start with Winston. For some reason, I always felt like Winston's jumpsuit like reminded me of Colgate, like the toothpaste at the time. I don't know what it was. And yeah, I don't care jack shit about these cards because I like to open my fucking toys. So
about 3 months ago, I was down in Texas visiting the boys, and we went to a big ass yard sale, like not yard sale, but the fucking words, flea market. And I found 4 loose glow skulls, Ghostbusters, the last line. No packs or anything, but out of box. The dude wanted $50 for them, so I handed him $50.
Yeah, because even without the packs, $50. Yeah,
for all 4 of them.
You do that. It's a whole team. You can get repro packs or whatever if you got to.
And plus, they're worth a shit ton of money. So.
Yeah, I was going to say you saw a single one of those without the pack for $50.
Yeah.
I never buy with the intent of reselling, but yeah, that's one of those things you just kind of do.
So like Mask and Ghostbusters are my only like vintage line that I collect. So like everything else, just whatever. So I don't get rid of the Ghostbusters or the Mask stuff.
And like worst.
What was that? No box mask. That's crazy talk. That's
I mean,
do
you have a lot of mask stuff?
Oh yeah, I've got all of Series 1 and most of Series 2 as far as like the releases go.
Okay.
I'm looking right now for a decently priced Boulder Hill, and that'll just round it all out for me. I'll be happy with that.
Good luck.
Thanks.
I'm looking for a decently priced Defiant.
Good luck.
I wish you both luck on your future endeavors.
When this XRP goes crazy, I'm getting one.
There you go.
So I gotta say, it's great to have these in hand. And the worst part about trying to buy these, like when you go like at yard sales or flea markets or anywhere, finding them complete with a full proton pack, like it's got the wand, it's got the beam, like it's almost impossible to find. People will sell the wand with the beam for like insane prices if they're just intact with those without a figure, because these accessories break way too easy. I mean, seriously.
Yeah. My mom, when I was a kid, I would get, Ghostbusters. I couldn't get war toys, those Ghostbusters. But like the proton packs would break pretty easily. So my mom called up Kenner or wrote a letter to Kenner, and they sent her a box of proton packs. So like whenever I would break a proton pack, she'd just hand me a proton pack in like plastic.
Well, like, and I can get it too, because like even look at like here with the toy, right? The way it clips onto the back, like I can see real quick where the way it clips on there, that's gonna stress, that's gonna break.
Oh, yeah. Sticking pipe cleaners in there and making my own.
Right. And again, the thing with the wand, right? Like you throw that in the toy box with a whole bunch of other toys, that thing's coming right off. That ain't gonna stick around for a while.
Or even if you like try to jam it into the back of Ecto 1,
Right?
Like,
yeah. Oh my God, that was something I do not remember.
You never try and jam anything in the back. You gotta go
That's
gentle,
right. You spit
slow,
on it.
and you have to let them know.
I mean, it's not considered rape if you
That's
yell
what I've been doing
surprise.
wrong all this time.
Oh, I shouldn't have said that on here. Shit. I'll probably have to edit that clip out. It's not grape if you yell surprise.
Well, it's great for you. It's not for them.
No. So
you damn flat earthers. Jeez.
I'm just gonna say I never noticed, like when I was a kid, I did not remember or seeing this image where it's got the chair that sits on top of the Ecto one. They actually show putting the chair in the back. Now, see, I always remembered the claw just going into the back. So, like, that's kind of cool. I can't wait to try that. Yeah, that claw goes right to the back. Yeah, you try to fit a whole chair in there if you want, but we're just gonna get the claw.
Nobody can stop the claw.
Because otherwise, the goddamn car wouldn't fit in the firehouse without the chair off.
Yeah,
liar reference. I caught that.
I totally did.
That's a good movie.
Claw.
Is hands down probably my favorite Jim Carrey comedy is Liar Liar.
My favorite
it's a toss up
elevator
between that and me and
I've had better.
That's because you have big jugs. I mean, your boobs are huge. I mean,
it's like every time he tries to correct it, he's just making it worse. But and the other great elevator scene is always Ace Ventura, and I just imagine that's what happens with 90% of our packages. We all know what we're talking about. If you got a package from Walmart, that is 100% how they deliver it.
Got that duplicate pack from Walmart. Oh my God. That duplicate pack was so bad.
If they don't cancel it on you, they've definitely kicked the shit out of it before
you have to at least try to order 3 or 4 so they put it in a box at least, because if you order one by itself, they're putting that shit in a bag. So stepping on it.
Yeah, I've gotten the card folded over.
Supposedly somebody said when you order something from Walmart, say that it is a present, I believe, or it's a gift. Wrap. And not gift wrap, just say that it's a gift and they'll put it in a box.
Yeah.
But I always forget to, and I guess
that's a good idea.
A couple of the retro figures came in bags.
Oh my God! Yeah,
that was the only time I had a problem.
Yeah,
if you say this is a gift, I guess they'll put it in a box.
Well, and one of the worst things about that too with those retro carded ones, because I knew a lot of people who were like, they're getting their classifieds and they're opening the regular classified, but the retro cards they were keeping on card. And like then you get it and your card's all jacked up, and it's like, well, there went that idea.
Good idea.
That card was jacked up before, so
Punk, so I know you've been really thinking about this, but you have till April for my birthday. I really need that retro card Snake Eyes. So I know you've been really thinking about what you want to get me because you really are concerned with my birthday. So
I don't have one on retro card.
no, I'm saying you could get one for me. I know you can. So
No,
you're the
I
Geo
had
Joe
two.
guy. So
Yeah, I had two, and Matthew got the second one, and I see the price, and I'm like, "Fuck, man!"
I know, dude.
They
That's the only one I couldn't
shoulda
find.
kept
Damn it.
That's it.
Aren't you a
I
big
saw it in
dildo?
the store one time, and clearly someone had ordered it, and they took it back because the the card was so fucked
mangled.
up.
And those were so thin and I mean, those
Yeah.
were bad anyway.
You
That's
know
the only
what's
time I'd
really
ever seen that one.
You know what's funny
Yeah.
is because like I do remember seeing a couple of retro carded Snake Eyes like around the time of like lockdown, and we went to this one Walmart that seemed to always have the retro carded Joes. Ziggy doesn't collect classified because he prefers 3 points. He likes them a little tiny. He doesn't like a full 6-inch. He likes little tiny guys.
I love when
And
girls tell me that.
yep, right. Get you kind of heated and excited, like, but yeah. So, like, we were seeing them there, and I was like, yeah, okay. I kind of ignored them because the only Snake Eyes I wanted came with Timber, so like I just didn't care. And then it's like they were gone after a few weeks, and then I started to hear about the price of it just skyrocketing, like jumping.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh man, that was a missed opportunity because if I'd grabbed those and resold them, I probably could have bought like the next 6 waves of Origins back then, because that's when they were $15 and now they're $20.
You know what I should do? I should get on one of those things and put it out for trade with a Duplico. See, I'll get you a Duplico for Snake Eyes carded. That'd be a good trade, right?
If you can find somebody who's collecting both.
right. Somebody crazy that has that
Snake Eyes willing to get rid of it and needs a Duplico.
So the Mexico Commando Snake Eyes is actually really good too. Like that's the closest to a retro carded one, but it's also $100, but it's also worth the money. So
yeah. Well, I mean, I have the other ones. I have all of the retro cards except him. Like those, I actually did keep those on card and hang them up. Like that's, I have like a GI Joe corner in my now Thundercat room.
Yeah.
I think it took over. It's a Thundercat.
Yeah, say no more than that would drive me fucking bonkers too.
Yeah, because I'm not a completionist with the line itself, but I did really like to try to get all the retro cards, which I've gotten them all except him.
The Mezco Commando Snake Eyes that shot up in price because it was the San Diego Comic-Con exclusive. So even an open one is gonna. I'm so glad I wasn't gonna get it, and Bobby B was like, "You gonna get it?" And I was like, "I don't think so." And man, it hit, and I was like, "Fuck yeah!"
Largo,
I came really close with getting the Storm Shadow, the Mezco Storm Shadow.
Yeah,
I didn't, and I fucking regret it, like a lot.
But you would think that Mezco Storm Shadow would go with the version 2 Snake Eyes.
Yeah,
and I hate that fucking I hate that version 2 Snake Eyes. You can just tell the pleather on it, and just they did a horrible job with that.
Yep. That was my problem with the Damian Wayne Robin by Mezco, is that all of his shit's pleather. I'm like, that's why he hangs out in a fucking clear shoebox case with my other Mezco.
Oz, I found an animal for you, bro.
Nice.
Oh yeah. You were talking about it on Wednesday, man.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that's funny because like they just started showing off the comparison pictures of the horse from Fish Toy that was coming out. We were talking about it like comparatively, like with a Mythic Legions horse, and it's bigger. Oh, it's bigger. Like
the Fish Toys horse is bigger than the Mythic horses. I didn't see that.
Oh
comparison.
yes, yeah.
Jeez.
And they even showed like they put a Geralt on it, so that's a 7-inch figure from McFarlane. The Geralt from The Witcher, his feet can't fit in the stirrup. So if you're thinking about buying this and using it with your Mythic Legions, the Fish Toy horse, it's not going to work because they're 6-inch. So they're a little bit teeny tiny.
Mythic Legion are 7-inch.
7? No, they're 6. Because Masters of the Universe is 7-inch, and they were taller than
Mythic
like
Legions are
Masters.
7 inches.
No, they're 6.
Get out your tape measure.
Fight.
Get
Okay.
out your tape measure. They're 7 inches.
Really?
So this is,
Yes.
No way.
100%.
Dubon, it's not.
And then
Dubon's not taller
then the brute scale is 8 inches, and the ogre
Right.
is 9 inches.
All right, I'm gonna go prove Curtis wrong. Hold on. I'll be right
Okay.
back.
I will be impressed if they are a full 7-inch. And
I mean,
I'm not
they've also
talking
got
like
they've got goblins and dwarves and stuff, but their standard figure is 7 inches tall.
we talking like the wingtip or hair top, because again, like Masterverse is 7-inch.
You're holding
And-
up a skeleton. Skeleton is shorter.
He's Mythic Legions. What the hell?
It's a skeleton. I'm talking like a basic, like a knight or a barbarian or
Oh.
whatever.
Well, I don't have
Skeleton
any
has
of
no. He has no muscle. He has no flesh. He has no any of that.
So he's shorter?
Yes.
That don't make no
I
sense.
have muscle and I'm fucking short, so stop that shit.
God damn it, Curtis. How about this guy?
That's a
He
fucking
doesn't
lie
have
by
skin, but
Curtis
he's
right
tall.
there.
Here's a valiant knight to a skeleton. Like, come on. Like, it's not even close. So
I got one.
I don't have any of mine here with me right now. Well, the one that I do have close has ears. I've got my. Well,
Unlike some
technically, I
people
got-
on the stream, I always have a ruler handy.
nice,
Hey-o.
nice. Make
Oh,
sure you
shit,
hold it.
look at this. Look at
make
that.
sure,
Don't
make
give me
sure,
that.
make sure you
Look
put
at
it at the base of your penis before you measure. So
All kinds of
yeah, get it
rulers
all the way
now.
there.
Well, goddamn.
You can't
Curtis was
measure
right.
from the taint. You can't.
I'm sorry.
Never-
What was that? Axion has something very important to say. What was that now?
I said you were right. It's the
There you
first
go.
time that a guy has ever measured and given it longer than it really was, or shorter than it really was.
There we go. So 7-inch it
Yeah.
is. All right. Well, there you go. Your Mythic Legions aren't going to fit. Your McFarlanes aren't going to fit. But what will fit?
Mythic Legion brute scale will fit.
Yes, and that's actually one of the things I was recommending was that probably a brute scale would fit. I wouldn't
Bad
go
part of though
ogre.
is like you could use those as like a war horse, right? Which are bigger than standard horses. But
Right.
if the
Right.
stirrups are still in the wrong spot, you're still not going to be able to make it look.
Exactly.
I mean, if you're a
It's not
customizer,
going to
you
look
can
right.
modify stirrups.
Well, it's true for sure.
True that. True that.
I've
But
used-
one of see, there you go, Curtis. We need an episode on modifying stirrups. If you could work on that, I'd really
I
appreciate
would
it.
if I was going to support that line, but considering that they stole the design for the horse from the Legions in order to put it out, yeah, they can go screw themselves.
So
I've had
More?
classified on the Mythic Legion horses, and they look perfectly fine.
right.
Yeah.
Oh well, yeah, because Mythic Legion's horses are well scaled. They work well. Even that Build-A-Horse from McFarlane was good. But this fish toy horse is freaking huge.
That
But-
McFarlane one will work nice with 2.0 figures, by the way. Like
Yeah.
the females and stuff works well in that McFarlane one.
Did you
Largo,
get this
that
one, Bob?
Protector of Metropolis is like he's about half a head taller than most Mezco, so he's probably like what 6 3/4, Curtis.
I haven't had him standing straight up, but I would say that's probably about right.
But that puts them on a 6-inch scale.
Right,
Because
he's still
yeah,
on
he's-
6 scale. Yeah, he's only like half a head taller than Mezco and Monster Force.
He's as tall as the skeleton. He's not as tall as the Valiant Knight.
Yeah.
So
There we
probably
go.
about 6.5, 6 3/4.
There we go. But
Did you get
if
all
he's
three,
got-
Bob?
He's got beautiful shoes. He's got the
Oh,
shiny
those shoes are
man.
shiny.
Yeah, I mean he goes and gets that done. He
you and
stops
Big
at
and
the
him, Ed,
stand.
I'll wait.
Like
Yeah.
he definitely stops at the stand and has them put an extra little shine on those things. Like those are fancy.
And those fancy blue socks,
Ooh.
which is really the Superman suit supposed to
Yeah.
be underneath, they're really fancy too.
I'm not gonna lie. Actually, that is really, really nice. Like a
it's just
good,
his leg
good,
is
nice
sculpted in
detail.
blue, but yeah. But he comes with an extra tie. He comes with an extra Superman shirt. He comes with 2 heads.
It's a wired tie, right?
Like it's got a wired tie and it's got a non-wired tie that's tied, and then it's got a wired tie that's loose. He's even got his
brilliant.
little press badge. His little, it's got like the Clark Kent press badge. a little Daily Planet newspaper briefcase.
Now I want that, and I want a sticker that I could put over it that says Legions Con, so I
Right,
can
that's
put it on my skeleton wearing the Cabal T-shirt.
The best part too is that the glasses actually go on his head and stay on his head.
I kind of hate to ask, but how much is it?
$100.
Yeah, it depends on where you get it. I've seen it for anywhere from 100 to 115. I got mine in a trade, so
Yeah. I bought mine off of AliExpress. It was 100, but I've seen them go up to 150 on eBay.
Of course, I just dropped his glasses, and there's no way I'm going to find
Oh,
them.
no.
because they
Yeah, those are good.
Oh no!
Can't find them
Gone.
without your glasses.
Yeah,
look like Thelma.
Actually, if you take any like shoes or socks off, I heard you can find it pretty quick.
Yeah.
I don't know that it'll stay in one piece,
Just gonna
but
stomp in this area while you guys keep me embiggened on the screen.
I'm sorry, I'm looking up toys. I don't have.
We were rooting for you, Curtis. We were
Yep.
just trying to give you support.
We
Yeah,
really
did
wanted to see how that played out.
Did you grab all three of these, Cobb?
I may have just lost his glasses.
No, Randor was the only one up there.
Oh, damn it! He's the worst one of the three. You know?
Really? I dig them. I like that.
Well, no, they're all good though. I like them all, but this one, man, that
I like
one has
Kenny
to
Yeah,
go.
already
playing as Randor.
John too. Yeah.
All right, I'm not gonna lie, that is one of the best looking fan figures.
Dude. I'm telling you, he's just like
That
the
head
merman.
sculpt's
The
really
third
good.
one was the best one. Yeah, it was a good one.
I do kind of wish they just reused the body from the other one and just corrected the paint on the chest.
I wish he
Well,
had his
why?
regular, his OG armor up around his neck.
Well,
Found
it's cool. Like if you look inside here, it has that emblem. It's got his logo in there underneath the jewel.
If you listen closely, you can hear Curtis's heart beating super fast.
He said he found him.
I know, but his heart was beating so fast.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it slows down right away.
It was kind of like when Buds broke.
They're tiny, man. They are tiny. So
How are they made?
Oh, they're probably the same quality as a Mezco for sure.
it's like wire or something. They're super skinny and small, and they don't have
plastic, yeah.
lenses in them. So I don't even know if that's going to show up on camera.
Holy crap. Those are small.
Yeah, they're
I
tiny.
know the G.I. Joe Leatherneck, his glasses are so much better than the other ones they've been producing.
What's his name's glasses sucked? The guy with the Hawaiian shirt. What's his name?
Chuckles?
Chuckles.
They've
Yeah,
all
he
sucked.
had bad
Yeah,
glasses.
they've all been
Buzzards.
awful.
Buzzard's glasses suck too.
Hey, if your boy still needs that, maybe I could sell it to him or something. Good price.
Buzzers I just glued to his head. They were so bad.
Rippers were decent, but didn't really stay on that well. Leathernecks are awesome. I mean, but like all the other ones, Sarge's is awful. Doc's work because if you put the helmet on them, they stay on him. But
Which you like the classified Sarge or you like the Vala Sarge better?
classified.
Yeah.
Hey, Curtis, did you
Yeah.
say that one of your ties on your Protector Mark Metropolis is not wired?
I believe the one that's tied is not wired. The one that
The
he
one that's
comes
on his body is wired.
Oh,
On
is it?
mine. Yeah, it's on mine. It is. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I didn't think it was. Maybe it is.
Yeah,
no,
Oz, we just need to-
mine's definitely not. The one that he was wearing is not wired, but the
Really,
one
mine
that
is.
was
That's really
untied
good.
is. So
Oz, we need to get some of those glasses and put it on this guy. And yeah, you got a perfect figure.
They did a really good job on the
Can you
wire
do a
on
scan
the,
of
on
that
the suit
head sculpt?
jacket.
Oh yeah.
Yep. I'm gonna scan it for you. Yeah, I'll scan it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I could
if
actually
you could-
print it with glasses on.
Well, I was gonna say just scan it for me, and you've got some Mythic Legions now. Can you see about getting that on seeing like maybe
Bigger
if you
size?
could gap the head?
Oh, you
So
mean
it'll-
do the peg hole a little different?
yes, so that I can fit on a Legion.
Possibly.
I mean,
Never
once
messed
you
with it
scan
before,
it,
but
you
yeah.
can play around with the 3D model. So
Yeah, open it up a little more.
Yeah, a little
Oh,
bit.
that'd be great.
He's got a tiny little pinhead, huh?
Hmm.
I tried putting that hair on different people, and that hair don't fit on nothing.
What is that? It sounds like it's somebody's going like this.
Yeah, it's my mic vibrating.
Oh,
okay. That makes
was
sense.
wondering. Here you go.
Jeff,
Here you go,
Jeff plugged
Bob.
the vibrator into his mic for us. I
Yeah,
appreciate that.
You don't need to be nervous shaking.
Something
being on
similar
this
like
show.
that. Probably on my
Oh no, it's just that my mic is hanging on like with a hope and a prayer. So like anytime anything happens, it's like
hope and a prayer. Oh yeah.
Jeff has it connected to his refrigerator while it's shaking.
Yeah.
I'm not in the kitchen anymore, right?
What kind of janky show are we here?
No more
And
kitchen.
so that wig might fit on the Vecna Origins figure.
No, I
It
was
looks
fine with that
small.
too.
God.
Oh.
Cobb, if you could please. Is that on the Vecna? Oh, you said you didn't have the Randor, right?
No, yeah, I got it on what's his name? Hawk down it right now.
Ken Dog.
What's
up? Out of control. Ken, you can play your own damn entrance. I'm playing with Ghostbusters.
Oh, yeah, the color of the crown
Never
match
mind
is
it.
good with this armor.
You got Ghostbusters?
Oh, wow.
You're into Ghostbusters, Oz?
Oh, I might be a little into Ghostbusters, Ken. I had this really cool friend of mine who was making some dreams come true for me.
That's the one that goes in the wrong bathrooms?
Oh boy.
Whoops.
What, he just sent those in the mail? Sounds like a bit of a sucker.
He just sent like some really cool stuff.
Well,
A
I
whole
can
set.
hear his voice.
Ask him to send me some shit. I could use some toys.
Crossing the border with it might be tough.
Can you really? Can you? You might need some Gundam wing help there.
Yeah. We're gonna make one because it was requested yesterday in a premiere chat. That's the reason we're making
Ken,
that video.
is your
for the collection.
Megazord and Dragonzord still in a bin?
Uh-oh. Bud's hitting you up on accountability here, Ken.
Wait a second. You want my Dragonzord, bud? Because that's from my childhood. That ain't going nowhere.
Well,
No, he's just making sure you put it on your
display it.
shelf.
Okay. All right. Sorry, Punk looks really bored while we're talking Power Rangers over here. So.
Hey, I saw some guy at Target this morning, and he was looking for Power Rangers. And he's there with this kid, and I said, "Are these for your kid?" And he's like, "Well, for both of us." And of course, there's no Power Rangers. I sent him over to Sergeant Reds. I don't know.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Damn right, Punk. Good on you, brother.
Well,
Just like you know,
Power Rangers, yeah, I'm bored as shit.
And
you
speaking of
know.
Oh, sorry. go ahead.
No, Bud, please.
I was just gonna quick say, speaking of keeping people accountable, Oz, how's the soft goods on that Scareglow doing?
They're sitting in a bag so that we can get together and do that. I'm opening up Ghostbusters.
Scareglow is kind of a ghost.
He is a ghost, and he would not be able to get busted by the Ghostbusters.
No.
Nope.
But busting makes you feel good.
Oh, busting does make me feel good, and I let everybody know that last night. Yeah. I told everybody about
that goddamn thing. Fuck, man.
busting makes me feel good, and then we talked about dill-don'ts.
Yeah, dill-don'ts.
Dill-don'ts. Cheeky dill-don'ts. And if you guys are wondering what we're talking about, you need to go watch last night's episode of Let's Go Off-World.
I'm good.
Yeah, we also talked about Wolfman and his red rocket. So
yep. Does he have a red rocket? Does he have a penis? Don't know. Got to find out.
Wolfman's got
What's
nards.
going on.
yeah. Does the knot get stuck? We don't know.
He's definitely got nards, though.
Yeah,
Does it go up inside him when he doesn't? Use
I
it?
worked with that dude that played Sean that screamed and kicked him in the nards.
Oh yeah.
Squad for Retro Freaks, by the way, which is on Amazon for $5, by the way. Check that out.
Nice.
Yep. Nice little plug there. Yep.
Thank you.
Promote it.
It is a horror comedy for collectors, by collectors.
So I want to say this right here is definitely one of these huge moments. Always wanted just the regular Peter Venkman
There you go.
as a kid. I wanted this so bad. He was always my favorite Ghostbuster. I just liked that he had the brown jumpsuit. He had the green wand. Like, yeah, like I needed this as a kid. And I got the Fright Features one, which was way less exciting to me.
Yeah. Did your favorite Ghostbuster change when you hit adulthood? Because when you're
Nope.
a kid, it's always Peter Venkman.
Still Venkman. Still Venkman. I love Bill Murray. I actually think I love Bill Murray because he was Peter Venkman, but then I still he's hilarious. Freaking love him.
I rewatched the original Ghostbusters and like Harold Ramis in the background of like every scene, whenever they're doing something, is like fucking amazing. I think as an adult I prefer Egon as opposed to Venkman, which is weird.
It's there's good reason for it.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
But-
even though you didn't get the Venkman you wanted, do you still maintain that your mom loved you?
Totally loved me. She got me
Okay.
an Ecto One for Valentine's Day.
Okay, gotcha.
I'll remember that. And when I got older, I got a snow speeder for Valentine's Day, and then I got Slave One for Valentine's Day, like the next year. It was pretty cool.
Oh,
wow!
What the fuck kind of Valentine's Day shit is that? I was lucky
Yeah,
if I got a.
I'll be honest. I don't know. Like none of my other friends got like full scale toys.
I didn't even get
growing up.
candy for Valentine's Day.
Right? Like you got the chalky, you got the heart shaped Tums
I
for
love
Valentine's Day. But apparently, my mom just started giving us like actual gifts for Valentine's Day. So
The only time I didn't get candy as a kid, I got Aladdin Return of Jafar VHS.
Nice.
Hold on, House. Let me bring that up. I gotta find where you're at here. There you are.
I just got those stupid packs of cards that you had to hand out at school.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, those two.
And box of 30 because you had to hand them out to everybody.
Yep. But I don't like that kid. It doesn't matter. Everyone has to get them or you don't pass out any.
Yeah. Yep. Them's was the rules. So this is really cool because like I got a full set here of the standard real Ghostbusters looking Ghostbusters toys. I've got a cartoony version of the movie versions, which again is just great because I've got the original, the OG crew, the entire set. Thank you again, Ken. Plus I had the Frozen Empire crew behind me. Right? So I got like them. I've got an army of Ghostbusters of variety of varying kinds. And again, so already opened up my Stay Puffed. I got my Stay Puffed. So I opened him up tonight as well. I've got Slimer.
Butt cheek Slimer.
I got butt cheeks. We got cheeks. Cheeks. They say I got other versions of Slimer with cheeks too. Hold on. I got those over here. Cheeks.
Nice.
Yeah. This is from the little Ecto blind bags they were doing. Totally got him eating some Stay Puffed. You ever want to see a Slimer with a mouthful of wiener? Got it. Got it.
No, I've never wanted to see that.
Well, you know what,
Not
Punk?
one time.
You know what, Punk? Yeah.
I did not wake up this morning like, you know what I need to see? Slimer with wieners in his mouth.
All the wieners. Like all.
So where did you want to see the wieners in Slimer?
Cheeks.
He was really wondering if Slimer's wiener was green or pink.
Was it actually 7 inches or rumored to be 7 inches?
Yeah. Green Rocket.
Do the drapes match the carpet on Slimer?
Oh, right now he's looking like a solid green, so I will say yes. We answer the real questions here on Clubhouse, folks. All right. And I love the fact that they do the collector-friendly packaging with, again, Phantasm toys And for those of you who didn't hear earlier, that's Tony Taylor Toys and Beducci Studios. They do amazing work on making the toys that we never got from Kenner. So I've got the Class 10 Destructor. So I got that Gozer in real Ghostbusters format. You know, earlier when we were mentioning about the prices of toys, I think this thing was like $75. It's 5 POA, but I freaking love it. It's great.
Did you get the boogeyman that was floating around?
I did not. No. Yeah, didn't get the boogeyman. I wanted to get the terror dogs when they had those up, but unfortunately, I couldn't.
Yeah.
Couldn't pull the trigger. Comes with a little gargoyle ghost though.
I almost bought Egon's Lab, but I couldn't. At the end of the day, I was just like, I can't justify the price of this. I just can't.
How much was it?
Like $175.
It is pricey.
And it's a fan made product, so it's like,
yeah.
I mean, it's dope as hell, and it's cool, but I mean, like, it's not 100 and whatever cool.
Well, I mean, again, when you're talking about a fan made product too, a lot of this stuff is made by hand in a lot of ways for a lot of things. You know, and then they're the ones that do the paint apps. Like it's Beducci Studios that does the art. I believe they even did the molds, or maybe it was Tony Taylor that did the molds and all like that, made these. And they run them in limited quantity runs, so they do charge a lot of times that hefty price tag. So you're supporting an artist, you're supporting a toy maker, but that doesn't always mean it's going to be within my realm of being able to afford it, though.
Well, I mean, that's why I bought that's why I bought the Boogeyman, because I was like, this is my favorite ghost from the series next to Sam Hain.
Yeah.
And I don't have $80 for an Extreme Ghostbusters Sam Hain, so that's not going to happen. But,
Right.
But that's dropped down to $50, so I might be pulling the trigger on a bunch of Extreme Ghostbuster stuff because it's getting reasonable again.
Well, there we go. Yeah, maybe I'll have to look into some of that too, for at least for Sam Hain, because again, that was the only way to get him. And as much as I love the Mondo stuff,
get the Mondo.
I'd love to, but that's out. Unfortunately, I cannot afford that. I would still absolutely love to get that Boogeyman. I'd love to get that Venkman Slimer, but
I actually canceled my Mondo order of Venkman in the Sam Hain.
Sam Hain. I mean, it's $202. $202. It's expensive.
Yeah, that's also 2 Mayfix figures. So like,
there you go.
That's what I collect.
There you go.
I'm gonna jump in here quick. I think I'm going to head off. I'm feeling kind of tired.
All right, bud.
Hey,
Take care,
I
man.
was able to be around for 3 hours without any issues or.
You sounded good the whole time, bud.
Yeah.
Hey, it was good to hear your voice again, bud.
Right.
Yeah.
Can I just say, bud, it was a pleasure to have you on tonight. Thank you for being here for this moment. Always
Thanks,
great
man.
to have you.
Yep.
Later,
Great
dude.
talking to all you guys, and I guess I tolerate punk.
Take
Always
care,
gotta
bud.
get that last little jab
Being
in.
here, so good night, bitch.
Ooh.
Ooh. Ooh. Wow. Man.
Got him. Got him.
But did he? Because he's not here.
We'll remind him.
But. Oh man, this is like one of the coolest I've ever had my area, because I'm just surrounded by Ghostbusters right now. It's great. And then again, I was mentioning it earlier, that crazy guy Ken from Kenner. At least this package felt like it was from Kenner.
I don't know why Ken likes you so much. Well, I'm figuring that part out.
I could send you something too, Ed.
You could send me something, Ken.
I could send you something.
You don't have to send me anything.
Okay. Okay.
He's gonna hop on top of
I'm
a
more
scanner
concerned
at
about
work.
why you like Oz so much, as opposed to why you're sending him stuff.
Oh,
Look, I don't know why any of y'all like me, to be honest, but I appreciate you guys. You guys, my friends.
I just keep you around because I may want a human skull one day, and you're kind of my connection when it comes to that. So
those connections to the underworld. Like I said, cost. It's more. The more teeth it has, the more it costs. But we can find one.
Unless I decide to go,
or I can make it happen.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, people die in Baltimore all the time. Of course, shipping might be easier from St. Louis, though. See, it's fun when Curtis is on because I can make statements like that because St. Louis is the one city to dethrone Baltimore for the murder rate in the U.S.
I don't know, man. Detroit's pretty up there.
Hey, we held that title for a damn long time. And then St. Louis just had to come through and say, nah, bitch, we're coming.
Hold my beer.
Yeah, they did. I was like, anytime your city can say that they have more murders happen per year than days in the year. And again, that's murders, not deaths, murders per days in a year. Like
187 murder, death, kill.
Right, you are having multiple homicides per day in your city. That's terrible.
Buffalo
I tell you
had
what.
the highest murder rate for a year or two themselves, and they're a small city.
I do believe I'm going to crash. So thanks for having me, guys. You take it easy.
All right, Jeff. Have
Well,
a
Jeff,
good one.
thank you for showing up, brother. It's great to have you on. You're always welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just in case you guys start missing Jeff, I'll just do like this. Start tapping my microphone.
Appreciate your percussion.
Yeah. I will just juggle my microphone down the whole way.
Hey, man, it happens. We all have issues from time to time, right? Oh, yeah. Well, it wouldn't be the Clubhouse way if we weren't giving somebody shit for something.
Man, I gotta tell you, man, I just can't stop messing with this this muff. This muff is really pulling me in.
You know, there comes a time in every man's life, Curtis, where he just can't stop playing with muff.
Yeah.
That figure is awesome. I've been taking pictures of him every day.
Oh, fucking good. I keep like switching out heads and like trying different things on it, and yeah. Oh my goodness.
And even like you were saying, like the shoes look great. The briefcase looks amazing.
Yeah.
The newspaper's really good.
The camera's good. The only thing I wish on the camera would have had a
strap.
Those sons of bitches.
Yeah. But a customizer could make one of those.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And it would have been nice if the case opened, but that's all right. They're still cool looking.
All right. So I was getting worried because I couldn't find my decal sheet. And you know, Ecto One's got decals. All right. So I remember trying to put these decals on as a kid, and they came out like shit because I was a kid. I was hoping that maybe I'd get a second chance at redeeming myself now that I'm an adult and I wanted to put the decals on.
Hey,
your time.
now you had practice with that last Ecto One you bought, putting those decals on.
That's true. That's
should
true.
Be a master by now.
I got that Robo Skull a few weeks back, and like it's got so many stickers that are just very intricate. You got to put on like it
just
drove me
the
nuts.
right
It was stressful as all hell.
I put no stickers on mine. It still looks.
Oh, really?
Awesome. No,
It
I
does
did
look-
get.
it
I
does
did
look
get.
good, but
I did get the one with the yellow deco on it, so maybe it didn't need
Ah,
stickers as much because it already pops like that.
Right.
But I just didn't bother with the stickers at all. On
I was like, I had the freaking magnifier light and tweezers and trying, dude. Yeah.
So
it looks awesome.
and they still got the Total Robo Skull book that's coming out sometime this year.
Well, I'm looking for the decal sheet and I can't find it anywhere in the box.
Mm-hmm.
I pull out the instruction manual. Well, it's a fold manual, right? That's what I was telling myself as I was pulling it out. The only problem is the fold, it's right through the middle of a page that's not supposed to be folded. And guess where they tucked the decal sheet?
Oh,
in the fold.
No.
Yeah, there we go, guys. I was thinking I was going to have a shot at redeeming myself here for my childhood, but now I got to Now, mind you, I might be able to still pull it off, but I got a wonderful crease right down the decals.
This is this is for the Ecto one.
What if you
It
put
is.
them under a book?
We'll send it back to the idiot to send it to you and ask for a replacement.
He's busy
know
trying
what?
to figure out what bathroom he should go into.
I don't know who said it, but I think they're right. Just like get a book and put on it and try to flatten it out.
That's
now
what
I
I'm
just,
going to do.
now
I'm
I
not-
just ask for directions to the bathroom, and when they say it's over there, I'm like, I know, but which one do I go into? It's
Right,
more the, and then they think it's a
I don't
pronouns
know.
problem.
What are your pronouns?
Well, that's the thing. They'll think it's a pronouns thing. I'm like, no, it's nothing to do with the pronouns. It's more just bad instincts when I get.
You just got to ask for where the family restroom is from now on. You know, where they have the diaper changing station.
Do not send this man into a family restroom.
Hey, if I haven't drank, it's not so bad.
So,
'Cause
and
we'll
just
know
so you
it's
know,
not-
the one that has two legs and not a triangle, that's the one you're supposed to go into.
And not a triangle.
I know, but when you have blurry vision after having a bit of alcohol, and you still manage to do an about face and get to the proper one, you know, you're supposed to be better when you're sober. When you're sober, you just take that stuff for granted, and you just 50-50 walk into the wrong one because you see a door and you don't know which one. You know, yeah. Man, people without context are going to think I'm having problems with like identification of how I identify myself, and it has nothing to do with any of that. It just has to do naturally with bad instincts, like old school bad instincts.
Well, you can always buddy system.
Yeah,
That's the way we're having to play this with Ken Stanley. That's
if I
the way
can
we're
if I can trust the buddy, you know.
Well, if it's at the
Well, you can
Yukon-
trust us, Ken. Don't worry, we won't steer you wrong.
Right. Send Ken into the supply closet of the hotel. This is the one you want to go into, Ken.
They had the
Go back here.
weirdest
You're not allowed
urinal.
back
It had a mop sticking out of it.
Right.
Just pissing in there. The janitor's mop water. He comes. What the hell are you doing? That's my bucket.
I was
No
helping.
mop.
I was helping. The water was evaporating.
Now I'm just picturing the rest of the fun I'm going to have at Joe Fest. Oh, see, you guys wouldn't have. There's a radio show here for Baltimore, 98 Rock, who had the morning show, Kurt, Mark, and Lopez. And they used to do a skit called Dickin' with a Southerner. I was just sitting there thinking, you know, Joe Fest video, Dickin' with Ken. How much ridiculous shit can we get Ken to do when he's off the clock with Steve? And then I'm picturing how Steve's gonna murder us all the next morning when Ken can't stand up straight at the booth.
You think that until he just walks up to me and goes, "Are you trying to get fired?" You know.
I don't think it would be hard to get Ken to do a lot of things.
It wouldn't. It would actually be how hard is it for us to show restraint out of respect for Ken?
Yeah.
But it's tempting.
It's always tempting. There's always temptation. But that's not just for you though. That's for anybody.
When Ken's telling you he's drunk and Emerald Knight is going, or when Ken's telling you he's not drunk and Emerald Knight is going, and you're like,
Wait, what? He was shaking his head saying, "Don't take advantage of Ken."
no,
I can't wait to.
Yes, that's what he was saying. Don't take advantage of Ken.
Can't wait to hang out with John
your
again.
grease thumb that you weren't drunk.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Hey, if I hadn't drank, you asked me to interrupt Sarge in the middle of a story to ask which wrestler was better between Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels. I didn't have the guts to do that, but I had a little bit of alcohol, so I did it. For you, for my buddy Punk. Ed witnessed it. I did Punk a favor. I interrupted Sarge in the middle of a story to ask which wrestler was better.
What was his answer on that?
He was
The
wrong.
answer that Punk didn't like. He said he thought Bret Hart was actually better. I'm like, okay, that's it. I've never debated with Punk since then.
Yep.
No matter what.
We heard
Punk
it
says
from
about
Sarge's mouth. There's no
Yes.
disputing it.
That's right. The guy that turned his back on Hulk Hogan and the USA. Like I'm supposed to believe
I don't
that.
think
You
I
want
don't
the
think there's any wrestler that hasn't turned his back on Hulk Hogan now,
Okay, all right. That's
Right?
including the
Very
fan
true.
base.
But back in the day when he was still right.
Hey, you wanted the
So-
answer from the guy.
Adam is asking if everyone is going to Joe Fest this year. So the majority, well, no, not quite the majority. It's
Half.
actually split down the middle with this crew. So myself,
I mean,
Ken, Punk, and Ed were all attending.
I have all intentions
Kenzo-
on if something comes up, but
Kenzo, Cobb, and Curtis are definitively no, as they've stated. They're not making it out this way. And then Stanley just hasn't said shit about it, so we don't know what's up with him.
I would like to go, but Seattle to Atlanta-ish.
Yeah, it's a bit of a haul.
yeah,
Yeah.
don't look. That guy next to you is going to be like, I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, no. So hear me out. I get if we have no snow here in our school district, I get out of school on June 18th. So June 19th could be a travel day.
Terrence, it's only because you're not on screen with us. We're just talking about on screen here. But yes, the majority of us, even in the chat, are definitely going. Also, I do want to bring up the fact that the tradition continues. Greg, formerly the Brute Scale, says, "Oh, hey guys, what luck do I have to have you guys with me in the shower again?" Curtis, when you were in the chat earlier, can you confirm or deny with me? Were you showering? Were you continuing the trend, or is that just for Saturday Morning Collector?
No, I was showering with double jointed this morning. With Saturday Morning Toy Collector.
Oh.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I saw Adam was just in the chat. They mentioned him on that episode. So just FYI.
There we go. There we
and
go.
and
Was it
maybe
good that they
not in
mentioned
a
him, or
great
was it
way. They
bad?
were having some AWOC problems. So
Oh no.
yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that. And all the way, the expat himself, Jim Largo, joining us tonight. Jim, good to have you with us. How are the gremlins treating you this evening? We okay? We're gonna find out.
Not
here.
great. I don't know if you can hear me. The
You can now.
signal looks to be.
He's
You
on
need
the
to get
delay.
that squirrel running faster after the nut on that wheel you got.
Kind of screwy.
Well, I gotta hit the sack. I will talk to you guys later. Thanks for having me.
Later,
All right,
Curtis.
Curtis, always a pleasure, brother. Thank you for joining us, my friend. We'll
No
see
problem.
you
Have a good one. See ya.
tomorrow. Shooting the shelf.
Yeah, looks like you keep freezing up.
I'm going to jump out and come back in.
Okay.
All right, brother. All right. Andrew Davis saying you guys are going to have Ken in Georgia jail with a lot of handsome women.
You're supposed to have my back, Andrew. not help me get to the jail.
Hey, Ken, do you guys still have Delta 17 shirts available?
We do. Steve will tell you exactly what size we have. I just know we don't have 3XL and 4XL.
I'm not
I
that
don't,
big, so
I'm just gonna say the only reason I know that is because some people ask for that size. And I know you're not. Obviously, I know you're not a 3XL.
I want to get one for Joe Fest, so I'll have to pick one up soon.
Yeah, we should be able to arrange one for you.
All right.
Just let us know what size. That's all.
Yeah.
There we go. So, and again, as he's saying here, Terrence 100% will be. There you go, Jim. Now you're busting.
It's been a week. How you guys doing?
Did you have to go shoot Eduardo off the antenna, Jim?
I can't catch him. He's too fast.
That son of a bitch. You know, it would be a really good book that I could put on top of these decals to really weigh them down.
The Mythic Legions one?
was gonna say if I had the Mythic Legions book that's up for pre-order right now. So, Jim, I don't know how long you've been watching tonight. Tonight has been a huge Ghostbusters night for me, reliving the childhood here.
Have you crossed the streams? Because I heard that would be bad.
Not yet, but I might. Give us time. We've got that beautiful Kenner Classics Ecto one. Man, I had so much fun with this, riding it in and out of the firehouse,
Very
as
cool.
a kid, playing with that. So that's going to replace the Afterlife Ecto one, because I think you'll actually be able to see this one, even with the Ghostbusters in front of it. I've got all my Kenner Classics Ghostbusters open now. Absolutely loving these. I've got the Afterlife Ghostbusters team too. So I got that movie accurate but cartoony looking ones. I've opened up my Stay Puffed. I've opened up Slimer. I've got all these guys. It's great. I'm feeling like a kid in heaven here. I got all these little tiny ghosts all around. It's that little companion ghost with the Ecto one. Man, it's great. Feels great. Mind you, I opened up all this up tonight and I'm having fun with this. I finally got, Punk, I know you'll be happy to hear this from me, even though you won't be too happy about your own. I got my in-stock sale stuff today from Four Horsemen. They said it was going to be here for Monday. Okay, you got your email finally? Well,
Yeah.
I will check your order when it comes in.
Yeah, my shit did come early then, huh?
Why they send you the wrong shit?
So I got 2 of the 3 items that I ordered. The 3rd item in the box I didn't order. I've got the Evil Red Armory Knight, and it was supposed to be a Ninian Infantry. So I've got to reach out to customer service about that, and seeing what'll happen. Oh, Terrence says he got his in-stock stuff on Thursday. That's when I got my email at 11:56 p.m. 11:56 p.m. on Thursday. I got my email 4 minutes to midnight, and then it was out the door, shipped on its way to me Friday. By Friday night, it had arrived in Baltimore, and I thought it was going to swing down to Washington, D.C., so it would be here by Monday. And yes, I mean, it was going to go out of Baltimore again to Washington, D.C., then back to Baltimore. But this time they did the right thing and put it on a truck, or, so it would go out for delivery in Baltimore while it was here. So, absolutely 100%. I've got to contact customer service. I'm just going to wait till Monday so that I can do that. I'm not going to deal with it over the weekend and send that to them. But figure out. I did ask Joe. I was like, in cases like this, what is your experience? He goes, I don't know. They never shipped me the wrong item. But he said he's heard stories where they may ask to I can either pay for the extra item or ship it back to them, but they don't demand it like NECA. They're not going to write me threatening letters.
Do what you did as a kid when your parents would bring home like the toy you didn't want, and you say you didn't want it, and they don't even have a chance like to talk to you like within a half hour, and they go, "Okay, we're gonna take it back," and you're like, "Well, I already opened it, so you'll get the other one too."
Right.
Right.
And
that was one thing cool about Big Bad Toy Store. That's happened a couple of times, and they told me just keep the figure. I was like, oh wow.
Right. So, and Motu Guru saying he's never had an issue with the Four Horsemen. Yeah, me either. Everything that I've ever ordered from him, like I've never had any issues before. I've never even had a figure break. Greg says they don't send letters; they just send me. All right, well, come on down to Baltimore, brother. You can come on, show up. We'll hang out. I'll show you around town. We'll get crab cakes. It'll be a great time.
He's not on the Brute Squad. He is the Brute Squad.
He is. So let's see. All in 10 Armory and Ninian, a Garwich, and 3 sets of Barbarian parts. Very nice, Terrence. Dig it. And yeah, without a doubt. Like I know there is not going to be any additional. There's not going to be any issue. Again, I've never had any issues with anything. The only issues I've had with them is things on my stupidity. So, no, I am Baltimore County, Baltimore City, not Cecil. Although, if you want to, go to the drag strip. But yeah, I sent them when I was ordering this time. This was the first time I ever had this accident happen. I was gonna get. They had Snag up there, and I was gonna get one sent to Bud. I was just gonna order it and get it sent to Bud directly. So I went to go have it in my cart, and I went to go check out. And by the time I was checking out, he was no longer in my cart. He was sold out. Go figure.
Wow.
So then I went back and I went to go place my order of the stuff that I wanted to get. And when I went to go do that, I wasn't paying attention to the shipping address, forgot to change it back to my address. So my whole order was going to get sent to Bud. Immediately emailed, like within minutes, emailed him, got the response right back, switched up the shipping address. Everything was good to go. So, like I said, that's the only problem I've had up until receiving just, again, this one wrong item. And again, the response was immediate. They took care of it right away, and it was a non-issue because it really wasn't. And again, honestly, they didn't do anything wrong. It was me. I forgot to change my address back. That's on me. That's not their problem. That was me. So they fixed it up real quick. I mean, it's not like I couldn't have just messaged Bud and said, "Hey, when that gets in, let me know so I can pay you the shipping to get it sent to me again." You know.
Well, speaking of shipping and cart shenanigans, I don't know if you guys collect any of the Toddy Mac superpowers, but apparently they put out a surprise drop of some new characters, and they were sold out before most people could get to them. Yeah, Golden Age Flash, the Ray Palmer Atom, a couple other interesting characters. But,
yeah, dude, I saw that Lobo and I started drooling immediately, and not even a chance. Like, because that's a figure you can almost see like fitting into Masters of the Universe, especially with how bulky he made him.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I was like, "Ooh, man, that'd be sweet." And yeah, by the time I was trying to look it up, you couldn't find him.
Yeah, it's a frustration, but you know, it's just the way toy collecting is these days. It seems eventually they'll show up on the shelf somewhere, maybe, kind of, sorta.
Well, if they show up at an Ollie's, they won't be there long.
Yeah, that's true.
When the
As
hot
far
ticket
as
items like that
Ghostbusters
come
go,
into,
yeah, I missed the boat on the re-releases of the cartoon guys, but I picked up the Hasbro ones when they came out with the original characters, and
nice.
The likenesses are pretty decent. You know, they're not as good as getting the Mezco set, which was out of my price range, but
highly,
you know,
yeah.
Now there's an Ecto one out there somewhere, but it's not like that's, you know, in the price range either. I'll probably just end up blowing up a picture to put behind them or something. Right now, they've hijacked the Scooby-Doo Mystery Machine.
Well, that's that shelf. It's the Ghostbusters meeting the Mystery Inc. So, and then I got the cereal monsters up there because they just kind of fit well with that kind of group.
Yeah, I could definitely see Scooby and Count Chocula, you know, noshing on some breakfast cereal.
I wanted to put the boxes in like Shaggy's hand, like one of the cereal boxes, but it's like bigger than a family-sized cereal box would be in his hand. The Boo Berry one I didn't try. That might actually work. The Boo Berry one's a little smaller.
That'd be an interesting juxtaposition. Give Shaggy the cereal and give Frankenberry the Scooby snacks.
Just wait until I get that Jada Toys Scooby-Doo, because it's great. The brand that gave me the cereal monsters is giving me Scooby-Doo next. It's going to be the next set of Scooby-Doo figs that I buy.
Yeah, those are going to be cool. I'd love to see those guys do Johnny Quest in that same style. I think they could do a real good job with that.
Well, we'll have some Operation Monster Force so we can get a Dr. Quest in that scale.
Yeah, that's true. Their Kilowog leader homage is kind of a Dr. Quest looking guy.
So, Alan, you were mentioning before that you needed a Slimer, right?
Yeah, well, I'd just like to have one that size. Like that's to me, that's a good scale for Motu.
Like this one?
Like that one, yes. Yes, very much so like that one.
All right, brother. I'm gonna get it boxed out and sent your way, my friend.
If you need my address, just let me know.
I think I still got it on the last box you sent me, if I can
Okay.
find that box. Yeah. If not, I'll just shoot it to you. What about one of these? You need an extra one of these?
I do not. The only way I would get
Okay.
one of those if it was a huge one.
Yeah.
Scale.
Well, we dropped that in the chat earlier. There was the link for it. Somebody had.
Yeah, I found it. It's a Star Ace Toys, and it was 30 inches or something like that. So
wow,
I clicked the wrong chat. I went to go bring up Brendan's comment here. Go ahead, Stanley. You said Star Ace Toys, 30-inch.
yes, Star Ace Toys, and it was $190. And I think it was featured on Geek Dev Life several months ago when it was first revealed. So, but
Okay.
Star Ace Toys.
That's a bargain for that size.
Right? Like, again, 30 inches. That's how big was the Sentinel? 26, 27? That is not a 30-inch antenna, but it might be a 30-inch taint.
Yeah. Taint City.
Oh.
Hey-oh. Tainted beautiful.
Ain't no thing.
Well, he definitely didn't skip leg day.
Nope.
He's got plenty.
So Brendan says, I had the wrong figure sent to me this past ISS. Sent an email, got a response to take care of it within a half hour. Can't say enough good things about Four Horsemen customer service. There you go. Again, yeah, I've never had an issue where I've had to email them up until the address thing. They handled it like that. And as far as anything else is gone, like everybody else I know that has sent any kind of email to customer service of Four Horsemen, they handle it. They do a terrific job, and that's just what like we like to see. We come to expect. You got an issue, you want to get it handled. It's not like when you're dealing with a Hasbro or Mattel. You send them an email, and it's a crapshoot whether you'll ever hear a response back, other than the no reply email where they just said, shit, you out of luck.
Right. Unlike the big
we'll send you
guys
a
with
refund.
all their you don't get a bot or an AI. You actually get to a human being with Four Horsemen. So that's nice.
Yeah. Again, Terrence mentioned it before. His name's Diego. He'll get it straightened out. Just like if you email AWOC, it's Adam. It's going to get handled. And we've got Frank Damagno saying, "What up, collectors? What's going on, Frank? Good to have you here, brother."
So, Oz, I have this link here for that Star Ace Toys.
Okay,
So
shoot it over to me. Yeah,
in the chat. So it won't pop up on my TV, but it'll probably pop up to you.
That'd be a nice size to go with your firehouse, Oz.
Yeah, right. Well, I don't have a firehouse yet. So, there are plans for it.
Did the link go through?
Let me see. Hold on a second. Is it in the back here?
Yeah, it's in your chat, the public chat.
Where's the ball?
Public chat? Did it post a link in the public chat? Holy crap! Normally it doesn't.
The ball here. Go get the ball.
I don't see it.
No, he can see.
Yeah,
it,
shoot.
but it won't show up because he
Right.
doesn't have permission to.
Shoot it over to me on Messenger if you can, Stanley, and then I can bring it up.
We just put it in the
You can put it in the private chat.
The private chat.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
Okay.
private chat on StreamYard. That'll work too. Yeah.
Ooh, private chat.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's saucy
Ooh.
back there.
Ooh. Okay.
Last thing that was put back there was Kenny saying Kenny's boot. The last thing back in the private chat.
All right, let me figure this out here. Okay. Star.
Punk, just so I don't have to change screens, did that last thing I sent you work?
I'm waiting for it to download on the iCloud.
Okay.
See, I mean, it did come over without it, but I need to see how it comes over on iCloud here, so I can transfer it onto the onto my computer with this hopefully highest quality as possible. You may have to email it to me.
Yeah, just send me an email. That's fine.
Yeah, bring the ball back.
When
Of course, my iCloud is almost
So,
full, so.
Greg was just asking me about my order. You know, he's asking me a question about the order, and I told him the answer. And he goes, "Oh, good that it wasn't me." I didn't think it was you. All right.
Well, speaking of shipping
Adam,
issues, Ken, now that Canada is going to become the 51st state, does that mean we're going to be able to get Delta 17 stuff quicker? Because we don't have to deal with any border issues?
Well, that's what he wants, because he can just drive everything across the border now. We can eliminate
Yeah.
the border, and every time they give him a hard time when they get there.
And
here's the thing, though. We heard that they were going to make Canada the 51st state, but then I've also heard now that apparently Canada is looking at making Washington, Oregon, and California provinces of Canada. So I don't know what's happening anymore.
It's the land war, right?
Well, I can tell you, if Trump actually buys Greenland, I'm moving there.
Where it's nice and safe, right? Away from everything.
Well, for you, you're the only one who it might be the warmer or the same temperature.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That'd be
temperature doesn't
cold as
matter to me.
balls. Man.
Yeah, it gets
Yeah,
below 50 degrees here. I put on a long sleeve shirt. I've become a total wimp hanging out in the jungle.
Cover me. I'm going in.
Yeah, I just
So,
crossed the. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Steve.
Okay, so I just crossed the border yesterday, or was it the day before? I can't remember.
It was
Anyway,
yesterday. Oh wait, for you, it was 2 days ago because it's after 12 your time. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, just playing secretary.
So what I did was, like sometimes people will be like, well, this elbow sucks or whatever. Can you get me a new arm and all this stuff? So when I cross the border, I have to buy this $500 sticker that goes on the van that gives me commercial crossing. Now they want like almost $1,000. They've doubled the price, and they don't allow me to use simple forms anymore. I have to use the ACE system, which is basically a brokering system. So for like a 50-cent arm, I'm paying, $5 plus $1,000 per year to do this and that. And it's like, holy shit. So what I figured out was I'm going to mail myself a box of parts to a parcel place on the other side of the border, 7 minutes away. And I'm going to rent a space on the shelf there. The lady said yes. And I can just go and I can pick out a part and I can stick it in an envelope, mail it at the post office, right? So the border guard, he stops me. He's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, well, I'm going to go do this and that. He's like, hold on a second, slams the door, comes back 2 minutes later. And he's like, you're trying to find loopholes. You're trying to go around the law. If you go ahead and do that, we will ban you from we'll charge you and ban you from the United States for 10 years. I was like, what? I said, I'm not looking for loopholes. If I was, why would I tell you what I'm doing? Right? I said, this is fully legal. He's like, it's not legal because it's not sold stuff. I'm like, for sake, right?
It's replacement items, so you did sell something. You just, something wasn't in the package. It is sold.
You're sending out a replacement for something that was purchased. It's a guarantee. It's a warranty kind of thing.
Yeah, but even
how
if
they
they're
handle
sending stuff
warranties
back and
before.
forth, it still costs tariffs to get it back and forth, even if it's on a repair or a replacement. It's not as much, but it still costs money.
Yeah. Tariff is an ugly word here. It's the same kind of thing with the border with Belize. Belize and Guatemala all used to be one big country before the British came and made British Honduras. It's like everybody's related to everybody, but you can't get across the border without a hassle from one side or the other.
No. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Let alone trying to, if you buy something in Belize, good luck trying to get it across the border without, spending half a day trying to explain it.
Wow.
It's silly.
Yeah, that's the shits. It's all just getting ridiculous. I think it'll get cleared up soon, but in the meantime, it's a real pain in the ass, right?
Exactly.
Things will get figured out.
Yep.
A Wolfman custom that I started on Thursday's show by accident is finished.
Nice.
I know you were
started
off a little bit
figure
earlier.
on accident. I gotta try that.
He came up with the recipe while we were talking about Wolfmen.
Ah,
Nice.
Turned out really good.
that looks cool. Yeah.
I think his hands are a little small, but that's okay.
Yeah.
No, it works. It works.
With that
Go ahead
classic,
and tell
that
everybody
classic
the
universal
recipe.
Wolfman head, it works fine.
Yeah.
Nice.
Tell people the recipe there, Alan. What did you use to make that
Okay.
beautiful figure?
This is like a Jack's Pacific Wolfman figure it was. And I ripped off his head, feet, and hands and put them on
Let me
a
slowly. Give me a sec. Let me slowly.
master splinter.
Ah.
And they fit. The ball socket was a little weird because the ball was on the head. But once I ripped the double ball out of the neck of Splinter, this head fit right on there.
Definitely has that Motu look. It's very cool.
And I'm printing right now. I went ahead and I sculpted a head in Blender, a Wolfman head, a Frankenstein head, and a creature head. So I'm printing those 3 heads out now. So maybe in half an hour or so, I'll be able to pull them off the printer.
That's what's up. And you know what? That really did turn out great because when you were first showing it off, the color was a pretty close match as it was on card, right? Like the Wolfman head was a very similar brown to the Splinter body. And then, of course, he had like the red gi. But, you had mentioned you were going to color it up. And, I mean, it looks phenomenal.
He looks like something that was in Clash of the Titans.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
What's his name?
Yeah,
what
what's
the hell's
his name? Caliban or
Caliban?
Caliban. That was it.
Yeah, this is
And
what's left over from that Wolfman, and I'll just trash this.
Yeah, you're not going to need it. He's not going back. He looks so much better. But yeah, Caliban, man. What a great toy, too. That one's a tough one to find. The Caliban from the Clash of the Titans toys.
Oh, yeah.
Especially with the tail. Most of them, that tail is gone, broken off.
Yeah, that Kraken from that series was like everybody's white whale for a while. I don't think I've ever seen one in person.
I saw one when I was a kid. And I remember it to this day that I saw it at a KB toy store. But damn, it wasn't in my parents' price range to get it at that point in time.
I saw one at the same place I ever saw my first big chap and fell in love with the Xenomorph. Buddy of mine, his dad owned a comic book shop. Now, when I was a kid, I didn't know it was his dad's comic book shop. It was called ABC Comics. It was my local comic book shop. And he went in there. He had like the counter displays. He had like Jabba's Palace, or Jabba's Throne and all like that, like all those toys and everything. Hold on a second, Alan. Let me give it a full screen treatment.
I did a Motu version of Calibus.
Very cool.
Oh, cool.
He was just so misunderstood,
You have one.
Yeah, Calibus is one of my favorite characters, and in my Dark Side of Eternia train set, there will be an arena, and he is in charge of the monsters that fight in the arena.
Sweet.
Oh, I love that. I love that. And I love you got like the trident from Spikor on there. It's a good fit.
No, this is I laser cut it.
Oh yeah, because it's like an actual trident.
Yeah.
Okay.
From Spike
Even
Books.
better.
And this was before I was sculpting in Blender. So this is a hand sculpted head from 5 minute epoxy. So it's not perfect, but I might redo his head down the road with one I sculpt in Blender and then 3D print. This is I dremeled down a Stratos head and then sculpted on top of it all this stuff.
Oh man.
Very awesome.
And
Alan,
I'm gonna
always love seeing your handiwork.
Because I was not good at painting eyes then. He looks like a ventriloquist dummy because these eyes. What's that?
I'll tell you what, it's blurry here, so we can't tell the difference.
Hooray. In that case, it's awesome. I was wrong. These are perfect.
You just, go watch Curtis's was a 3-part series on how to do eyes, but translate it from paper to a sculpt.
Ain't nobody got time for that. The Curtis's stuff is great. Just again, time.
Thank you. I got all these that have to breathe. I just pulled them out of the
now
tub
they got a
that are
home.
in storage. Yep.
I tell you what,
Exactly.
I do enjoy the crap out of that figure because I love that glowing red, smelted sort of omens. Like, I wanted that alone. Captain Cracker. It was Uncle Cracker's rank in the Navy.
All right, guys, I'm gonna jump off. My battery's getting low here.
All right, Stanley. Well, thank you for joining us, brother. Always good to have you on board.
Thanks for that State Puff link. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I love you, dude.
Yes, Danny.
Hopefully it works out for you.
I will check it.
I got no doubt. We're gonna make it work for us.
Now, how do you think those Multi-Origin Thundercats will scale with all the Cat Slayer and Thunder Tank and all that? I think they're kind of Filmation size because they look like they have the straighter legs.
Yeah.
They're all cartoon collection bucks, from what I can tell.
And they're all gonna fit. They're all gonna fit beautifully on that monster.
That's why I'm like,
If anything, they might actually fit better, in my opinion, having that big of a play set with a 5.5 as opposed to like the classic scale or the Super 7 scale. I think it'll actually look better.
I'm getting the Thundercats, and now with these, I definitely am getting them. I'm like, damn, I'm having some FOMO.
Where are the freaking bad guys? I know that they're doing a
Mumra skeleton. Yeah, the Skelera.
I want my Slithe, Monkeyan, Vulture Man. Like,
yes,
they'll come. That's only the first wave,
So one thing I will say about this that I like is that, like, right out the gate, like some of the first images we saw, like the Turtles of Grayskull crossover, was stuff like we saw He-Man. We saw like what Ram Man was going to be, stuff like that. Like we're seeing all the Motu guys, but I wanted to see more of the Turtles. And we had like one image of Leonardo. That was it. With this, they went hard on showing us we're getting 3. Well, I guess it's kind of like 2 and 2. But I don't look at Skelera. Like I'm never gonna put that Skeletor head on it. I'm not gonna display it as Skeletor. It's gonna be freaking Mumra for my He-Man collection. And then we got Chitara and we got Lion-O. And then we get this Battle Cat. And they crossed over Battle Cat kind of how I was hoping they would. Like make him anthropomorphic. Make him a Thundercat. Like because it would look really weird. Well, it'd look weird watching Lion-O ride Battle Cat. Like what kind of perverse shit is this, right? Just, it would be weird.
Well, it's kind of like that
So-
Mythic Legions homage they did. They, gave the cringing
Yeah,
colors
yeah.
to figure. It looked good.
Dude, this one's so good.
Yeah.
So, I'm glad that they're giving us more of the Thundercats to a Masters of the Universe style, but I also like the fact that right off the bat they're giving you a Masters of the Universe style Thundercat, but they also give you what you need to make them look like a classic Thundercats toy.
Yeah, just
as
those
well.
shin swaps. That's crazy.
You do the shin swaps. You take the
Take the
head,
armor
head
off.
and hair piece off. For both Lino and Chitara. I think that is a great move. Freaking awesome. Oh, Adam is asking you, Kenzo, where did you get Slithe? He's looking.
So I've
for one.
had him for a while. It was before they even came out with the secondary, kind of the warrior Slithe guys like that aren't Slithe. I think Big Bad Toy Store had it. That's why I got Captain Cracker, because I think they sold it in a 3-pack where you bought the whole wave and you got it for cheaper. But yeah, I've had it for probably a year, so it's been a while. I don't think
I've been
it's
out of
hard to
the-
find him. He's very expensive right now.
I've been out of the loop for a minute. I remember Super 7 was talking about doing the cartoon D&D characters. Have they moved any progress on that? Has anything come out?
We
Something with D&D.
I was gonna say Vecna got canceled, but
Oh, bummer.
that was like the last thing I remember hearing anything about Super 7's D&D. Or wait, was that NECA or Super 7?
I
If
thought it
Joe
was
were
Super
here,
7.
well, I was gonna say if Joe were here, he could tell us because he really wanted to get that Vecna,
Right, because
and they just
NECA's doing the advanced D&D characters that
Right.
were not in the cartoon. I think it was Super 7 that got the cartoon, which, looking at what they've done with the Thundercats, they can definitely do them justice. Much better than that stuff we got from Hasbro that was very fragile.
You know what's funny about that though? Like I know one of the worst things about the ones that happen with the ones from Hasbro. So like Pixel Dan got them and he got them quick and his broke like right out of the package, right?
A lot of people's did.
Well, here's the thing though. I don't know a lot of people's that did because the more and more people I saw posting pictures and talking about them, they didn't have issues right out of the package.
Oh,
but
that's good.
Pixel Dan is a big personality and very, he's got quite the reach. So I think what happened is he said his broke. A lot of other people kind of were just like, oh no, they're all going to break. But not many people actually reported theirs breaking and showing them break. Like how the loud few, end up outspoken more than people who are like, well, nobody's paying attention when everybody says theirs is fine. I know even Thanos on here, he opened them up while we were live, didn't have a single issue. So
Yeah, the biggest thing that irked me with that was that they made the Dungeon Master and the main baddie Pulse exclusives. So you couldn't get the whole set if you couldn't get the ones off Pulse. So it's like with anything where you're collecting a group to do a diorama display, it sucks when you can't get one or two key characters because they've been made exclusive here or there. But it's a thing.
Yeah. I mean, and that's a real rough first review to have too, with somebody as big as Pixel Dan doing a first review of your figure, and the first thing that happens when he's pulling it out of the package is it breaks.
Yeah, I imagine if he wrote a sternly worded letter, somebody would pay attention.
You got Steve flashing off like secrets down here again, isn't he?
No. This is a G.I. Joe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, isn't that the European Tiger Force Blizzard?
Yeah, but do you have?
Oh, from the early '90s.
Did you ever get this one though? This one's the one that's really hard to find.
European Tiger Force Blizzard.
Oh, the
and-
snow job.
and
Wow.
Like, what idiot is sitting there in the boardroom going, "Hey, let's see if we can get this by him"?
Yeah, really.
Yeah, but we're the ones buying. We're the ones buying them, right?
Right.
Like I've got the Hit and Run and the Psych Out and a couple others, so it's worked.
Okay, but what I'm saying is,
Oh, not Winter.
Yeah. That would be like making Quick Kick, but giving him, white pants and saying that they're snow pants, but he still doesn't have boots or a shirt. I mean, don't get me wrong; they did stick gung ho on the back of the polar bear, and
hey,
they were
Derek.
flying at 90 miles per hour, and he's just got his fucking bare chest open, going, "I don't get cold."
Yeah.
And I'm from Louisiana. It's not like he's from like upstate New York or anything.
Right, eh?
Right. But as I keep having to tell Olivia every time that we're watching Buffy and Angel, and one of us say something logical, we have to say logic. Nope, logic does not come into play. No logic. Stop using logic.
Yeah. Never seen that show.
Oh, it's so good.
It's actually like well written and all that.
Yeah, no, I mean, when we rewatch Buffy, we're not completely done. It's the first 2 seasons. It's kind of a hard watch. When I was younger, I thought it was really good.
Yeah.
The first 2 seasons, you see how it didn't age all that well, but there was this build up to the story, and when you get to a specific point at the end of season 3, is really when I think it's the end of season 3. That's when like everything kind of comes together.
Right.
Like the story that had been building up, whether it was on purpose or not, it takes form. It just takes shape. And
yeah,
again,
one thing with Whedon, he is good at writing snarky humor with a group ensemble. I like how he did that with Firefly.
Yeah, no,
every single show he does that well.
Yeah, and I think Angel is better than Buffy because he was already an established character. They brought a couple characters over, but they already had a formula. So, it's kind of like I talk about like why I think the Avengers, why the first Avengers movie worked so well. It was you took other movies to create characters.
Yeah.
So you weren't slamming a whole bunch of characters together and then trying to tell their backstory. It's like
Right.
you already know the backstory. We're just gonna go
established. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think Angel was very similar to that. Like New Angel, when there was Cordelia, she comes over from that. So it's like there's already these established characters.
Yeah, I kind of liked Spike. He was my favorite.
I love Spike because Spike is the first American that took a British job, not the other way around. Makes me so happy.
And the fact
If
that he
you've
looks
ever-
like Billy Idol.
It looks like Billy Idol. If you've only seen the guy that plays Spike on Buffy or Angel, you've never seen him on anything else, go look him up, like doing like podcasts, and the moment you hear his voice, you go, no. Fuck you. You have a Texas accent.
Oh.
If you wanted to get really bad, because mind you, I absolutely love him in Angel and Buffy. Go watch him in that terrible Dragon Ball movie, that live action Dragon Ball movie that came out, where he played
I think we
King
were talking about
Piccolo.
this the other day.
Oh man,
I think we were talking about this on maybe Punk's Pit, and I was like, I've never heard of that.
Dragon Ball Evolution, like it was around the time where Dragon Ball was really hot, and they decided to come do a live action movie and took out like all the fun Dragon Ball stuff with it. And the best part of that movie
Who's that guy?
was him, Marston, playing.
Umbra.
He was playing Piccolo, who is this green demon lord in the original Dragon Ball. And they originally wanted to make him just as like normal as everybody else was in the show. And he fought against that, and he said, no, I need to be ugly. I need to look like a demon. I need to look terrifying. I cannot be just a standard dude. So they did finally make him like, they gave him green skin. He still didn't look like Piccolo. But he was like, if you're not going to make me look terrible, like, I'm not going to do this movie. And he has spent every convention since, whenever somebody brings it up to him, apologizing for it because of how bad it was. And then they actually slipped him into one of the more recent Dragon Ball Super things as a voice. He was doing a voiceover as a further apology to fans of, you know, the Dragon Ball series that were excited he was going to be in it, and then they just made it a horrible, horrible production.
Yeah, that would suck.
Yeah. But good on him, though, for, like, you know, like, taking that to heart, you know, like, I mean, you got to remember, these people don't want to put out shit movies. They don't want to be involved in shit products. They're artisans. They want to put out good stuff. Unfortunately, once you sign a contract, you're kind of stuck with it, right? And you got to move forward with it no matter how it's going to go, unless the entire, you know, project gets scrapped, and that sucks because you're just kind of stuck.
You know, I mean, like, totally off topic here, but, you know, when you say stuff like that, you know, a lot of people hated The Walking Dead as it went on, but the guy that played Glenn, he begged him. He said, "Do not take that death scene away." He's like, dude, that is so iconic. That is so. It fit. It's so known for that, and
it needed that, right?
You
like,
know, and
in my opinion.
Yeah, but they teased Glenn dying early on when
With
he
the dumpster.
hit under the dumpster,
Mhm.
and then, you know, when they killed the other guy off the same way, no one realized they were going to do the same thing to Glenn also.
Unless
So-
they read the comic. And that was brutal, man. Woo.
Yeah, and he looked just. I mean, if you look at the comic art, you know, he looks the exact same. Eye popping out, and
Well, one of the big
glad
things
that they made changes throughout the show and the show and the comic, because you don't have to be the exact same.
Well, and that's one of the things that the writer said about the whole thing, was that he could explore avenues he never took with the comic, right? Because the comic's set in stone; it's already out, right?
Right.
And unless you pull a Marvel "What If," that's it, right?
Right.
Yeah, and the comic was
So-
always from the point of view of everything going on with Rick, whereas the TV show, you know, you got to see the, you know, other characters and where they went. So it was neat.
Carl,
right?
You know, and they had a lot. There was so many things in the TV show you had to deal with. Like, so it's been roughly what 450 days. Yet Carl has aged 6-7 years.
Yeah.
It's hard
Just
living
things
in the apocalypse.
It makes you grow up real fast.
Yeah. So, yeah. But you know, there are a lot of things, and you know, I'm glad that they switched up, because I didn't read the comic, but I know they talked about, like, Sophia. She was the one that survived, where Carol was the one that died, and I mean, that changed Carol, because if you watch those early episodes, I don't know who's watched The Walking Dead, but you watch the early episodes. Carol was getting beat by her husband
big time
until Shane. I think Shane fucking killed him, right?
Yeah,
Right.
Mr. Punisher. Yeah. Well, didn't kill him. He shit kicked him, and then
Right. Andrea had a much bigger role in the comic book too, but you know, and
she was fucking Rick, right?
Yep. And then Daryl wasn't in the comic at all. They made him up for the show, and he turned out to be an awesome character.
like
Yeah.
that goes along the whole lines of Harley Quinn.
Yeah.
This iconic character that wasn't even in Batman. And Daryl, who other than Rick, I think became the most famous Walking Dead character. I think would everyone agree with that? Like, and everyone
Yeah.
loves him. Like,
Well, yeah.
he was the one. You know, you're like he can't die. You know, even when Merle dies. You know, this fucking cut off hand and shit.
I stopped watching Walking Dead. It was the season where Glenn died. Had nothing to do with Glenn dying. There was an episode where Daryl was trapped or was caught, and they played one song over and over again.
Yep.
Easy Street. And after that episode, and then the next episode, I'm watching it. I'm like, this isn't fun. I'm not having fun watching this. I'm not enjoying it. So I'm done. Because there's, I have a strict rule of I have to produce more than I consume entertainment wise.
Yeah.
And, even an hour a week, I've got to make that up by making something, or by producing something. And I watch I watched Nosferatu last night because I bank my time that way. And if I'm not getting enjoyment out of it, then it's not worth it.
And I agree with you. And I disagreed with people that lost enjoyment in The Walking Dead because I didn't watch it for the zombies. I love the human element because I'm sorry. I would love to say that, hey, no, we wouldn't act like that. But fuck, are you kidding me? That's exactly how people would act.
I was going to say how quickly society would degrade if nobody were paying attention to laws.
Do you remember
That's
back in the
I'd go around
crude,
killing
people ran out
everybody.
of toilet paper and everybody started losing their mind?
Right?
No, I know.
Absolutely.
We could be kind with not buying up the toilet paper yet. We're supposed to be with like food and stuff. We share it. All right.
Right.
Yeah, something like that. Like, again, it's just,
When Carl finds the thing of pudding,
Yep.
and he ate it all by himself. And if you ever listen to the actor talk, he goes, "Yeah, I hate fucking pudding now." He's like,
because you realize how many times he had to eat it.
Oh, man,
right?
yeah.
Like, it wasn't a one shot. We took the scene, we got it, we nailed it. All right, start from the top again. It's like he's got to come back and they got to keep making that too.
Yeah, but take a 13-year-old, right? And you're living, your mom's died. I mean, you killed your mom.
Yeah.
You watched all this death. You suffered, and you find this fucking thing of pudding, an actual dessert. Fuck no, you're not going to take it back and share it. You're going to go sit there and you're going to eat it until your fucking tummy hurts. And you're like, Dad, I shouldn't have done that. But fuck you all. I had a pudding.
Like, I had that shit.
Yeah, I always love
Totally with it.
I love the whole human aspect of it because there would be people that would remain good.
Oh,
and
yeah.
there would be people that are awful. But like, I love the governor. I thought he ran a town, but he was just awful person. And to me, he was more compelling than Negan, even though he didn't last as long because he controlled the whole town. Now, once again, I don't understand why they all left the town. They had power and all this other. I'm like, why'd you guys leave? Why didn't you took it over? Like, why wouldn't you just keep it?
Yeah, the governor is a good storyline to that.
Yeah. I mean,
and Negan was one of the guys that was like my guilty pleasure. Like Punk talks about the two shows he watches with his daughter.
Yeah.
My show that I watched with my ex, with my son's mom, was Supernatural. And Negan was the dad. He was the dad on Supernatural. So
Papa
it was
Winchester.
like I always knew him as John Winchester. So it's like, but he was a good dude in the show, But and honestly, Punk, if you guys run out and you guys are done with that and you want to find another one, watch Supernatural, dude. It's freaking great. It is a really good series. It's
I'm trying
good.
to think if I don't know. I think they may have watched.
It was a CW thing too. Yeah.
Yeah. I think they may have watched that because that's
Well,
the one. That's the
It'd be
one
worth
where-
watching again if they'd watched it because it's really good.
See, I got guilty pleasure. I gotta get her to watch 90210 before she goes away to college in a couple years. I love
How much
90210.
of it will translate though now?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
I met a bunch of those kids and partied with them in Hawaii.
really?
Yeah, David Silver, and there was Bud Bundy there, and I kept calling him Bud. He was getting mad, the Married with Children guy. So he was gonna fight me, so I kept bugging him. Right? I was
What was he
drunk.
gonna do? Slap your kneecaps?
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, we were about the same height, I guess. He
What
was like,
was his name? It was
No, Steve.
Grandmaster Sexy? No,
Alfonso.
that's the wrestler.
That's the
Oh.
wrestler, yeah.
Yeah, that's the wrestler though. But he's what's his rap name?
Oh man, now I'm gonna just keep thinking Grandmaster Sexy.
Doesn't he do the Robot Chicken Show?
No, that's
That's Seth Green.
right.
That's Seth, yeah. Seth.
David Faustino.
oh yeah, that's him. There was David
What's it-
Silver, Dave Faustino, and then a couple of the chicks, the 30-year-old chick and Tori
Andrea Zuckerman.
Tori Spelling.
Andrea Zuckerman.
Is that the
How did
old
none
one?
of us realize she was 40? Oh, wait a minute. We all did.
Oh, she was the nice one.
I have some good friends who met on the 90210 set. They were extras, and they met on the set, like got married the next week, and they're still married to this day.
Wow,
That's crazy. Wow.
that's pretty sweet.
I remember 90210 was like the first show like that ran through summer. They made it
Yeah.
so kids, not that they went away, but it's summertime. They had their summer jobs, and they're like, we're going to run new episodes through summer.
Yeah, because
I
everybody was
remember,
out
like-
for summer break because everybody's away on vacation and nobody's staying home watching TV.
Yeah. And I don't do that. There's just something about that show.
It was,
I love the
it was
episode
smart
where
for their demographic.
Donna gets drunk at prom and she's not going to graduate. So the whole school says Donna Martin graduates and they're all going to not graduate if she doesn't. I'd be like, fuck you. I worked too hard.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna strut across that fucking stage and be like, fuck you, fuck all of you.
Fucking
You're cool.
Yeah.
Well, I'm out.
You're cool. Fuck
Oh,
you.
sorry.
You're cool.
We partied with those guys for 4 or 5 days straight. It was really good, but I kept
they
bugging. What's that?
Like, what were you there for? And what were they there for?
We were all on vacation. We just happened to meet them.
Oh,
Me and
okay.
some guys that I met down there that were really nice, and then we met them, and then we just hung out. We just got drunk every night for about 4 or 5 days straight. When I came back, I had a bunch of autographs. So in our little town, all the girls are like, "Ooh, 90210," right? So I had a crush on this one girl, so I gave it to her, and she ran down the hall screaming. She was so excited.
How'd that turn out for you in the end, though?
Not too good. I went to New Zealand and she dated like my other friends and all that stuff. And I don't know. She's doing okay. She never got married. She never had kids. She's cute, but she's just like shacked up with some guy. It's like, oh, come on. You can do so much better.
Just waiting for David Silver to call her.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's still looking at the napkin with the signatures.
That's right.
As far as guilty pleasure shows go, it'd be Smallville for me because it kind of follows that 90210 kind of
right
angst
teen
kind
drama.
of thing.
Okay.
Teen drama.
I don't.
Yeah.
Maybe because we're all kind of nerds here, I don't think of that as a guilty pleasure because I loved Smallville.
It was good.
Yeah, Smallville was actually. Oh man, just like I used to love. Like every season, they would hint a little bit more and a little bit more of him getting like all of his powers and getting them under control or whatever, but showing that struggle of learning how to, as you get these powers, how do you control them too? It's like kind of like Spider-Man, like back in the day too, like having that. Okay, as you hit these teenage years, you're going through a lot of changes. You're not going to be able to control it. So how do you manage it the best you can, kind of thing, right?
Well, what Smallville did that I loved and what I hated was Smallville. They never showed a Superman. We saw Clark Kent, right? Awesome. They did something that I didn't think was possible, and they made the chemistry between him and Lana so good that you didn't want to see him and Lois together because you were always like, it's like you guys don't have chemistry. But him and Lana, and it didn't help that Lana was fucking smoking hot. All right, Kristen Kirk is that what her
Kristen
name is?
Kirk.
So hot, and even Lois Lane was hot too.
Oh yeah,
but you're right. The chemistry between the two actors, the Lois, she wasn't a. I mean, when she first came on, it's like that's not Lois. I don't like her. She grew on me though. Yeah.
Is that the same show that has Allison Mack that got caught in that next?
Oh yeah,
Allison Mack and Kristen Kirk both were involved with that Nexium cult or whatever it was.
I don't think Kristen Kirk was that involved. Like
she was involved early on, but then got out.
Yeah, like
whereas
she wasn't
Allison
involved,
Mack
like,
went all in.
Well, the question is, did they get the brand right? If you got the brand, you're in.
Then you were in, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Kristen Kirk. Oh, fucking.
She did.
Chloe
She did.
was fucking. What?
Well, I was just saying she didn't go and get the brand or anything, but Allison Mack was all bad.
She was like, I wouldn't expect her to be a little slutty girl, but man, oh man,
gotta tell you, and it was like woo, and well,
speaking of that, did you guys ever see? Because you remember they brought in the whole Justice League other than Batman,
right?
So the guy that played Aquaman in it, the guy that plays Aquaman in that, he's on that new CW or CBS show.
Isn't he the one that ended up playing Jack Reacher?
No, that was that one was on.
Are you talking about Momoa?
No.
No, he was from Stargate Atlantis.
So there's Smallville that has an Aquaman, and then the Arrowverse.
Okay,
and I get them mixed up too. But there was a an Aquaman pilot with that guy, and it was really good. And I don't know why it never got picked up, considering the CW picked up like anything like that at the time, but it did not get picked up, and it was a really good pilot. And I think it was with him. It wasn't with, because I know Alan Richter. Is that his name? Is that how you say his name? Alan Richter?
Richmond?
Rickman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was really good at it, but I think that he wasn't in Arrowverse, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do get
he was playing one of them. He wasn't as built as he is for Reacher, though.
No. He got big during the Titans.
Yeah.
When he says he just started working out. All right, dude. I've spent many years in the gym. You got big working out, but you also were using that fucking needle in your ass. Just don't lie.
Yeah, you don't get those kind of gains, in a year without some chemical enhancement.
Yeah,
I gotta say, when they were talking about casting for the new He-Man movie, I was like, can we just get him to? He doesn't have to play Adam. Can he just play freaking He-Man?
He's just not a great actor.
I don't know. I like him as Reacher, but again, it's very typecast for that specific role, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So War Chest is saying, okay, that's where I was. Rickman was Aquaman in Smallville, but the guy who was Aquaman the pilot was the Arrow. That's right. That's where it got mixed up.
Gotcha.
So the Aquaman show wasn't supposed to be part of it, but they ended up using him as the Green Arrow, and Rickman was Aquaman, because Aquaman, I don't think Aquaman was in the Arrowverse, so maybe again, there's so many of these fucking shows that get
well, and they were happening almost like simultaneously, and it didn't help when they started doing Arrowverse that like they had it crossover with like 6 different shows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Like Smallville, they just introduced the characters into the Smallville universe, and there was potential to do other shows. Like when I first heard they were coming out with Arrow, I thought they got the guy who played Green Arrow in Smallville to go do a show. And it's like, no, that's not what they did here. But I ended up liking Arrow a whole lot anyway.
But there was also a Wonder Woman pilot too, with the girl that was supposed to play Lady J. Or no, she played Lady J in the G.I. Joe movie.
Oh, her. Yeah.
Yeah, really hot, except for she had that fucking like mole right here.
Yeah,
God,
I know the one you're talking about.
Get that shit taken care of. You got the money.
Or as Uncle Buck would say, here's a quarter. Hey, a rat.
A rat.
Yeah, there was a lot of that stuff that the CW did in these. When you look back at all the superhero stuff that these places or these shows or stations and networks were giving us, it's kind of crazy.
Oh yeah, they tried everything. It's like, did you guys ever watch Roswell?
I did
never
not
got
know
into
what
it.
you're talking about.
I like UFO stuff, but I just couldn't get into the, it was just another teenage drama. Oh yeah, and there's some aliens involved, maybe, kind of, sort of. It's like,
Dude, if I want teenage drama, I'm gonna watch 90210 or Dawson's Creek. Okay.
Yeah, Dawson's Creek's another good one.
Stanley put it in as,
or just take TikTok away from your daughter.
Yeah.
Stanley put her name in as Adriana Polensky, and I know that's some autocorrect. It was Adriana Palacki.
Yep.
Is her name. And yeah, she got her start on like Friday Night Lights.
Friday Night Lights, yeah.
And then she was doing that, and then she Orville is her most recent thing. She's doing Orville. And actually, I think she got that removed. Well, actually, I don't know. Is she still doing Orville at this point, or did they change up stuff?
Is Orville still on?
Great freaking show. Love Orville, by the way.
Orville was what we all were like, what else is going on the Enterprise?
Yeah.
Like they have lives.
All the other random shit.
And the first season of Orville is totally a spoof. Yeah. And then after that, they're like, whoa, wait a minute. We actually have something going.
Yeah, this is
People
working.
like it. And they fully did a course correction to make it seem like they did the course correction to make it like this is what life on a starship would be like.
They did Star Trek better than Discovery did Star Trek, as far as keeping with the
modern
original tone.
shows. Yeah. We're just, if you guys have seen the episode with Rob Lowe was awesome on Orville.
What was Rob Lowe?
Oh yeah, he played
he was one of the aliens
blue guy,
that had all the pheromones, and it
yeah.
was making everybody like.
Yes.
He comes in to help mediate talks, but it's like his time of the year for mating, so he's putting off all these pheromones, and then everybody in the ship.
He's the Blob, right?
No,
he was the reason
Blob.
that Ed and his wife split up.
Who plays? Seth
MacFarlane.
Yeah, he plays the Blob. Or no, he doesn't play.
He plays the captain.
No, he plays the captain. It's
it's a comedian. I know his voice, but I can't think of his name.
Well, it's funny because I want to call him Norm Macdonald because he basically does Norm Macdonald shtick now.
Similar, yeah,
like very similar kind of comedy. Up until he passed, it was Norm Macdonald, and that's what they needed to do was get somebody who could keep up his thing.
I'm pulling up the cast right now.
Have any of you guys seen the TV show it's on Netflix? It's called The Order. It's basically college kids, werewolves, and witches.
Yes. Yes, I have.
Supernatural teen drama. I freaking love that show. I wish you would have gotten another season. And then Legacy is pretty good.
I don't know that I've seen Legacy, but yeah, Alan, as we were talking all this Thursday about werewolves on Frenzy, like I love werewolves. So if there's like a werewolf show, I've tried to watch it.
There was a really cool werewolf show, like back, I want to say in the late 80s, early 90s.
It was called Werewolf.
Yes.
And
the
there
guy,
was a young man named Eric who was bitten by a
that's
werewolf,
the one.
trying to
I
find
love
his
that show.
older werewolf to cure himself.
So
yep, he was always chasing the one evil guy that was a werewolf that was his nemesis.
Scorsese.
Yeah. Matthew's saying that the show was over by the time he passed. Orville's still getting new episodes, isn't it?
That's what I'm looking up. I can't see if it's canceled or not.
I thought it was
It's not
still like
proven.
currently running.
I saw the first 2 seasons. After that, I didn't know where it went.
They've taken
Hulu.
breaks, and it did become Hulu exclusive because like originally it was on like Fox, and then the whole merger thing was happening, and then they brought it on Hulu. The security officer who looked like a 12-year-old girl, like she's an adult now. Like they actually made her an adult character or whatever. And they just kind of like kept going with it. Really, really good. All right, guys, I gotta change things up. I need a cigarette. I needed one since Largo lit up his first one.
Okay,
I'm
Robert,
in go Largo.
Robert Strubin is saying, "Did you watch Bitten?" I don't know what Bitten is, but I know what What's Bitten is. And you want to talk about good Jim Carrey movies?
Oh,
That was the one where we got Alyssa
an
Milano
old
in
Jim
it
Carrey
too,
movie.
right? Once Bitten,
yeah, Once Bitten.
or was that Kiss of the Vampire?
Kiss
Embrace of the Vampire.
Racy one.
Yes, Embrace.
Yeah.
Yes,
Because
we
I know
all
that movie well.
We all know that.
Yeah.
one.
I was gonna say, like, I remember one.
That was
I
my
remember
favorite.
hitting the
Alyssa
pause
Milano
button on
movie.
that one a lot. For
Charles is no longer in charge, I'll tell you that.
There was nudity in it, I take it.
Indeed.
Oh yeah. It was a weird movie too, man.
Gratuitous.
Gratuitous, yes.
Oh.
For cheesy werewolf fun, that Christina Ricci movie,
Cursed.
yeah, kind of a dark comedy. I like that one.
And the werewolf was really good too.
Yeah.
And then there's another werewolf movie that just came out a couple years ago called Cursed, which is also really good.
What was that?
Is that the one where there was like a gypsy curse kind of deal?
Yes, and they had this
Okay.
steel pair of teeth, this iron set of teeth.
Yes. That was interesting.
All right.
It was
Good.
definitely
So-
a different take on the idea.
Matthew's saying there were only
Just
3
look like Alan
seasons of
Orville. Okay.
only 3 seasons of Orville here, but the 4th season is set to begin pre-production in 2025.
Yeah, so what I heard about Orville through Adriana Palicki is that Seth MacFarlane writes everything, and so that's why it's taken so long between seasons. It's not every year that it has a season. It's
Right.
every few years gaps. So, but
All right. Matthew's saying the best werewolf movie is Dog Soldiers, and that is absolutely wrong because we all know there's Teen Wolf.
It was good. I did like Dog Soldiers.
And Dog Show. I'm sorry, I've never seen it, but does anyone surf on top of a van?
No. No. So you're right.
No,
Teen
but-
Wolf does win that one.
They
I'm
needed
sorry.
to put a parental warning on the front of that movie because I surfed on top of a van after seeing that and almost killed myself. So
Didn't see the power line coming, or
no, I almost fell off because I'm not a surfer or a skateboarder.
oh,
Oh shit.
Or should you be on the top of a van?
Or should I be on the top of a van with a bunch of assholes in the car driving?
Right? Like the surfing and skateboarding
Right.
is clearly the reason why
Yes.
he, not the fact that he
Ed,
shouldn't.
you're the
be-
kind of a guy that needs to be in a van down by the river.
That's right.
Ed just threw surfers and skateboarders under the bus. I'm sorry, under the van.
Yep.
That's the reason why he couldn't do it.
Over the van.
And under.
Gang, it is 1:30 here, and I have some work to do in the morning, so I'm going to bail while my spray paint dries.
Alan, thank you
All
very
right,
much.
Alan.
Good evening.
No problem. Hope that worked out for you.
Yeah.
Later,
thank
dude.
you. I appreciate it so much.
Check
Bye,
you
nice.
It was easy. See you guys.
later.
Take care, brother.
Night.
Ken, you better be quiet. You're a little too loud tonight.
With so many people on screen, I may or may not be doing like intense research for another video while pretending to stare at the screen and all that other stuff.
You're cheating.
Yeah, I'm cheating.
I thought you were admiring my cat's lair.
Oh yeah, I can do that too. Nice
You know
cat
what
there.
one of the
It's
you
a
know one
gift
of the
head.
worst feelings when you get an Amazon message saying that your order was shipped and you get excited and you looked and it's a household item and you're like, fuck these things.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
I really
Shampoo
need
for
that.
my
But that's
daughter. I don't
bullshit.
care about that.
I didn't need that fucking ladle.
For somebody else in the house, I'm like, oh, what the hell they order?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I
All
get
right, guys,
excited for
be
all
right
that shit. I don't care. Something's coming.
It's like Christmas. You get a box at the door. It's cool.
I got a new cheese grater.
I got the message from FedEx, my delivery manager, that I got a package coming. I was all excited and looked at it. It's my fucking branded work shirts. I'm like, fuck, I don't give a shit.
Are those Holiday branded shirts?
No, it's for
Oh,
my
no.
real job.
No, you'd have to buy those yourself, wouldn't you?
I did buy my own Hella Dope shirt, actually. Before I was an employee.
Before you were an employee.
No, actually, no. Ted and Aaron gave that to me at PowerCon. I'm sorry. I bought my hat. I bought the hat, not the shirt.
Okay.
I still have to get my mug out of limbo. I think it's in Will's garage right now. I'm still trying to get all my shipping stuff from last year. I still don't have all my stuff from Joe Fest, just trying to, because of the tariffs and things dealing with here.
Oh, yeah.
And then,
Yeah, I still have your undercover condor here.
oh yeah, you were gonna do some
I was
flocking.
waiting for the other one, the other head, the G.I. Joe head you were going to send.
I think that's at Will's too. I need to check with him on that. Yeah, there's I've got stuff kind of spread out all over Florida and Texas because I can't get it shipped here in reasonable amount of time or money. So, and then there's new stuff coming out, and it's like, do I really want to pre-order anything? I still haven't got anything else. You know, I did see the new what do you call it? The Mofex Robin that's for the Hush line.
Yeah,
that looks good. I love that line. I've got most of those so far. Really well done. But
yeah, I'm
it's the
debating
Jim
on
Lee
getting that
artwork.
Robin to go in my Hush Batman. But since the Batman has such a classic look, I was thinking about getting the Mezco classic Robin to go with it. So I haven't decided which one I'm going to go with.
Yeah, I looked at the Mezco one. I couldn't do.
I don't like the
$100 for that.
Mezco Hush Robin, but their classic, Golden Age Robin or whatever they call it is nice.
Yeah, it looks okay, but I'm just kind of I'm done with Mezco. The Mofex and the SH Figure Arts, the quality's gotten so good.
Mofex is good, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the price point, I think they're better. Plus, the Mezcos are so fragile after a while. I've got a couple like Punk was talking about earlier. Anyone that has pleather on their costume after a couple of years, you don't want to touch it or it starts to flake.
Yeah, the only one that I got, the only Mezco I bought and that has the leather is the Indiana Jones, and I'm so worried about that figure. So
I got the Blade, and I've got one of the early Spider-Men they did that has kind of that screen printed. Yeah. So Blade still looks good, but I don't pose him much because I'm afraid his coat's going to start, falling apart. But Mofex is killing it with the Jim Lee art Hush stuff. They've we've got Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn. Catwoman was excellent. Nightwing came out earlier.
they did the Riddler too, didn't they?
Riddler's hasn't come out yet, but Riddler
Oh,
and
yeah.
Scarecrow are supposed to come out this year.
Yeah,
and
Riddler's
then
still-
Robin will come out like the end of the year or probably beginning of next year, the way they, they promise
That's the
one
problem
date
with
and then-
Mafex and Mezco is it's such a long time from the time you pre-order to actually get the damn thing.
but the sculpts are so good. I'm willing to wait for those. Like the Crusader Batman they just did for the Nightfall series. It's like the quintessential blue and gray Batman.
Oh yeah, that's
so
a
good.
gorgeous looking Batman. That's the one that I have. Nightfall, not Hush. I have Nightfall Batman. That's why I want to get the traditional Robin to go with him because it's kind of a traditional Batman.
Right. But in that storyline it was Tim Drake.
Yeah.
So but yeah, I'd love to have a Dick Grayson Robin in that style too. But maybe one day. You never know. They do some deep cuts now and then.
Oh, and Ed, I was going to tell you when the flocking thing, I may have said on my Beastman review that I might, if anybody wants to get him flocked, just to contact you. So I
Thanks,
said, oh,
Kenny.
if you want to get him flocked, you could find Action Figs on there. Maybe he'll get it done for you. So
I could do it.
You could do it.
You would look cool flocked, I tell you.
Yeah, you would.
But could you flock him up a Beastmobile like the Moss Mobile?
Oh yeah, easy. Easy. I don't think I could build the Mossmobile in like 15 minutes like Radnam did, but I could definitely I could build one and flock it, but it'd take me a little bit longer than that.
Yeah, that was impressive. It's like as we were talking, he was cobbling pieces together. It's like I can flock this. Yeah, yeah.
Hey, Epic Badger says hello, Largo.
Hey. It's been a while. Yeah, I do have a couple of videos out. I'm trying to get back to doing at least one a week. I did
Ramping
take
up
quite
again,
a
man.
hiatus for a while.
Good.
But I'm still having computer kerfuffles. That's why I haven't done live streams because I don't have. I've been tinkering with OBS trying to get that to work because I don't have StreamYard
What the fuck
anymore.
is your assistant doing? I thought that's what you hired her for.
She is.
Or she just eye candy.
Well, she has a new boyfriend, so she's glued to her phone pretty much right now.
Sidetracked, distracted. I get it.
Yeah. When she doesn't have her phone or the phone battery is dead, I get her full attention. She's useful, but other than that, no.
These kids these days, man, I tell you. Damn kids.
Back in my day, my phone had a cord on it and it was stuck to the wall.
I couldn't take it anywhere with me.
And you could only talk after 7 because a long distance cheaper, and your parents wouldn't let you talk.
And
that's right.
And the people in your school lived in a different area code, so you had to call them long distance, even though it was 5 minutes down the road.
until what was it? 1-800 ATT or what is it? 1-800 collect saved you and
Oh my gosh, 1-800
commercials. Oh my god. 1-800 collect. Oh, it's so great. Think about how funny that sounds now, right? It's just crazy.
We're trying to explain it to a kid.
Oh.
Try explaining a payphone. It's like you put quarters in the thing? Yeah.
Or dial up internet, like having to wait and that
But Ken,
awful sound and
Ken, we can't call you, right? That's why I always call you on Instagram.
Oh, it depends on your US on your plan. Like I could in theory get a phone plan that has unlimited US calling. I just don't.
Pricey.
You don't like people?
For whatever reason, my plan came with unlimited US texting, but no phone calls. So
A lot of the U.S. plans allow you to call into Canada, but you can't call from Canada to the U.S. If you go up to Canada, you can't call out of the country.
yeah, it becomes roaming, right? And I think I had to fight them once because I thought when they said I had 1,000 international minutes, I thought that included the U.S. So I called Ryan Sweeney one night, and then we talked for I can blabber for a while when I don't have my head down doing research rudely, and then I got hit with a big bill, and I'm like, wait a minute, you mean the U.S. doesn't count as part of international minutes? and I had to fight them on that to get my money back.
Yes, because why would the U.S. be an international for someone in Canada, considering?
Yeah, I know.
Right over the. Like, why would you know anyone there?
Yeah, no kidding. Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're like,
You
oh,
can
it's in your
call
contract.
France, no problem, but don't call, you know, a couple hours
That's
south.
basically what it was. They're like, it's not included. I'm like, so on the first page it says international, and on the third
Right.
page you tell me which countries.
Yeah.
What's that supposed to mean, right?
It's
and
the fine
presumably,
print.
you know, and presumably, what's the first country I should probably call for
Yeah,
business
right.
reasons? You know what I mean?
Bangladesh.
Yeah, but I'll see if I can get that changed in my next plan. Then some of you can just call me directly rather than using the Instagram data.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter to me. I just find it odd that, you know,
Well, if you had teenage kids, you never get to call them on their cell phones anyway. You call them through Snapchat or some other fucking.
That's how I message my kid through Snapchat.
Yeah. It's the only way I can talk to any of my kids except for Luke. He hasn't asked.
Yeah, pretty much anybody I still
But
talk
doesn't
to
he
in the
live with you?
States, it's through the computer.
Isn't Luke living with you?
Yeah. Well, like if he goes to the store or something, and I'm telling him to pick up fucking toilet paper or something, it's like he's the only one that'll actually use the actual like text. My daughters forget it; they don't even know what the hell that is.
Is he still writing?
Yeah, he just started a new book actually.
Excellent.
Wow. It's very cool.
His ADHD is kicking his ass for the last 6 months, though. So I had to rein
Does
him
make
back
it
in.
See, that does make it hard to focus.
Yeah.
Yep. Hear that? I look at so many projects that I have, and then I look at my house as I walk up the stairs and go, "Oh my god, my house is freaking filthy. I need to clean it." And it's just cluttered, you know. It's just shit I could pick up in 10 minutes if I wouldn't procrastinate and just pick the shit up.
I saw a video, and I've been doing this to my son the last probably like a month because I saw it like right before Christmas. A guy was like, if you have a friend that suffers from ADHD and their house is getting messy, call them and say you're going to stop over in half an hour.
Yeah.
They'll rush around cleaning the house and then call them half an hour later and say, I changed my mind. I'm not going to be coming over.
You help them clean. Yeah.
Yep. Because if they have a goal and a time limit, it'll get done.
And you pucker, you get that little pucker going, "Oh shit, I got to get done."
Yeah, Ken, we can help you. I mean, just take a camera with you, and we can just critique everything that you're.
Oh my
walking
god,
in
you
front of.
guys, seriously, and especially right now because I took down those shelves. So like I took all my toys and now they're in the living room just everywhere. But I'm gonna put together 2 more bookshelves. Now that I will get done because my whole living space is covered in toys now. But I mean, I'm looking at my workstation is where I'm like, why am I not done with that? Like I finished that Yurko thing in one day because I wanted to do it, and I sat down, I got it done, you know. But I start doing shit like this, and now I'm in so much pain with just moving these boxes and putting that together and fucking like. So now I'm out of it for a couple of days, but I got to push through it because I have my son tomorrow night, so I got to get all that shit out of there by tomorrow night. So
I thought getting remarried would help, but when I was a confirmed bachelor, my house was in better shape than it is now because both my wife and I are totally disorganized, and then having a teenage kid and 3 dogs and random cousins that come in and out, it's like it's a menagerie here. So
that's what I think I need to do is maybe start dating again. If I started dating again, I would keep my house clean.
Right, you can't have somebody over if you know
too much trouble.
But then you can afford as many toys either. So
yeah.
The cat slayer behind you ain't happening.
That's like a few dinners, right? We're gonna go to a concert.
Yep.
Get out of here.
You paying for it?
Sorry, honey. You're gonna have to just come over and watch Netflix with me because I bought a cat there. We ain't got money for a month to do it.
We could turn on the tram on Eternia and just watch it go around.
Why don't you come over? Why don't you come over? We can watch YouTubers show their unboxing of the cat slayer that I just got.
That's it. I need to find a girl at a con. Then we
cat
can
slayer and chill. That's what.
There you go.
Find a girl at a con, and then that'll be good.
She'll set up her own room just like one wall over, and she'll be like on her computer, like, yeah, you know, chatting
They're
with
all
you there.
Yeah, they're having con weddings too. Up here in Edinburgh City,
Fuck, I
mostly
don't want you
Comic-Con.
fuckers at my wedding. Fuck that. Dude. I want you fuckers there. I don't want to be at a wedding.
I don't want to be married to a collector. Jesus Christ, I'll never have any money.
Right?
That's true.
That's true.
Both good for
I want her to have a hobby, but not an expensive one, but one that takes her time, like a book club.
Yeah, book club, sewing,
or cleaning the house. Good hobby.
Dusting your figures.
No, you know what?
Yeah, dusting.
Dusting your figures off.
Single forever.
Because then
Actually-
you'll reorganize your shit.
Actually, how do you guys dust your? I mean, do you guys use Q-tips, air dusters,
Just take them off, clean it, and put them back.
My fingers
I
are
use,
never in one spot long enough to get dust on.
When
I
they
use
fall,
I
then
use
you dust them.
I was gonna say, yeah, I use paintbrushes for some of it. The small paintbrushes to knock the dust off.
One of the best things, one of those
It just
little
has everything behind the
makeup
glass.
brushes for like blush.
Ken just has it behind the glass. He's set.
You want those brushes
Only way to be.
for fingerprints.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I do remember Ken got off the leash one time when his family was elsewhere, and he had like all the big box stuff out on display. He was so
Yeah,
happy.
that was all along here for a while. All along this wall was nothing but boxes.
Nice.
It was beautiful.
That's when I did the collection tour.
Is that
I
when
still
you
couldn't
could your
fit everything.
shoulders dropped down a little and you went, oh?
Oh yeah, big time.
Yes,
look
this
how
is so
look how high
nice.
my shoulders are right now. Like,
Yeah.
it's-
Well, like the time when they were gone, and instead of having boxes, he was carrying laundry, and I was like, "Oh man,
that's different. That's just me doing chores as part of.
I gotta
the-
do
part
that
of the
shit
deal.
by the time they get back."
Ken, next time your wife goes out of town and you do that, you need to set the aircraft carrier up in your bed with you, and like take like videos of like waking up in the morning next to it, covering it up.
There is a
tucking it
video
in.
on Jay
Eating a bowl of
Bartlett's-
cereal on it.
There is a video on Jay Bartlett's channel. We did a live stream where I ran laps around my flag because I had it set up one time when
I
family
think
wasn't
Scuba
around.
Pete did a video where he had the flag in bed with him.
He had a flag in a pool with him too. Apparently,
He
at
did
Jim
have it in
Fest.
the pool.
I
heard.
didn't get
Very
out
cool.
to the pool because of
Yeah.
somebody here put me to work, but
What?
Your boss is a slave driver, man. What a jerk.
apparently,
Yeah.
apparently.
Asshole.
Yeah. Anyway, I think I'm almost done researching tonight. My head's starting to hurt, so
We can see the smoke coming off the top of it.
you can see my eyes drooping, and it's like I don't want to. I don't understand what goes where and what started where. What was this company called before?
Ugh.
Whatever.
I got to head out too. It's almost 2 here, and my dogs are out raising a ruckus, which means there's either a cat or a squirrel or an iguana in the backyard that they're freaking out about.
Bring the
What's the
ruckus.
temperature there, Largo?
Better than a skunk.
That's true.
Fuck yeah, it is.
Enjoy the
Or a
rest of your
badger.
weekend, gentlemen. It's good
All
to
right,
see
Largo,
you.
have a good one.
Largo.
See you
Yeah,
again.
enjoyed it.
Hey,
Good.
Largo, before you leave,
Mhm.
what's the temperature there?
Today it's a little chilly. It's like 50.
Oh my goodness!
I had to
how
put on
come
a
you
shirt.
feel?
I had to put on
Isn't it
long
thirty-
pants.
It hit 36 today, and I was like, "This is fucking nice, man."
I know. We
I was
had
gonna
28 degrees today, and I was outside without my shirt, my coat on. I just had a sweatshirt on. It's like, wow, it's nice out here.
Well, we had a
Cleaning my
sunny
car off,
32.
shoveling.
Yeah, it was a sunny 32, so it was nice. Even though it was cold, it was sunny. So
I loved hiking in the Smoky Mountains, but I do not miss Tennessee winters. I'm much happier here. So
So
bet.
I know some of you
Keep my
know
mouth
this.
shut over here.
I will take 10 degrees with no wind and sun over
Yep.
35, cloudy, and windy.
I hate
Yeah.
wind. Yeah, the wind is
Agreed.
bad.
Agreed.
Because
You know-
it doesn't feel that cold. That sun is hitting you.
Yeah.
Now, the moment it goes down,
Yeah.
but
Mhm.
like you walk on it like, I don't know, like 2
Well, those
o'clock in
days
the
are nice
afternoon.
too, because if the sun's shining right, you get your car is still warm. It's not
Yeah.
hot, but it's warm, right?
Yeah.
when
Well,
you don't
the
have to
reason it
scrape
took me
all the
so long
ice
to
off
get
the
back
windshield
on-
so you can
Yeah.
see.
Well, I
Yeah.
hate that my house faces north, so my yard will not get rid of the snow, and then the next snow will come, and then it's nonstop. Like my
You've
yard
got
is covered in snow for like
Permafrost.
4 weeks.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I don't,
I don't
And,
ever have
I
enough
think
long enough break to get rid of any snow from like November till
Well, but my neighbor across the street, their grass is completely dry, but mine is still covered in snow. So
It's always bizarre here. You know, during the Christmas season, you've got all the little Santas and snowmen, and you know it's freaking 60 degrees out, and everybody's wearing short sleeves. So it's like, okay,
doesn't hit good.
I remember being in Texas for when I was in the Army, and when it was the first Christmas I was there, I didn't go home because I went home at Thanksgiving time. And, you know, people got like the light up snowmans on the roof, or the light up Santas on the roof, and they're standing in a pile of snow, and I'm like, doesn't really have the same effect down here when it's, you know.
Nope.
Well, the reason
right,
it
guys.
took me so long to get back on was because I was changing into t-shirt and shorts. Because it's 27 degrees out tonight.
Oh yeah, it's balmy.
Yeah.
I tell you, I was cooking up a sweat.
That's
funny. Hey, we're warmer now than we were earlier today. It's 30 degrees now.
Nice. We're at 19
here now too, and partly cloudy, but not that you can see it because it's 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it's warming up out here.
Were you going to ask me, Punk?
Oh, I don't know why you hate the fact that your house faces Canada. I mean, I think that's kind of rude.
I can't see that far. I'm in the middle. I'm facing Wyoming, where the men are men and the sheep are scared.
I mean, the men are men, the women are men, and the sheep are afraid.
Something like that. Good old Wyoming. A bunch of wind turbines. I drove through there for an interview. I went all the way up to northern Wyoming to do an interview for the railroad, because that's when they had the training and all that stuff. And I didn't end up I got the prison job right after that, so I didn't end up taking the railroad thing. But would have paid pretty good. But man, kind of isolates you, right? You're like away from everybody for so damn long.
Railroad's tough work, man.
Yep.
Yeah, but the prison wasn't like fun or anything, but at least I got to go home more often.
I have a friend of mine who does work for the railroad. And he was gone for like 6 months in training, and then he's gone all the time. And then he's always on call, even if he is home, because if they get a call in or something, he's got to go because he's a conductor.
But you can make good money, but yeah, it's what costs. That's why they do retirement. They pay the wife half the retirement of what you get. So you get your retirement, and she gets half of what you got. Because it takes away so much from your family while you're doing it. So
now,
my uncle retired railroad, so that's what they get.
Wow.
Check the Facebook dating app again, and one of the things, one of the profiles that popped up was this girl. She's kind of cute looking, and she says, "Come be a bum with me, and let's hop on the railroad." And she's got all these pictures of her going across like the United States using the railroad with a group of homeless guys.
Wow.
And I'm like, that's a winner profile right there, isn't it?
Yep. Wow.
Like, I'm not trying to judge anybody, but I mean,
maybe she
I'm
could just
sure
come watch
that's
a
working
movie
for
or something.
somebody.
Maybe she could just come over and watch a movie, dude. Come on.
Yeah.
I was like, no, I'll pass on this one.
I've stayed away from it I haven't done any of the apps.
Yeah, it's just all bullshit anyway.
All bots, all fake. Well, not all fake, but
My one cousin is doing all those dating apps now that his wife is gone, and he's constantly telling me about all these great girls that he's meeting. But it's like, yeah, they're coming over, but then they pop their tires. So I sent him $50.
Oh no!
And then they got closer, and then the engine went. So they were like, I just need $200 for a tow.
No
and then
way.
Like, dude, stop, right? So he sent like $2,000 over to like 10 different girls as they were making their way over. And so I started telling him, like, send me these photos that they're sending you, right? So he started sending me these photos, and like this one girl, between the 3 pictures, it was 3 different girls. She was showing, here's this picture of me and whatever, and then she's like, here's my boy in the hospital when we rolled our car on our way to you, and he doesn't have insurance. And
oh my god.
all this shit. And I'm like, dude, look at the picture right here. Okay, that's a fake this, and the background isn't right, and the lighting, and it's just like, this is just a
That's
world
how
of
they play it,
scam.
man. That's how they play it.
Dude,
know
I
what?
watch those scam baiters all the time. I love watching those guys screw with them.
I've never seen that.
There's a bunch of YouTube guys that are scam baiters, so they call them and then they mess with them like for hours and hours, and they think they're getting the money, and then they screw up accidentally, but
Boga.
obviously on purpose, and
Yeah,
they start yelling at them, and oh my god, it's so bad.
Pierogi, Kip Boga, like
Kip
all those
Boga I
guys.
watch a
man,
lot,
they're
yeah.
Boga's
freaking
good.
great.
My dad did that once. He ran a company, and so these guys in Nigeria called him, and they're like, we got this big. He'd always get all these weird phone calls. So one day he was like, whatever, screw it. So these Nigerian princes call, and they're like, we got this money and all that stuff, and can we count on you? And he's like, oh, absolutely. And he said, but I need to meet you in Frankfurt, Germany, in order to do the swap, right? And they're like, Frankfurt, and they're like, yep. That's what my dad said. So I'll meet you in Frankfurt, Germany, January 30th, and da-da-da. So these guys actually flew out to Frankfurt, and they give him a call, and they're like, where are you? And he's like, what? Well, I'm here at home. What are you talking about? They're like, well, you said meet us in Frankfurt. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I'll put on my jacket and I'll see if I can meet you. Anyways, he's just trolling them. They flew all the way out to Germany.
That's awesome.
I was at a wedding for my cousin, for one of my cousins, and so I'm talking to one of my my other cousin's husband, and he's drunk, and he's fucking telling me the story. This was before dating sites and everything. It was on a chat, and he's like, "Man, I started talking to this girl, and we just started talking, but then like things kind of got a little bit further and further, and I didn't know how to stop it. And then finally I was like, she was like, why don't we meet? And he's like, yeah, why don't we meet like halfway from where we're at? And we set it up. And I'm like, like again, it's my cousin that he's married to. And he's like, but then I never went. And I felt so bad. He's like, I had no intention of going, but I knew she was going to drive out there. I'm like, did she go? And he's like, yeah. And she started messaging me after. And I never talked to her again, but
Wow. Ouch.
and I was just like, that is fucking awesome. That is so awesome.
Yeah. Nice.
And the crazy thing is, like, I've known the guy for so long, I believe him. Like, I think he was just like in a chat. They started talking, and he was like, and then I was just like, I don't know. And then she wanted to meet. I picked a place that was in between us, and so it was like states away. So like they were both states away.
Holy cow!
Yeah, not like hours, like states away.
Oh.
Oh shit!
That woman was putting in some work.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm like, it's so fucking awesome. I mean, it's awful, but it's so awesome. And now we know why I'm single still.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Well, honestly, it's one of those things where it's like you get into a relationship and stuff like that, but then you got less money for toys.
Yeah.
Relationships sound good until you realize their work.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're like, I really got to put effort into this. I'm not sure if it's something I want to do, and that's not fair to that person.
That's
Not at all.
That's exactly what I tell when my mom asked me, like, why aren't you dating or what are you doing? And I said, I wouldn't want to do that to somebody. Like what I'm dealing with and all the bullshit, not just my back, but everything else, and my addiction with this plastic shit and just what I do on a daily basis doing YouTube shit. Like no girl wants to do this thing.
No, it'll be one thing if you just met somebody and you started talking and it organically happened.
Yeah.
But if you're going out and you're actively trying to,
right, you have to put effort. It's
when my ex and I split, all I wanted to do was skateboard. And I was just like, it's not fair to somebody else where they want to go hang out And they would have every right to, right? I mean, if we're dating.
Yeah.
But I'd rather just go ride my skateboard.
Yeah.
But if you meet someone and they make you like the way you feel about them makes you like want to take a day off from doing that. Like
Yeah.
that's completely different.
Yeah.
Um,
Sometimes a partner is very possessive of your time as well. Like, you know, I did have, you know, a former girlfriend many years ago, and I never understood the thought behind it. Anytime she made plans, she assumed I'd want to go as well. So it's like if I'm like, hey, a new movie came out. Do you want to go watch it? Oh, well, you know, Alice is coming over tonight. I'm like, okay, I guess I'll go to the movie alone tonight. No, I said Alice is coming over. I'm like, yeah, so I'll go to the movie. No, we're hanging out with Alice. I'm like, no, you're hanging out with Alice. I'm watching the new movie. Oh, well, I guess I'll just tell Alice to piss off and she can just come over tomorrow. I'm like, no, that's not how this works. And you know, that was like a really big contentious point where it's like she's thinking like you won't let me see my friends, and I'm like, no, you don't understand. You can still see your friends. I just don't need
live
to
our
be-
lives away from each other for a little bit.
Exactly. You know, like, yeah. Deal breaker for me was like I canceled like a UFC night with the boys because like one of her girls' trips fell through, so she and her sister decided to make it a couples trip without consulting me. I'm just like, so I'm no longer watching UFC because you needed a backup plan. Like, how obvious could this be, right?
What are those things, Red? I might have to find one of those.
Yeah, my ex and I, we used to do like almost, I swear we did like everything together. So it becomes very tiresome.
Yeah.
And I can remember where I'd be like, hey, I'm going out with so-and-so this weekend. And she'd go, and she'd instantly go, well, the next week I'm going out with Becky. And I'd be like, okay, I don't care. Like,
Yeah. But they take it personally. They take
it's
it
not
as,
like, it's not, it wasn't a 1-for-1. It wasn't like if she was going out with someone, she was going to be like, I was gonna be like, well, I have to go out with my friends. Like, I don't care. Like, you can go out tomorrow. You just can't go out the night I am because we have kids and someone has to watch them. I don't, you know, I care less.
Yeah, no, my ex and I, we just, there were other things that didn't work, but we did really well with that. Like if she wanted to go with her girls, and I would be like, well, if obviously if you get to that point, I will come pick you up, so we don't need any DUIs or anything like that. So I would come get her, but I wouldn't care. But I would always be like, you know, nothing really good happens. I was always told nothing really good happens after midnight when you're in a relationship. And I always kind of like, I mentioned that to her a couple times. And so she usually would call around 11:30. She's like, oh, I'm ready. And I'm like, I said that once. You could stay out if you need to. I mean, I just say that because there's a lot of bad shit that happens. I'm not saying like people cheat.
Right.
I'm just saying people get more drunk. Fights happen. People just get, you know, stupid shit happens later because everybody starts to get too drunk. But she was always, we got that part of it was always easy because I trusted her. I didn't get no issues there. But it was other things that just didn't end up working. But we're still really good friends now, and that it is obviously in the betterment for our son. He's the benefit of that because we both get along really well. So, but it's crazy when that part of it doesn't work, when you can't allow someone to do something else and have a life of their own. It's nuts, man.
Yeah, that was for me. Like you can tell, like I've been split from that girl for 15 years, but to this day, I still think like. What are you not understanding? You know what I mean? And it'd just be like, she'd be mad because look, I didn't get to have fun today because you didn't want to come, so I stayed home. I'm like, I never told you to stay home. I said no.
Right. Like that life apart and having your own space is just as important as that time together is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
The thing she would do to keep me out of like what I had as a man cave at the time, it's like, okay, I'm going back to my place tonight. Okay, sure. Let me just get a few things at home. So she starts doing laundry, starts making dinner. You know, like 9 p.m. we finally leave on a weeknight to go to my place so I can go like be in my man cave for 30 minutes before I go to bed kind of thing. It's like, yeah. Anyway, and Todd C is right. I think what it is that 10 years after, that ex still could not look me in the eye. Even even when I ran into her, like she could not look me in the eye.
I found it funny when Ken started this. He was like, "Yeah, I had this ex." That totally about it at first. Like, all right, this is a totally story about my wife. This ex I had.
The coast is clear. I can say this. Okay?
You might have to snip that into a
Safe
short
space
song.
here, Ken.
I may just I just needed a break from my research. Although this book is freaking awesome. So
Palatoy, yeah,
Nice.
yeah, right.
it's the prepping for a sit down with Brian Hickey. I should probably know what the heck I'm talking about for Palatoy.
Todd,
Whoa, Todd's throwing that shade.
when you have kids with your ex, and my ex and I get along great, Kenzo and I talked about it. They could still make your life a living hell.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Look.
Huge.
Yes.
Yes.
Todd knows. Kenzo knows. Ed knows. They can make your life a living hell.
And I've heard a lot of stories of friends that are in hell because of that. And I'm so thankful
Yeah.
that I'm not.
Yeah.
You know, like it's real.
And sometimes it's not worth rocking the boat because guess what? It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Because you're not in that relationship anymore. You don't need to worry about it.
Yeah.
You say, okay, sure.
It was so cold
Whatever.
that my ex's car wouldn't start. And she has a newer car than I do. And she had our daughter, and she's like, "Well, you have your work car. Can I borrow your car for the next couple of days? Because I gotta get the kids." I'm like, "Yep, whatever." And then her car started when it got above
20 degrees.
20.
Negative, yeah.
Negative 20.
I think the biggest problem that I've seen with a lot of things is that most of the time when you try to stay friends with your ex for the kid's sake or whatever the reason is, right? My ex and I get along just fine. But a lot of the times we just let it go. The women have a hard time with letting go of the expectations that you're still
yes
responsible for doing whatever they want you to jump for doing. It's like, no.
You just nailed it.
Right. My ex-wife all the time, I'm telling her constantly, you told me when we got divorced that the glory of divorce is that you didn't have to be held to any expectations I have. So guess what? That's the glory of being divorced. I don't have to worry about whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a one-way street.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'm still there. You know, I was there for when she had emergency. She had her appendix taken out.
Appendectomy.
That's it. And I was the one that was in there. And my son said something to me about how, like, you know what, you didn't want to be there for mom. And I'm thinking, dude, we've been split up for like fucking 5 years. Her boyfriend should have been there.
Yep.
He wasn't the one that was there. It was me and her sister-in-law.
Yep.
But she's the mother of my kids.
Exactly.
It's not like we're just some ex that I still talk to. Like, she's the mother of my fucking kids, man. Like,
Right? Like, that's a perma bond for life. That's not going away.
Yeah.
and there are some people that they can't get along with their exes that they have kids with, and it sucks.
Yeah,
there's
sucks
other
for the kid.
people that just don't want to, so they won't. And it's like, all right, good luck, man.
It's just the kids that pay for it. That's all.
Hey, as long as the child support check keeps going through, me and Connor's mom have a great relationship together, co-parenting. But I tell you what, the moment she don't get a check, though, I get a text message real fast.
Oh, I thought you were talking about her paying you child support, and then you were going to off.
Oh, that would be great. That would be great. Yeah, as long as she gets that check from child support, everything is good. Like, because they just deduct it, like, automatically. So, like, it goes through. And apparently, since the new year started, she didn't get a check. She texted me last week. And she goes, "Hey, do you know of anything up with child support? Because I hadn't gotten anything yet." I was like, "Look, they said they deduct it straight from my pay. I'm still working. If you're not getting a check, that's your problem with them, not mine, because they're still taking it." Like, I can look at my...
I'm looking at my check. Yep, they took it out, so that's your fucking problem.
Right? Like, that is not my issue. And then it was like, "Is Connor still coming over on Saturday?" "Yep." "Okay, we're good." Like, that's all I care about.
I was in arrears from the beginning because she wouldn't sign the paperwork. So I got stuck in arrears, and my lawyer said, just, save the money. Or she didn't say anything, but I saved the money from the time that it started. And they automatically put me in arrears. And so I called my lawyer and I said, they put me in arrears. What am I supposed to do? And she's like, I go, I have the money to pay it. She's like, don't fucking pay it. She goes, they're already charging you the arrears. You know, she didn't do what she was supposed to. Just keep paying. It'll go away eventually. Okay, so that's what I did. And right as it was about to end, I called friend of the court, and I wanted to make sure that it was coming off. And the lady was like, "Oh yeah, but it's automatically going to come off in like 3 weeks, or 3 checks or 2 months, whatever it was." And she's like, "Oh, you're doing really well with paying your child support, man." She's like, "Just keep it up. You're a real good dad." And I was thinking, okay, first off, paying child support does not make you a good dad.
No.
Second, I don't have a choice. It just comes out. Like, it's not, I don't have the choice to be like, you know what, this week I don't want to pay. It just comes out.
Right. Like I don't really have it this week. Tough shit. It's coming out.
When we got laid off, obviously, right as the pandemic started. So they go right to child. And this was before they put all that stuff in. This was right before they gave you all the free money. So we didn't know what was going to happen. And just to put it in terms, I paid at that time more in child support than what all of unemployment gave
Was
me, right?
paying out. Yeah.
I didn't make the one unemployment check, and they deducted half of my fucking, like half of it. And I'm like, dude, if I'm paying more than all of unemployment is paying me, how do you think that I can fucking survive off half of the unemployment? But then they gave us the free money, and then we were working under the table for 3 months, so I fucking made out like a bandit. It's ended up working out, but
Well, the best part is they set your child support on a percentage, right? Like mine for when Isabel and Luke were still getting child support was 22% of my income. If I wasn't working, 22% of my income is zero. So how are you still taking child support?
yeah,
They didn't miss any payments, but I was like, I'm not making any money right now. How are you still taking money when I'm
So it's 22% of whatever your last known salary was.
right? Exactly.
And the funny part is, right? Like one of the funniest things when we went to, because I was unemployed before COVID started, right? And I didn't have a job, just getting out of the mental hospital. You know, my entire life's been upended at this point from how I was living. And she took me to court for child support and took us into a room, sat us down, and they were like, "Are you working?" And I said, "Nope, I am seeking employment." But as you know, and this is, of course, after COVID started up with everything. And they were like, "Okay, so you're not working?" And I'm like, "Nope." And they were like, "All right, you're mandated to do so many job searches, just kind of like unemployment does, right? Per week, and this is what you got to do." And I'm like, "Okay." And then she asked them, she goes, "Well, what about the money?" And the woman just looked at her and goes, "What money? You just heard he's not working. And there's nobody hiring right now because of the pandemic. What money do you expect him to give you?" And I was like, "Oh my God. Oh my God."
That wasn't expected.
The court told her that, because I've been trying to say that for months. Once I got a job again, money's going to start coming in again, just like it was before. I just don't have a job.
The mother of my oldest daughter screwed herself by doing that because when I first started paying child support, I was in the Army, and it was based on what I was making a year in the Army. And then, of course, I got out of the Army and I took a job in a factory making not a lot less, but enough less that it was making a difference in my life. And she was upset because I didn't have it automatically deducted at that point. I was just sending her a payment. And she's like, "I'm taking you to court to get the child support that you're supposed to be paying." She took me to court, and the court's like, "Yeah, it's based on this because this is your income now." So she ended up getting less per week than she was getting, and she was all sorts of pissed off. I was like, I told you once I get settled and everything's squared away, I'd start paying you again the right amount. But you wanted to go to court and do it this way, so there you go.
Yep, similar story. Before we went to court for everything, I was just paying, right? Like we had agreed to a certain amount.
That's what I'm still doing now.
And it was nothing to do with the courts. Nothing was on paper. And I was paying her out of, my paycheck, how much we agreed upon.
Yep.
And then the court was like, again, when we went back to court after I got a job and they told her how much that she was going to get per month based off of my income. And she was like, well, that's so much less than he was paying before. And then they were like, oh, how much was he paying before? And she got real quiet because she didn't want to record how much I was overpaying, because then they would start deducting that.
Wow.
I had heard too many bad stories of people that paid it by writing checks, and then the ex got pissed and went to court. And even when they went to court, he said, well, I've been paying, and they were like, sorry, you didn't have a court order. This is how much you owe. This is your arrears. Like, they didn't care.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
So
Yeah,
I always said, if I ever split up, I am getting a lawyer, and that's exactly what I did. I'm like, I don't care how much I fucking pay. I'm not going to go to where these kids are fucking 15 years old, and then all of a sudden the courts, for whatever reason, say, you know what? You've never been paying on this. You have never paid on these kids, even though you could have every check. And you'd be like,
Yeah,
sorry, you didn't go through us.
There's horror stories out there that wasn't considered child support because you paid that out of your own pocket.
Yeah.
That was just a gift or extra
Well,
money.
see, here's the thing. When I wrote my checks, I always wrote exactly what it was for, and I wrote child support on it.
But the courts, like the friend of the
Courts
court,
don't always
doesn't
recognize
do
that,
shit.
though.
I say, well, maybe I was lucky here because I know my dad.
Yeah,
he
I
got
was lucky
screwed
too.
over.
And I was lucky too in my situation.
Yeah.
So there's been horror stories out there where courts have gotten those, and even though the check said for child support and all that other stuff, they're like, this wasn't child support because it didn't go through the actual court system.
And it depends on how they're feeling that day, and maybe the attitude you gave off to them, because you're probably going in there pissed off, like, "Fuck, I've been paying for this," and the kid lives with me half the fucking time, and they're like, "Fuck you, you're a dick," you know.
Yeah, fuck that shit, man.
Wow.
I went right down right away. That was like,
That's
like, I don't give
terrible.
a shit. And it cost me a lot of money, a lot.
Todd, I'm just sitting here taking notes. Good to prepare for the worst.
Yep. Followed by I kid. Well, and that's the thing too, because it was like I never had a problem paying child support. Like it's not my intent to not pay. Right. I want to take care of my son.
It's your
I
responsibility,
want to
right?
do that.
Yes.
I don't even look at it as a responsibility in that, like the fashion of it's a responsibility. That's my kid. I want to support my kid.
That's
I
what
want
I'm
to be
saying.
there
Like,
for
your
my
kid is your responsibility, right? If he was living
Right.
with you, you'd support him. If he's not, you should still support him.
Still support him, right? And it's, it was just one of these things where I was in a position where I couldn't, like, I can't feed myself. I have no money. Like, even if you send him over here, I have nothing to feed him. So don't send him over here. Not that I don't want to see him. I can't feed him. So, like, that's a problem. So, and then you're going to come and attack me because I'm not paying you. Like, look, I got to worry about whether I'm getting kicked out or not because I don't have money to pay rent. I'm not working.
That's harsh, man.
Yeah, it's the situations just like in certain spots, like you say, when you're down, and that's just what happens. And then you work your way out of it, and then things are better. But then you look back on it, and you say, man, how the fuck did I get through that shit, man? But especially just mentally draining, and then being away from your kid, and you're like, that's even worse. That's what makes it like I'm thankful not only that my relationship with my ex is good, but I have Merrick so much. Like I am so lucky. Because I also hear more stories about not just people getting screwed out of my money, but not getting to see
seeing the
kid.
kid.
Oh yeah, I had that with my oldest daughter's mom because
it's horrible, man.
I was in the Army. She moved back home, and then which was where I was home for both of us. And then she moved to Georgia with her parents. And I had, she set it up so I got the kid, like half a day on Christmas and every other weekend. But I'm in Texas and then New York, and she's in fucking Georgia. Like every other weekend, it's going to work, right? Yeah.
And then it's going to be so hard on the kid because then the kid's
Right.
going one place to the next and then just getting upset about taking all the time of travel. And
so
and you just sit there like, fuck, man. Like I am not even ever going to complain about my child, my
so
situation
now-
with my kid. I am 100% blessed.
I was like today, feeling under the weather or not, feeling sick or not. I mean, I was worried maybe Connor might catch whatever I was having, but my time with my son is precious to me.
Hell yeah.
And I don't give it up for anything. Like no matter what, I already lost because of COVID and lockdown more than a year of his life where I didn't get to see him.
Jeez.
So like
I never realized that long.
yeah, because just couldn't see him. And it was like, no, that I never want that to happen again.
No, I couldn't deal, man. You made it through some shit that I probably couldn't make it. I mean, we have to and we do, but man, just thinking about
Got
it.
to so I could be there for the other side,
No, I mean like just the struggle is fucked because like I said,
trying to get
being
out of
married
that.
all the time. Like I see him almost every day. Like it's the fucking best thing ever. Like I get him all the time and like Saturdays and Wednesdays. Guess what? The 2 times I'm on YouTube a lot, Saturdays and Wednesdays, because I don't have my kid.
Is he pretty much self-sufficient? Like if you stay up super late and you sleep in tomorrow, is he going to be like, just get up and do his own thing?
I've taught him to be self-sufficient. Yeah, he can make his own. He could little stuff like he can make his own bowl of cereal. He can cook his own Pop-Tart or whatever.
How old is he again?
11.
Yeah. Okay.
So
You're not
little
doing too
things
bad.
like that. But
I mean, obviously, like with my wife here and everything. But the thing is, when my kid comes downstairs, sometimes I tell myself, yeah, I'll come down in the morning and I'll play with him. But sometimes I wake up, I'm like, I'm too tired. I'm gonna sleep in another hour. You know what I mean? Next thing I know, we got to go out and have lunch.
Yeah.
I'm pretty bad on Saturdays and Sundays.
Him, he's pretty self-sufficient. But usually, I'll wake up before him, and I'll let him sleep in if he's not going to school. I'll let him sleep in, and then whenever he wakes up, it's like, okay, what do you want? I'm making some eggs or something, some pancakes, but he does good. He does good on his own. On his mom. So this is what works out. His mom now got a new job, and she works close to home, to her house. I'm on the north side. She's on the south side. It's only about a 15-minute drive, but still. So she's not gonna bring him all the way to my house before she goes back to work. Because I'm not working at this time. So she's gonna go to work. I wait till Merrick wakes up. He can eat breakfast and then call me, and then I'll go pick him up. So he gets dressed on his own. He does all that stuff on his own. So that's good.
Yeah.
And I know I had a lot to do with that because his mom he has his mom wrapped around his little finger and she does everything for him. So I know a lot of that shit has to do with me telling him, okay, your legs work. Go ahead. Do it on your own.
That's right. You can do this. I got
You're a lot younger than me. My back hurts. Go do it.
Yeah.
Every time Olivia's like, why do I have to do it? I'm like, because you're younger than me and it hurts.
Yeah.
I had that conversation with Luke today. We were shoveling out our cars, and I'm doing the shoveling, and he's like just standing there watching me. I'm like, why the fuck am I shoveling? You're 19. I'm 52. Get your ass over here and fucking shovel.
Right. Yep.
I was just waiting for you to say something. I was like, don't wait for me to say something. Grab the shovel from my ass. Take it.
I always tell Merrick, you need to do this shit for your mom too. I said, because you know what? She just, oh honey, oh let me do it for you, Hito. Oh, let me do it. No, you need to get up and do shit for your mom.
That's one of the biggest things I always say
He
to
laughed.
Connor.
You don't care.
Connor's got an older sister and a younger brother. He's the middle kid. And it's like I always tell him, like, behave for your mom, do what she tells you, respect her. She's got a tough job. She's a mom of 3 kids. And do what you can to make her life easy because you only got one mom. And that's important. So take care of her.
You gotta teach them to respect,
Yeah, exactly. Like,
I tell Luke that all the time, and he's like, but Dad, she likes to do all this stuff for me.
I know.
And I like going over there and having it done. And I was like, well, if she's going to do it for you, I
Yeah.
can't make her stop, right? But
She loves doing it. Yeah,
I
that's
said,
the thing about his mom.
if
too.
there's other things that need to be done, like if you see that the fucking sidewalk needs to be shoveled at mom's house, fucking shovel it if you're there.
Yeah, clean her
Or-
car off for her. Do that
Right?
for her. You know. Yeah.
You know, friggin' if there's dishes on the table, like even if you're not washing the dishes, go take them over to the sink or something.
Just throw them in the
anything you
dishwasher.
do.
Yeah. Fuck.
Like, just do what you can to make her life a little bit easier.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, I was thinking it's been about 5 hours. I think we can cut it for the night.
I gotta eat.
That's right. Well, folks, it's been a fun night. Opened up a lot of Ghostbuster toys here. Had a great time. Always love hanging out with these guys. I hope you all enjoyed your Saturday, even when the talk got real here at the end.
You never know what you're gonna get.
Life.
Sarcasm or real.
It's true. You never know. But we'll see you guys. Well, we'll see you in various chats throughout tomorrow. We'll see you Monday night on Toy Ramblings with Lawrence. I know Ken and I got some projects coming down the pipeline.
I'll see you Wednesday on mine.
Wednesday on live. Tuesday, Toy League. Lawrence.
Thank you. You said pipeline, not pike line.
Who says
pipeline?
What?
Who says pipeline?
Who says pipeline?
Well, I hear people say it all the time.
Coming down the pike, and then they.
coming down the pike.
Oh, they mix the words
Oh,
up. I
mix
see.
the two up together.
It's coming down the fucking fish. What the fuck is that?
Nah, man. You put the pike line out there, and they start calling you Vlad the Impaler. All right, folks. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see y'all.
All right.